the call, or not the call, but to give you like the word after Dave's intro and whatever comments I have.
Yep. Yeah,
All
sounds
good,
good.
you
Sounds good.
guys? Any last words before we go, or questions, Dave, or either of
No,
you
we're good.
guys? All right, I'll give you the countdown, and you ready?
Yes.
All right, three, two, one, go.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to another episode of the Nexus Podcast. I'm your co-host, M2Dave, and as always, I'm here with my co-host, Burrito Voorhees, aka King Jr. This is episode 22. Um, King Jr., I know we haven't done it in a while, man. It's good to talk to you. It's good to have you back. What do you think? How are you?
I'm doing all right. I was sick some weeks ago for what felt. I think I was sick for like 12 days, and that was partially why I think we've been absent for a while, and also just like some like new games dropped lately. But glad to be back and trying to get it back on the schedule again.
Yes, it's good to be back. Also, if I'm a little bit coughing, I apologize. The weather's changing, yeah, right, from winter to spring, so sometimes I don't handle it well. So I apologize if I'm coughing too much. I'll try to silence myself. But anyway, we want to introduce our guest. I think he is, without a doubt, probably one of the most grown FGC figures in the last like 2 3 years. He has amassed almost 30K subscribers on YouTube. Um, he's a controversial figure in Mortal Kombat community
Mhm.
because of the way he criticizes the game. I like his first year criticism. I think it was very legitimate and authentic, and it was justified. So, with that said, the uh, the individual in question is no other than Mike Hollow. So, welcome to the podcast, dude.
I appreciate you guys having me here today. I don't know exactly what we're going to talk about. I don't think my stream knows what's really going on either, so I'll just let you guys sort of direct it. But I thank you for that introduction, Dave. That was very gracious of you.
Yeah, yeah, of course. I don't think if you think I said something inaccurate, please let me know. But I think again, I do believe that Uh, I don't think involved in the FGC, anywhere near as much as I used to. But I've seen you like grow, your audience and your YouTube channel and your influence. So I definitely think you're one of the you know up and coming stars if you're not a star already. And as far as content creation is concerned in the FGC, there's no question about that.
I appreciate that,
Um,
man. Thank you.
yeah.
Yeah, we
So I
always try
think
to have gracious words for our guests, on the Nexus
yeah,
podcast. It's a safe place here.
No, I appreciate it.
but
Hopefully me and Dave don't go at each other today.
it will happen. It will happen, but we'll get there. We'll get there. I do want to ask you. I don't know if I was talking to Tom just last night. We were talking on the phone
Mm,
about Mortal Kombat One and the sales and how the game has sold 8 million copies, um, which is a little bit surprising, right? Because I think we all agree that the first year of the game was kind of disastrous.
mhm.
So, do you think it's a good thing or bad thing that the sales have kind of um, caught up, not to necessarily to the standard, but for a game that was essentially a failure its first year. What's going through your head when you hear that, when you see or hear or read about that number?
I think it's impressive that a game that only had a year and 8 months support was able to amass 8 million sales. Um, I think that it's also not shocking because it's Mortal Kombat. So for as much as like I might bitch and complain about, it, I kind of know that the level of influence that MK has. I do think it's fair when people point out that the game has been on sale for God knows how long. But I also think it's fair to point out that loads of games go on sale and none of them reach that level of success. So do I think it's a bad thing? Personally, yeah, I think it's really bad because if this MK game sold really well, they might not feel the need to step it up in the next one. I know that they're going to change things up like they always do. Like no MK game is the same, but I don't know if it's going to be a radical enough change for me to feel like the next MK game is going to be a must get. And when I say that, I think people think I'm talking about cameos and the gameplay. I'm talking more about everything else that happened with MK because, like you said, the first year was extremely rough. There were so many things that went wrong, so many mess ups by the team, even with like implementing seasons. And that level of sloppiness carrying over into the next game is not something that I want to see. I don't want to see the kind of infrastructure that MK1 had. because we all know the gameplay is going to change. That's a given. I did a video yesterday, and everyone thought I was talking about gameplay. I was talking about everything that surrounds MK. So it's worrying to hear that it's 8 million has been sold, because then it makes me feel like, well, there's not going to be any real urgency to save the franchise because it's doing well. So that's kind of how I look at it.
No, I think that's a I think perfectly fair perspective, and I think I also have the same concerns as far as if the game is selling this much, are they going to try their hardest, right? Are they going to put in their best effort? And I think if you are a Mortal Kombat fan, you should definitely have those concerns.
Mhm.
But speaking of the next game, I know King Junior wants to ask you about what you would like to see. Uh, King Junior, I know you made a long video on your channel, right? I watched it. Can you maybe ask a specific question that you have for Mike Hollow as far as what he would like to see that you were going to ask him? Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to start with the gameplay stuff because me personally, like when making a fighting game or video game in general, I think the fun has to be found first before you decide to even think about online or offline features. The game has, in my opinion, the game has to be fun first before you get to the second step, which I think the second step would be like online, offline game modes. So I want to see, wanted to ask you, Mike, what would you like to see like in the gameplay department? Uh, like whether it be the mechanics, like if you want Breaker to come back or not, or what kind of pace you want to see, like slow pace like MK11 or fast pace like MK9 or X, stuff like that. You have any answers or things you want to see in the next game, gameplay wise?
Yeah, I mean, what I would like to see is something that's never going to happen again, which is them make a 3D Mortal Kombat. But I know that they can't. I mean, in my opinion, they can't even get a 2D one right. So making a big 3D game is probably too much to ask. If I'm being realistic about where it's going, it's obviously going to stay 2D. So yeah, Breakers I think is a staple of Mortal Kombat. I think Breakers should always be there. I think Breakaways was a terrible idea and that shouldn't come back. Um, I was never a huge fan of the run mechanic, so if it doesn't come back, I'm not going to care too much. I think I would like gameplay um, closer to MKX, but maybe slow down a little bit from that. Not as slow as MK11, but not as quick as MKX. Somewhere in the middle of that. Um, I think that I'd like Fatal Blows to be reworked. I don't like the fact that you get to a certain level of health and then you get access to your super attack. I think that's kind of lame. I'd rather they went down the classic route of building meter and then popping a super. I do think it's cool, unlike Tekken, where you use the Fatal Blow and then that's it. It's being used. But correct me if I'm wrong, 'cause it's been a long time now since I played MK1. If they block it, you still get to use it, right?
Yeah, it's like a 8 second cooldown. It's not very harsh, to be honest. I think I wish it was a one time use, like in general, but yeah, it has like a 8 second cooldown on block or on
Yeah.
whiff.
Yeah, I would prefer it if you're gonna go for something that grants you so much damage, then you should lose it. You shouldn't be throwing supers out recklessly anyway. And like a traditional meter, if they are gonna do fatal blows again, if you waste your meter, then you waste your meter. I don't think that they should be hand holding players. I don't really want to see air combos come back in the next MK game. I don't like the way they were implemented in MK1. I didn't even really like them in Armageddon, so I wasn't a big fan of that. I would like for them to rework down one. The way down one works in Mortal Kombat games, I've always found very jarring, and it just seems lazy. And that also accounts for flip stance. I don't know why flip stance is in the game. I still to this day, other than maybe like Shang Tsung maybe or Shujinko, I can't remember who it was. They barely found a use for it, so that can go. Unless they're gonna attach different fighting styles to it and they bring in some of the 3D flavor, I think that could be cool. But yeah, those are like the main things that are on the top of my list. Obviously, don't want to see cameos again. That's just I get what they were going for. It didn't land. 1-on-1 fighting is where it needs to be. I think 2v2 could be a mode they add into the game because it was a lot of fun in MK9, but it shouldn't be the main focus of it. And I think they need to go back to their core roster, the original roster. I think name value goes a long way. Not having Hanzo as Scorpion is a big no-no. Sonya, Kano, and Jax not being on the main roster is very bizarre to me. So yeah, I'd like to see them go back to their roots in terms of like roster and a couple of like gameplay choices. But I would like to see some change ups with how they handle strings as well. I think implementation of strings in MK has always been a little bit weird. It feels like you get away with murder sometimes, where it feels like you should be punished. But yeah, that's just me. Maybe that's my like a Tekken influence sort of taken over there.
One
Yeah, I think
question about the gameplay too is like, do you want to see variations or any type of customization return, and or no? 'Cause I'm personally wanting just full moves list, and I don't want no gimmicks personally, like MK9.
The only way I'd like variations to come back is if they do it like the 3D era, where you have all your movesets in the game and then you can flip between them. If they manage to do that, or if they have like one hand to hand stance and one weapon stance, I think that would be cool. If they don't do that, then I'd rather they just do one fighting style and they put all the moves in it. I think the variation system was an interesting idea. I think MKX did a fairly good job, and then they dropped the ball in MK11. So yeah, I don't really want to see custom movesets come back.
no, I think your perspectives are. I think they're well informed and they're justified in what you believe. I think a lot of people, sometimes in the Mortal Kombat community, give you a tough time, say you don't care about Mortal Kombat. You want the franchise to fail, but I think again, you've demonstrated. You know the games. You know what you want, and you have justified your answers. I do
Mm.
want to ask you something about. This is something Rio and I and many others will yell at each other about. It's this concept of armor, because Mortal Kombat is not necessarily known for having like really good defense aside from armor.
Mhm.
Well, and I'll ask you about this for Tekken later as well. Um, so what do you think should be like the defensive options, right? Because Mortal Kombat doesn't really have invincibility moves and never really had, right? So you're kind of stuck with armor being your wake up attack, sometimes even being your best anti-air attack. Certainly, excuse me, such was the case in Mortal Kombat X. Where do you stand on armor? And if you don't like it, what would you replace it with?
I don't know if armor is the problem in MK. I think the offense is the issue, and I think that's why it makes it. I think that's why the developers overcompensate in the armor, because armor historically in fighting games has not really been a massive problem. What I would do to help defense in MK is I would slow it down a bit so that we don't have an MKX situation where people are just stuck relying on it or just eating chip constantly. And I would make it so that you know what I was talking a bit earlier later on. Sorry, I was talking a bit earlier on about the strings. I don't really like the way strings are implemented in MK because it feels like you can do a full string and then press down one to sort of like break up the pressure. And when people are downed, it feels like people are throwing out full strings to sort of like catch them before they use that. It becomes like a 50-50. Are you going to use the armor or am I going to like do the full string and put you back in pressure? I think they should alleviate some of the uh, aggressiveness in MK. And I think that they should make like most strings like final hit probably unsafe so people are not just throwing them out all the time. Because one thing I found in MK is that like you'll stagger the string and it'll be safe, and you'll do the final hit and it'll be safe, and it creates this situation where if everyone feels like they need to rely on armor. I think if they fix that problem, armor won't be such a massive issue. I don't know if you need to bring in Street Fighter invincibility into Mortal Kombat. I don't know if that's necessary. I just think you need to fix the offense, and then it won't make it so that the developers feel like they need to like overcompensate with armor attacks.
That makes sense. Another hot topic has always been about, anti-airs. Like
Yeah.
somebody like Rio, he likes his Mortal Kombat 9 anti-airs, with the jabs. I personally like up block. I think, it kind of adds another defensive layer, right? Because you can up block an overhead. Now it's, usually that would otherwise be safe. Now it becomes unsafe. You also have like these toxic moves, like people coming from, literally like jumping on you like on your head, right? Something like, I don't know, uh, Peacemaker's, body slam, whatever, elbow drop, you can use it against stab where, what most anti-airs would not work against something like that, right? Or maybe Shinnok, whatever, Kenshi, their teleports. Would you change anything? What would you like to see in that regard?
Are you talking like are you talking about MK across the board or a specific one?
Just like what you would like to see in terms of the anti-air system, like what would you
Um,
what, how what would you implement?
I think that the up block is just in response to them not going down like a more simple route with anti-airs, because in every other 2D fighter, it's you use your like what your armored attack or your invincible attack, or you do an air to air, or you'll have like a button that's an anti-air. But I feel like in MK there's jumping attacks that have so much priority, like Baraka and MK11, that they felt like they had to overcompensate and then give us an up block, and it seems very unnecessary. It feels like it almost feels convoluted. It doesn't need to be there. I would remove up block and I would just lower the priority on the jumping attacks. I'd give people their standard air to anti-air. Everyone's got a down two anyway in Mortal Kombat, but I'd give one of their normal attacks some priority. And everyone normally has an air to air, and in MK you normally get a combo from doing things like that. So I would remove up block. I don't think it's necessary. I get that there's a mind game there and there's a level of nuance to it, but it just seemed like an unnecessary response to a very simple fix. So I would actually make that more in line with other 2D fighting games. I know MK tries to do its own thing, but it just feels so unnecessary. I really didn't like the up block mechanic.
No, fair enough. Before I ask another one, King Jr., go ahead. I don't want to, be too much on the spotlight and ask all the questions. Go ahead, and it's your turn.
Yeah, I'll answer the first two questions you asked just real quick. The armor, I think they did the armor very well in MK1. Like if you take away like the armor in a vacuum without the cameos as a factor, the armor is pretty tame. And I know there's some characters that can make cameos have their armored attacks be like safe or even become launchers. Some people don't like armored launchers. I think they're fine. Like if they're very, very limited to some like very like minority like of the roster, like Kung Lao, for example, in MK1 or Tanya, like not for them to be universal damn near like an MKX. I think they're mostly pretty tame in MK1, and I think that's how they should do armor going forward, is like on the more tame side. And anti-airs, I want my anti-air jabs back. I know I might sound like old in terms of like a FGC perspective, but yeah, I want my anti-air jabs back. And like some characters have like unique anti-airs, like an MK9 Cabal's like one of his best anti-airs was like stand 4. Um, some characters had their stand 1 as their best anti-air, or Smoke's case, like he had a stand 2 anti-air. Jade had like her back 2. Johnny had his back 3. Like it doesn't always have to be a jab specifically as like everyone's anti-air. It can vary from character to character,
Yeah.
and like the damage they get off of it can vary as well. Like not every character has to hit for 40 on an anti-air jab. Like it all just should just vary on the character's archetype and design.
Yeah, I
And
actually agree
that
with
way
that.
it's not as that way it's not as universal and homogenized across the board. And I do agree that up block's kind of like a band-aid mechanic in response to like the oppressive jump kicks and jump ins from MK11 and MK1. And
Yeah.
I think that they need to in MK11 and MK1, it started with 11. The jump kicks, they when you land them on a hit, uh, they follow your opponent. Like there's not like a pause after landing the jump kick like there was in MK9 and X, so it makes jump kicks way more plus on block if blocked, and on hit it makes it way easier to combo off of. And jump ins are one of the easiest ways to just destroy the flow of neutral and get in and create an opening. So when they're as strong as they are in MK11 and MK1, jumping is like a really good option, and I feel like it shouldn't be as strong of an option as it is currently in the last two titles. Because if you jumped an MKX or MK9 especially, there was pretty consistent ways to deal with those jump kicks, and they weren't as rewarding if they landed them either. Like in MK9, you had to enforce the mind game of, am I going to do my jump kick early and not get a combo off of it unless I have like an aerial special like Scorpion with his teleport? Or am I going to do a deep jump kick and get greedy to get plus frames or launch off of it if they don't anti-air me? But if I delay my jump kick, I'm worried that I'll get anti-air punished for a full combo. So it's like I think it's a fair mind game, and I did demonstrate this in my MK video you mentioned, Dave, which I won't show that off or anything right now, but just to give Mike some perspective on that video since you brought it up and some other viewers. That's how I feel about the armor and the anti-air system, along with like the jump kick system. And I would like to see air combat come back. I think it was pretty cool. Uh, just like fine tune it just a little bit because sometimes I would get like input errors, like you would get like an air combat string that you might not want, and like when dialing like a string, but that's like some niche stuff that I won't go too deep with. So
I
yeah, those
actually
are my
liked
takes on those questions.
I liked in MK11 because I played Noob Saibot in 11, and I liked the fact that I had various different options for anti-air, but they all granted me different things. I think with Upblock, it takes a little bit away from the character expression and player expression because there were Noob Saibot players, but I didn't really see any of them doing the same sort of things that I was doing. And I like having the ability to find unique ways to deal with difficult situations. Not every character is going to have a good anti-air, but if you give them one, and then you give a player that's good enough with the character or understands the character enough, then they'll figure out ways that will make other players go, okay, I need to approach this noob cyber differently. But if you have up block, it's like okay, here's a universal band-aid to this issue that you guys were having. I don't think it's an interesting mechanic. I don't think it helps MK. It's one of those things that would make me want to play the game less. Whereas if I had my own buttons to work with, then I could be like, okay, I need to sit there and figure this out. I don't really need to figure anything out about block. It is what it is. If they guess right, they grab you, they get, I think, what extra damage or something, and or they can go for a loan, and that's it really.
No, yeah, I think that's again, that's a fair perspective. The only extent to which I will disagree with King Jr. is I think anti-airs in Mortal Kombat X were horrendous when armor, was removed. I think it was. I mean, for certain characters, and if Rio were here, he would make this argument like even when armor existed, certain characters didn't have that, vertical hitbox, right, that they needed to whatever to hit you out of the air or to juggle you. So I don't think MKX is a terrible example, for strong anti-airs. MK11 was even worse. MK1, the way the meta has developed is that the guy who's jumping is at a tremendous disadvantage because if you up block, the power levels in the game are so high that even a character like Lee May, who's low tier, she can easily do 45% to 50%, even more if she has Fatal Blow, with Scorpion as a cameo. That usually jumping is not worth it. I don't think Mortal Kombat 1 is a jumping game at all. I think that's arguably, aside from Mortal Kombat 9, that's the weakest jumping has ever been in any Mortal Kombat game. Again, aside from maybe Mortal Kombat 9, because of the anti-air jabs, right? Because again, essentially the combos that you get once you up block somebody, there's a higher reward in those than there is, if somebody like, like Mike said, throwing you or, going for a empty jump low. And if you watch the game still, like jumping is really a non-issue for the most part. There are some characters who jump, like, if you want to mention Peacemaker, right? He has a special move, whatever that, that's kind of designed to throw you, anti-airs off. But for the most part, there are really no issues. But I do understand, why people criticize the mechanic, and I think they're justified to have their, views.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like the jumping issue, like I forgot to mention this with the air combat, is like some characters have jump normals and strings with their jump kicks. And sorry if you guys hear my cat meowing. She's a big whiny baby and has separation anxiety, I think. T1000 and like Rain and some other characters have like these jump kick air strings and they OS on block and on hit. So like uh wake up jump is super annoying because the game's wake up system is super heavy on the invincibility frames when you get up, but I'll get into that later. But because jumping and neutral is strong for some characters like T1000 and these other characters that have these jump-in OSs, it again just makes the offense super annoying to deal with. And like you're pretty much your only option to anti-air a lot of the time is up block. But like an MKX, which Dave says is like a bad example for like anti-airs being like usable or viable. Like you can run under the opponent to trip guard their jump in on a read. NJPs for the most part were pretty good. Some were bad, but yeah, running under the opponent when they jumped in, I thought was a good option. Some jump ones as an air to air was good, and like and some jabs were good anti airs, like stand ones. I can name a few, but like Ermax back one was really good. Lose was pretty good. Scorpion Stand 3 was really good. But yeah, that's just what I'll say in response to what Dave said. Yeah, so I think the jump ins are like they have a big robbery factor, even like at high level play at sometimes.
Yeah, no, I completely agree.
I think it depends on the game, and again, I don't see that this issue in Mortal Kombat 1 because just to reiterate, the person who's doing the jumping, their reward is lower than yours is when you up block, and you can make the case like Mike is, made again, which is 100% justifiable. You want more variety. Each character should enter differently. I think I would be 100% okay with that. I think, more diversity, more strategies. I would accept that. But let me ask you on a topic um, that Franco usually discusses, which is like the wake up system. Um, for certain characters, I believe this is a character issue. Like wake up buttons can be really powerful, right? Because um, the active frames are not as long for certain normals in Mortal Kombat as they are for like in Street Fighter, right? So it can be kind of difficult to melee somebody
Mhm.
properly. Like if an attack only has one active frame, you're essentially doing a just frame, right? Depending on are they going to wake up, are they going to delay wake up? So certain characters can kind of struggle with that. Mike, what do you think? Any thoughts on that issue?
Can you repeat the last part? So you cut out.
um Certain characters, like because of the lack of active frames, have an issue doing meaties. Like a Street Fighter, I know you may have a meaty that's like has four active frames. Then in Mortal Kombat 1, your best meaty might be, let's say, your best like has one active frame, right? So it's kind of difficult to time your meaty properly, which encourages the guy waking up to jump or just do stupid crap like
Mm.
wake up buttons. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I definitely think that's an annoying factor in MK. I haven't given much thought to what a fix would be, but I acknowledge that definitely happens. I remember being in loads of situations trying to set things up, and the guy would just neutral jump and then go for his string. Um, I haven't given much thought into what would be the fix for that sort of situation. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, I think Franco, I think he has thought about this issue more than anybody else. I think it's a just real quick. It's not really that big of an issue depending which character you use, right? If my cameo is sector, right? I do a knockdown, I call my missile, right? There's your trap, right? If they do wake up button, the missile hits, and I get a huge combo, right? But I understand that not everybody uses sector as a cameo, or maybe or even a cameo in general that has such strong Oki viability. So um, I do fear that I think wake up buttons are like, even if you watch Street Fighter, like they are definitely a thing,
Mm.
especially since they're Capcom has been nerfing throw loops, right? So you see people wake up button a lot. I mean, does MK have a good balance? I don't think so. But with regard to this matter, but it's not like, oh my god, this is unheard of. Like, of course, in Tekken, right? When you're on the ground, you have wake up buttons. Like that's essentially what the wake up system is, right? Depending the way you get knocked down, you have your low kick, you have your mid kick, right? You can stay on the ground, etc., etc. So it's a form of defense. I don't think it should be like entirely neutralized.
Yeah, in
Um,
Tekken, it's the person that's on the ground is in a much more disadvantageous situation than the guy standing up. Whereas in
True.
Mortal Kombat Street Fighter, it does feel in Street Fighter 6, it's happened to me quite a bit where they wake up and jab and then they cancel into the drive system and then they do a full combo. And it's really irritating. But I don't know if that's just me not playing properly. And I don't know if that's the same in Mortal Kombat situations. So I've never really given that much of a thought because I always just assumed it's a skill issue thing. Um, so yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the fix would that what the fix for that would be for Mortal Kombat specifically because I never saw that as a huge issue, just more of an annoyance.
yeah, King Jr., go ahead.
So in MK traditionally, like I feel like the best wake up system they had, just strictly talking about like meaty and like not including armor in the equation, but like MKX I think had the best Oki system because when you did your delay, whether short or long, you were pretty vulnerable. Like you couldn't immediately act when standing up, and you also didn't have these heavy invincibility frames getting up like you do in MK11 and MK1 because those are the games it started in. You could like in MKX and to a certain extent MK9, like you can kind of Oki with like a poke to start with if they delay. your poke recovers in time, and then you can go into like a string or another normal or something. In MK1, you really can't do that because everything has so many like recovery frames and like very little active frames on top of the heavy invincibility frames your opponent gets when coming up from the ground. So, me personally, the armored attack should be your only option on defense 99% of the time because you lost in whatever exchange you lost in. You're on the ground now. You should be at a disadvantage. You shouldn't be able to easily get away with just disrespecting your opponent that's enforcing their offense on you. Most of like 99% of the time, if you want to wake up with something other than your armored attack, it should be very easy to just lock you down in that case. Now, if you want to get up with something besides block, then yeah, you should be forced to use your armored attack 99% of the time. That's how I feel. But I feel like MK11 and 1, it's common enough to where it's frustrating and it's almost like not as much of a disadvantage as it should be when you're on the ground getting up. And I just think they should go back to the MKX formula in terms of the Oki knockdown mind games, and like how strings and normals feel like on whiff and even on block to a certain extent because like almost everything's minus in MK1. Yeah, that would just that's another thing I demonstrated in my video. That's just something I wish they would go back to because it's like very scrubby on defense in these newer games, and I don't think wake up buttons should be like as strong as it is right now.
Mike, what do you think?
Well, my problem with MK1 is that I stopped playing it very early, so like my knowledge on that game is quite limited. So with other MK games, I never perceived it to be much of a problem. So I'm not too sure with regards to MK1 because it's been so long since I've played it. I know they've made so many changes to the game as well. So yeah, I'm not too sure in general with that game. Yeah, I couldn't
I
give you
think
a
that
good enough answer, I think, with that one.
yeah, I think the biggest culprit in in this respect was definitely Mortal Kombat 11, right? Because they had rolls forward, backward.
Yeah,
Obviously you could wake up.
that was convoluted. Like that was over the
Yeah,
top. It felt like they were trying to compensate for, well, they were trying to overcorrect MKX because MKX was so
exactly,
oppressive. But the problem with that is that MK11 is not oppressive like that. So they put all these systems
exactly.
into the game that maybe MKX could have benefited from, and then they made a whole new game that was much slower, much more footsie based. So it was a bit like it's like they weren't paying attention to what game they were making. So it was in the wrong game. If it was an MKX, maybe people would have appreciated it more, but it didn't need to be in 11.
Yeah, I think you
Exactly.
nailed it on the head with that one. Like to give you perspective, since you didn't play much MK1, like MK1's Oki system, in my opinion, is kind of like MK11's to a lesser extent. Like it's not as oppressive or convoluted on Oki, but the wake up invincibility frames are still kind of there, just with less options getting up off the ground.
Hmm.
But not to stray on this topic too much. One other like gameplay question I kind of want to ask you about is like how like me and Dave kind of butt heads on this in some areas, but like in terms of gameplay and archetypes, like not really like story mode stuff because Dave doesn't dive into that too much, so I'll save that for later maybe. But like I want to see like legacy going forward into our games. Like I don't want to see these new gimmicks in the next game personally. I just don't trust NRS to do new gimmicks. Like I feel like they should go back to what worked in the older games like 9 and X, uh, because some characters had really awesome designs that they strayed away from. Like MKX Scorpion was my favorite iteration of Scorpion, and
Same.
I don't know why they strayed away with it from MK11 and MK1, especially MK1. Dude's literally doing like the same string 3 or 4 times in the same combo. It's just forward 3-2, forward 3-2, rinse and repeat,
Mm.
and then whatever. Uh, but Noob Saibot, for example, in MK1 or Garrus in MK1, I think they nailed the designs on those characters. And I wanted to see those designs come back because I didn't really like Noob's design in MK11. And MK9, his design was kind of cool, but not. I think it could have been better. And yeah, I just don't want to see some of these characters with these cool like designs get scrapped because like Garrus had like the coolest design ever in his since his inception in 11, and I don't know how you top his MK1 design. And yeah, I just want to see what you think of like that topic. Like, how do you feel about like them scrapping characters' moves lists and redesigning them? And also, Legacy would save them a lot of time and like development, and it would be a lot easier to polish up like any issues we might have with balance or just these games in general. Like if you save a lot of time from making these moves lists, like less animating, less motion capture, stuff like that, I think it would just be a net positive for the game and this,
Mhm.
like the franchise going forward.
Well, firstly, I think that MK1 did an awful job y- pretty much across the board with conveying the characters' personalities, but then again, in the story mode, they kind of changed everyone's personalities up anyway. So historically, I think MK's done a really good job letting you know who the character is through their gameplay. And I agree with you, MKX was my favorite version of Scorpion. I felt like every version of Scorpion in the gameplay represented a part of his personality and like things that he would have done like, in a fight. I think the MK1 version of Scorpion, if you removed the Scorpion like color palette and you just had like generic like random color, you wouldn't be able to tell who it is outside of maybe like Spear. The character's completely removed from what I knew. And I don't know if that's because they want to go down this new route with Scorpion, but I feel like a character expressing themselves through their moveset will entice people to play them. So when I picked up Scorpion MKX, I was like, okay, I've got his ninja variation, I've got his Hellfire one, which is like the crazy one, which kind of represents, how angry he is all the time. And then you got the Inferno one, which represents the Nether Realm. And I feel like that was great. And you need to have that for people to really get attached to the characters. There's nothing in MK1 with regards to Scorpion that makes me go, that's Scorpion. That's a really cool character. So I want to see that stuff come back as well. I think that Noob Cyber was a positive step in the right direction. When I'm watching gameplay on MK1 and I look at Noob Cyber, I think, yeah, okay, that looks like Noob Cyber. Same with Garrus. Like he looks like Garrus, but there's so many characters in the game where they took so much away from them that I would not want to play them. And it's not just MK1 to be fair. MK11 did it. Shao Kahn in MK11 is a joke. He's just what down one, down three, down four, over and over and over again. Nobody wants to play a boss character, no matter how viable that strategy is in the gameplay, where they're just doing down three, down four. If I play Shao Kahn, I want him to be like fighting like a brute. So I think MK needs to they need to remember like what they were, and I think they did that towards the end of the game. I think that they did a good job with the guest characters. When I saw the was it the T1000?
Yeah.
Um, he looks like the T1000 in Terminator 2. Like he's what I remember of Terminator 2. So they obviously know how to do it. They know how to represent the character properly. I don't know what happened with the base game of MK1. They it must have been rushed. They might have had new people working there that didn't understand who Scorpion was and some of the other characters, but it definitely does need to return to if the character's really angry and like sadistic in the story mode, or they're a sorcerer, then I want to play like that in the gameplay. I don't want to just be doing down down one into like a three hit string, down one into a three hit string over and over again. It's just boring. I think that's one of MK1's biggest downfalls is that it's just boring. A lot of the characters are just completely boring to play. Even Homelander, they got Homelander's moveset in there, but the way you play him, it's one of the most tedious, boring things I've ever seen. So yeah, that definitely needs to change.
Yeah, I think your criticism again is fair. There should be. I personally kind of liked like for Mortal Kombat 9. You know how the Netherlands guys are kind of like crazy, right? They do 50-50 mix-ups, or they just like do unblockables, right? I feel like that should be, like you said, should be it should be a design that's reflected in in the gameplay as well. And I think with certain characters for sure, you're 100% right. I think they did a very poor job, and I agree with you guys. I think more Scorpion in Mortal Kombat X is definitely. I never used him, but he's infinitely more interesting to watch, right, than he is in Mortal Kombat One. It's just launcher that two hit string a million times into whatever, and then when he's not doing that, at one point especially, it was that spin into that whatever that spear spin, whatever the hell it's called in the game, into cameo, do chip, and then rinse and repeat. we definitely, I think they definitely kind of like, um, they definitely did a poor job of representing the, the character properly in Mortal Kombat 1.
Yeah, 100%. I remember like growing up, playing like Deception. I remember playing Deception or playing Deadly Alliance, and those games were like, especially Deadly Alliance was a bit more tame. It was definitely a lot more neutral heavy, but I still felt like I was playing a Scorpion. It didn't feel as crazy as like MKX, but it still felt like I was playing the character that I grew up watching and playing. And I feel like they started to move away from that around MK11 with some characters, and then especially in MK1. So I would like to see them go back to obviously make the character viable, but just make sure you represent their personalities properly in the gameplay. Like there's so many creative ways that they can go about it, but it felt like in MK1 they chose the most boring route possible. There was plenty of like older Mortal Kombat games that like the blueprint is there, so they don't really have to think too much. They just have to look back on what they had.
No, yeah. Let me ask you about because I think gameplay stuff is, I love those topics, but it's kind of always be a little bit subjective, right? Should we have up blocks? Should we have, as an anti-air? Should we have jabs? Should we have, uppercuts? It can be kind of subjective. But one thing that I don't think is subjective at all is are these online features, single player content. Can you kind of talk about that and tell us what you would like to see? And honestly, I don't think this is just for casuals at all. I think this is just for everybody, right? Because whether you play the game casually or semi-competitively or even competitively, like why would you want less features online, right? Like I think this is stuff that influences, the entire player base, right?
Yeah, in terms of like single player content, I think it's always weird to have like a Mortal Kombat game because Mortal Kombat's a tournament and then not have a tournament mode. It feels like a missed opportunity to have like a mode where you go in there like a standard tournament mode, but because MK is so cinematic, you could have it where like you go in there and Shang Tsung or Shao Kahn is sitting on the throne and you have your MK matches in front of them and you work your way up a ladder. That could be a single player mode. The 3D era games are very well known for how good their single player content was, so I don't understand why they never replicate that. People have been asking for a conquest mode for God knows how long now. So I'm hoping the next MK does something like that. And they had their mini games before. The mini games were always a good shout. And now with everything being online, if you had something like the combat cart or whatever it was called, or chess combat, and you had your own thing where you could play them in casual mode. So me and Dave could sit there in chess combat and just play, and it's a little break from just fighting people online. I think things like that go a very long way. I'm not sure why Mortal Kombat overlooks it because they were kind of like the pioneers of that sort of stuff, and now it seems like they've moved away from it. Um, and then I don't know about you two, but I don't know what they were smoking when they made Invasions. Like I don't know how Invasions got funding. They tested it, they played it, like they sat around in the offices for months playing it, and they thought, yeah, let's put this out. I played it, and I was like, what? And it's especially annoying for Mortal Kombat because MK had the best single player modes. They had better single player modes than some games that were dedicated to single player stuff. So I think they need to look back on their 3D era games, especially for as much hate as the 2D crowd of MK gives the 3D crowd. I don't think anybody would sit here and say that the 3D era games had bad single player offerings. They were all really good. So I think that they should do something like that.
Yeah, I
Yeah, I remember
know.
playing.
Oh, go
Let
ahead.
me just,
Go ahead.
yeah,
You
I'm
got
just gonna
it.
say this real quick. I remember playing Deception when obviously I was, I don't know, like 20 years younger, and I'm not a huge single player content guy, right? Because always play online and I try to, be as best as I can, at the game. But dude, Conquest, dude, that that could have at that time that could have stood at its own, as its own game and it would have been good. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, it was really really well done. I had fun, like, but I understand, right? It's a lot of work, right, for developers, especially if they're rushing, which we now know for a fact Mortal Kombat 1 was rushed. There's no question about that. Uh,
Well, what
I'm
the
not
thing
saying it has
is,
to be.
why would they do it
Go
if
ahead.
they're selling 8 million copies and Conquest mode takes a lot to put together? They're not going to do it
Yeah,
because it's like the game's already selling really well, which is why I was
true.
when I saw them post that, I wasn't disappointed because I wanted people to lose their jobs. Like I don't want people to not have the ability to feed their families. I was disappointed because if your game's selling 8 million with when it has invasions in there and it had a terrible first year, then why would you need to put in the effort to make this massive conquest mode where you go to all the different realms and you interact with all the characters and you have to update it periodically to keep people happy? Why would you do that when you can just give us the bare minimum and still sell out? It feels like Mortal Kombat has kind of become like Madden or FIFA or WWE games where it's just like you churn it out, people will buy it because we all know those what those products are, and then we move on to the next. Now, I don't want Mortal Kombat to become that. I always attributed Mortal Kombat with super high quality. It was never like the most balanced fighting game, but it was always very fun and it was always very high quality in terms of what it offered you. But it feels like they've scaled all that back now because Mortal Kombat is like everyone knows Mortal Kombat. Like you don't really need to explain to somebody what it is. The new movie's coming out, and I'm guessing that's probably going to boost the sales of MK1 because people that don't know what Mortal Kombat is going to go, oh, what's the latest game? They're going to go buy it. And that's my biggest concern. You know, I wanted a Shaolin Monks 2 or I wanted an MK game with Conquest mode, and I just don't think we're going to get that if the bad versions of the games are selling really well. Because I think MK1 is like the third highest selling Mortal Kombat game ever now. That's not a good sign if you're looking for quality.
Well, to be fair though, like the game still, I think we don't know like internally, but I still like the game is undersold, right? Because Mortal Kombat 11, if I'm not mistaken, is sold close to 15 million copies,
Yeah.
and I don't remember where MKX is standing, but I believe it's between 10 and 12 million. So I don't know if I doubt that Mortal Kombat 1 will reach those numbers. So it still has undersold, and let's not forget that they had to cancel a season, right?
But how many
Go ahead.
consoles is MK11 and MKX on? And how many consoles is MK1 on?
True, true. No, I have mentioned this to Tom Brady all the time. So no, that's a great point. And look, I didn't. I despise the first year of Mortal Kombat 1. I criticize it as harsh as anybody. Even harsher than you used to do it. But I do believe that the last version, the what MK1 turned out to be, especially meta-wise, is a good game. Obviously, online and all that stuff and invasions, that stuff is still lacking. And I don't want to, you know, I don't want to play a game that has crap online. That takes me. I'm watching connecting match more than I'm playing the game. Like, of course, nobody wants that, right? I don't want that. I don't want a repeat of what happened, whatever 2.5 years ago. I do want a quality product, and that's why this topic is it seems kind of obvious and seems kind of like beating the dead horse for like the millionth time, but apparently it's not obvious for the developers and the guys who are publishing the game or funding these projects. So I feel like we need to beat this over and over again until they understand, no, we want online, we want lobbies, we want all this stuff put in the damn game, right? Don't release the game if it's unfinished. That's the reason why I feel like we have to beat this horse again for a million time.
Yeah, I think it's
Yeah, I
important.
think we'll have to beat this horse as hard as we beat MK11 on our podcast. No, I'm kidding.
Pause.
Go ahead, Mike. I'm sorry.
No, I was saying it's very important for people to continue speaking up because it's very clear that Mortal Kombat has got such mainstream appeal that the voices of content creators and people on Twitter are not going to push the needle too much. But I still think that it's worth saying something, especially like we've all been playing MK all our lives. I don't want to see it go down the shitter. So if it sounds like I'm being harsh, it's just because I'm only going to be harsh towards a game if I give a crap about the franchise. And I know Dave brought up earlier that I get like criticism from the MK community, but I only get criticism from the modern MK community. I don't get much criticism from like 3D era going backwards, or even 9 or X. It's mostly people that love 11 and 1. And Mortal Kombat's gone through so many stages, and I always ask these people if MK went 3D or if MK went back to its arcade roots and it was closer to that, would you play it? And they're like, fuck no, I ain't touching that. And I was like, well, then does that make you an MK hater? If MK's got three different versions of itself, it's got the modern era, the 3D era, and the arcade era, and you don't like two of those eras, doesn't that make you a hater by that logic? So that's always what I ask them. I don't think they're haters. They just like the new version of Mortal Kombat. I don't, and I want to see it go back to a level of quality that I think is more befitting of Mortal Kombat.
Yeah,
There are two different. Let me just. I know I keep interrupting you. I
oh yeah, you're
apologize.
good. You're good.
I just want people to understand because I talk to a lot of young people, and we talked about. Um, this may sound off topic, but I'll promise I'll connect it to Mortal Kombat. We talked about Resident Evil Requiem, right? And we talked about Grace's segments in the game versus Leon's, and uh, obviously, as somebody who's older, I prefer Grace's, right? Because they made me appreciate Resident Evil what it used to be, right? Which is more like a slower pace, more based on around survival, you know, backtracking, etc. And then you play with Leon, and it's just like, this is insane. The guy's like sliding on roofs, curb stopping zombies. Just like, what in the world is this, right? It's so over the top and so crazy. So when I talk to the younger people, like, yeah, I like Leon's. It's kind of like Call of Duty. You just curb stomp, you take out your hand cannon and just yeah, like, it's like, okay, I like it too, but it's like, it's almost like playing a different game, right? So on this, in the same sense, like, I think kind of like Mortal Kombat is kind of going through the same thing, right? And Tekken as well, right? Tekken 8, and I want to ask you about that as well at some point.
Yeah.
Like, they're trying to like appease different audiences, literally in the same game, right? I think that's really what Requiem is, and it's a dilemma that can spiral out of control, can result in lack of identity, such as lack of character diversity, etc., etc. Am I right or wrong?
No, you're completely right. It's I don't know. It's a thing now where they've brought in a new audience of players, and now you've established that audience. But now, what do you do with the older players? Because it feels like there's a bit of tug of war. And with Mortal Kombat, obviously, like, I don't know what like era you guys got into it, but I started on Mortal Kombat trilogy, and it doesn't MK doesn't feel like it's trying to push out the older players like Tekken or Guilty Gear, but it does feel like it's it feels like the developers have a different vision for the game, and I think that's why the community's at odds. But I think the community is always going to be at odds because each MK game changes so drastically. So the people that love MK1, they're probably going to play MK2 or whatever they call it and hate it and be like, this isn't Mortal Kombat. But that just keeps on happening. I know that Burrito was talking a bit earlier about legacy, and I think he's right. Like, we do need a bit of legacy. We need a bit of formation. We need a bit of we need to be uniform because the MK community, out of all of the fighting game communities I've seen, is the most fractured community. And it's not even because they're stupid or they're always complaining about stuff. It's because the developers keep on changing the formula. So it's inevitable. It has to be fractured. There's no other way. We're not all gonna get on board. Like, I'm sure I don't know, Dave might be a massive fan of MK9. I'm a big fan of MKX. Burrito might be a fan of 11. That doesn't make us like any less of an MK fan to the other person. It just means that they keep changing the formula, so we're gonna keep on fracturing.
Did you just say that MK11 might be my favorite game?
No, as an example, I'm saying because there's
No,
four
I
of
know.
us
I'm
on the
kidding.
call.
I'm kidding.
Yeah, I don't think it's anyone's favorite game, but
Yeah, that's partially why I want to implement, like, I want to see Legacy going forward too, because like not just MK, but like Pokemon and COD are like other franchises I can think of that I feel like have just been releasing unfinished products, like, and they'll like maybe patch them later down the line, but like
mm.
I don't want MK to turn into what COD and Pokemon have turned into because like the new Pokemon champions that came out, there's a lot of unfinished work that they need to fix and I think should have been a thing at launch but wasn't. MK has had its fair share of unfinished like things at launch. Then COD is like at war with itself because like you have modern COD and then you have the old school COD that most people are more fond of the old school COD, and I feel like we're in that same boat with Mortal Kombat now.
What is
And
unfinished in Pokemon? By because I play a lot of champions. I know it's buggy, but what have they actually not finished?
very long story short, I know this is kind of off topic from MK, but like they restricted a lot of the items that should have been at launch. The Pokédex is not even like 200 Pokemon; it's like 186. So we have a very small batch of Pokemon. Um, the items like menu is very convoluted and not as easy to navigate. I don't think it's as beginner friendly as most people want it to be. Like in terms of if you're a day oneer for Pokemon starting with champions, like it's going to be a hard experience for you unless you've played older games and have Pokemon to transfer over, or you need other games to get access to certain Pokemon, which is kind of like pay to win in some areas. So like you need Legend ZA to get access to Mega Floette, which is one of the S tier Pokemon in the meta currently. So just
Uh,
stuff like that, I feel like is
I actually disagree with what you're saying because I play a lot of champions, and firstly, I've been playing Pokemon all my life, but I've always played against the NPC. I've never played against people. And when the game was coming out, I heard they were going to have 170 Pokemon, and I was like, "There's 1,000 Pokemon. Why are you launching a game of 170?" But now that I'm playing it as a beginner, it is absolutely the best decision they made to not have all the Pokemon in there because it would have been. You're saying that Pokemon
oh
Champions
no
in
no
its
yeah,
current
I don't
form.
want the whole national dex, but I think the pool is too small because obviously if you introduce the whole 1,000 Pokemon or even like 300 at release, I think it would be kind of a chaotic meta. But
I don't know
uh,
because you were saying earlier just now that it's not as beginner friendly, and I agree with you. This game is not beginner friendly, but that's one of the good things about it is that I feel like although they've changed some stuff up, and I've seen people in the community making comments, for the most part, the level of depth that's existed in Pokemon is still there. And when you can have one Pokemon and play them in 50 different ways, if you then take the VGC model for the tournaments and you dump even 300 Pokemon in there on day one with all of the items, someone like me who is learning, that's going to be an absolute nightmare. It's already really difficult. I've changed my team damn near 60 times now trying to figure out a good method, and I'm still doing it. So if they added more Pokemon in, it would have been too much. I'm actually happy that we have limited items and we have limited Pokemon. And in terms of getting Pokemon, I mean, I've only played Fire Reds recently because I stopped playing years ago. I don't have access to any of those Pokemon. They don't transfer over, and I've still got about 70, 80 Pokemon, so it's not that hard to get them. I don't have Pokemon Go or anything like that. So I think if you play it for a bit, you'll see the game's actually very lenient. There's no pay to win functions in the game. I don't know about that specific Pokemon that you were talking about, but from what I understand, if you go to the recruit section, there's a chance he will come up or she will come up. So I actually think Pokemon Champs is good. Outside of the bugs, I think they did a very good job of the game.
yeah, maybe on release it's not as good of an example compared to like the other games. Like Scarlet and Violet had some issues too, but yeah, I just what I was bringing up Pokemon and COD for was like they have a different communities, like especially COD, where they like I like the old school MK in terms of MK9 and MKX, and we have all these sub communities with every MK installment because they rewrite the game with every installment, and I think
Yeah,
that's just gonna keep the issue going. And it's also I know cat like the tournament players are such a minority in the sales of the game, but like long term, like the Evo numbers, like for Street Fighter and Tekken, like for example, like we always have had like pretty low numbers compared to Street Fighter and Tekken. Like I think instead of trying to please everybody, they should just try to make a game. Me personally, I'm biased for like an MK9, MKX esque game, and then build up a community from that game, and then start implementing the legacy. And whoever wants to stay will stay, or whoever wants to come back that used to be around will come back. And I think that should just be what they do. They should make a game, not to try to appeal to everybody because it's like impossible. You can't do that, and they just have to accept they're not going to please everybody. So
yeah,
I think they should just go to the roots that MK is known for, which is somewhat semi-subjective. But if they did that, built upon it, and just kept building and building instead of scrap, make new game, new things like everywhere. And the next installment, they're going to rewrite everything, build everything from the ground up, and build
But
like
this but this fracture has always existed in fighting games. It's as old as Street Fighter Turbo. For example, Third
mm,
Strike. If you ask a lot of Street Fighter players, right, that's their favorite uh, Street Fighter. I think Third Strike is a perversion of Street Fighter. It's not the best in any. Why? Because Super Turbo is my favorite, and I like my Fireball strong. Right. Third Strike is not known as a zoning, type of you play with Dulcim. It's not that, and that's okay because that's called evolution. And and then If you don't like either one, you like versus, the versus games like Marvel vs. Capcom 2 or Capcom vs. SNK, right? Like those games are different because by design they're designed to attract a different audience. So yeah, you can say that Mortal Kombat is extreme in that case, but but is it really that extreme? Again, Super Turbo, Third Strike, Marvel vs. Capcom 2, Capcom vs. SNK, none of those games are the same, really. Like even Street Fighter 4 plays, yeah, the characters are true to themselves, but the game plays very different from like Street Fighter 6. It's a completely different game. It's not even the same, right?
I
So
disagree. I think that if I play Super Turbo, I can go and play Third Strike and have a baseline understanding of how the game works. Whereas if you play Deadly Alliance, you will have zero understanding if you go and play MKX or MK11. And I think that what you're saying is true. Every fighting game does have this where they change things up. But Mortal Kombat is on the extreme end, where Street Fighter might be more towards the middle, and then Tekken is on the other end, where if you play Tekken 5, you'll be able to play Tekken 7 and Tekken 8. You'll just need to readjust to the new mechanics. MK is not like that though. If you're really good at
Yeah,
MKX, that doesn't mean you're going to be good at MK11. It doesn't even mean you'll be remotely close. But if you take someone that's really good at Super Turbo and you throw them into Street Fighter 4, they will transfer over. 100% they'll transfer over fine.
like a very
I,
minor example of that, I'll say is like you play MK9 Scorpion, you're expecting your spear to be back 1 in the next game, right? So you go into MKX or MK onwards, it's back forward square or back forward X, like depending on your console. So it's like even the button notations in some of the legacy games like Street Fighter, like you're sure you can always forward, down, forward, light punch, whatever punch. Uh, even like on a lesser like on a lesser scale, like for minor example for MK, like the special move inputs are even changing, and like some characters are missing their special moves that they normally would have. Like MK1 Kung Lao doesn't even have spin. His cameo has all his legacy moves, sadly. So like that's just
I
like
think
I think MK is more extreme.
Yeah, I think the inputs is fine. Like having back square and then back forward square, I don't think that's a massive deal because Street Fighter took Bison's charge and turn it into a motion input, but the move functions the same. So even though I have to readjust to how I do the move still does what it did before. Like scissors kick is not doing anything different. At most, you'll play like a version of Street Fighter 4 and scissors kick will knock down, and then you just adjust for dealing with knockdowns. But with MK, you play Scorpion in MK9, it doesn't matter. If you play Scorpion in MKX or MK11, you might as well be playing a new character. You can go and play a new character. It's not going to be like, oh, I invested all this time into Feng Wei. If I go from 5 to 6, it's going to be a massive jump. No, if I invest time in Tekken 7 and then pick up Tekken 8, I'll be about 70% of the way there. I just need to figure out the mechanics now.
well, again, I agree with the extreme aspect, but keep in mind, Super Turbo, when you go from Super Turbo to Third Strike, there's a high chance your character might even be in the game, like because very few original characters are actually in the game because they've been replaced by the newer characters. So I
That's true.
think that is an extreme example. And also, if you are a Super Turbo player and you're used to like I don't know playing Ryu, yes, the motions and all that stuff is the same, but you will quickly realize that that tactic is essentially irrelevant, like because of the parry system.
Yeah.
The game plays completely different. So I think and I'm not even going to talk about the versus games that essentially you know gave birth to a lot of these modern tournaments. They're completely all together, right? They're not even, yeah, Ryu shoots Hadouken with down forward. Like, who cares, right? It's a completely different game. So I think a lot of the stuff that we talk about, that we criticize Mortal Kombat for, also applies to the other games. The difference is that they have a large community to the extent that you can have a Third Strike at Evo and people will play it and many people will show up, and you can have a Street Fighter 6 and it's a modern game, people will show up, right? They just have bigger communities. I think that's really the difference. That's why we call them sub communities in Mortal Kombat, because sub kind of infers they're small, but in Street Fighter they're just communities because they're so big.
Yeah, well, I mean, in Street Fighter, it does feel like most players move over, and I know in Tekken, everybody basically moves over. This is
Yeah.
really the first time because there's so much hate towards Tekken 8 that people want to go back, other than Tekken 4. But the community was like minuscule back then
Well, let
compared
me
to what it
let
is
me
now.
ask you. I have to ask you about this, and I think this is where we will start disagreeing heavily.
Okay.
That you kind of mentioned earlier that Mortal Kombat is kind of like a divisive, controversial community. I think the tech community is just deranged. I haven't
I
watched
didn't
the
say that.
comic.
What, I said that the Mortal Kombat community is divisive.
No, not divisive. I'm quoting you misproperly, and I apologize. I think you meant like there's always like drama. People play different games. Is that kind of like? Am I
No,
paraphrasing
I didn't
correct?
mean it like that. I mean they're fractured in the
Oh,
sense that they all like different MK games, not that they're fighting with each other. It's just that
okay,
if
no,
I say I
okay,
like
fair
Mortal
enough.
Kombat, I could
Yeah.
mean 3D, and if you say you like Mortal Kombat, you could mean arcade era. So there's fracture in that sense, not in the sense
Okay,
that
okay.
if I say that, then they're gonna attack me for it.
Oh no, fair enough. I've been part of the FTC for a long time, and I feel like the tech community is just deranged. Like I've never seen this type of behavior before. Uh, you documented one instance. I think it was FeedyX. I guess people thought he wasn't critical enough of the season 2 patch, and he got some threats on Twitter.
Mm.
Uh, People just being weird, like just being deranged, aggressive. It's like I don't understand. Uh, the season 3 patch, I thought was very good. Most of the new moves are weak. That's what you people wanted, since you people cried all the time. They're not good. There's some exceptions, I guess. Victor's up back too. That's a new good move for him. But like for the most part, I think they kind of kept a lot of the stuff under control. I'm not excusing the bugs and glitches that might have come along the way.
Mm.
What is you guys' beef with the game now? What are you guys crying about now? I don't understand.
So when season 3 was coming out, they put up a video that said "Back to Basics." And back to basics was very vague. We don't really know what that meant. Like I don't think anyone really knows what it meant. We still don't really know what it meant. But in that same trailer where they're saying go back to basics, which in my mind would mean like scaling things down, bringing the power level down. We saw new ways to get into stances, new moves, and for a very, very long time now, we've been saying stop adding moves to the game. The game doesn't need new moves. We need to fix the existing problems. And when they've all been fixed, or at least we get some way into fixing them, then you can think about it. But they keep on doing the opposite. In season 2, we said that we wanted a big defensive overhaul. They said that they were going to give us a defensive patch. They did the complete opposite. They did such a bad job that they had to publicly apologize. All three of them, Harada, Nakatsu, and Murray, all made an apology about how bad the patch was. It was covered by loads of publications. So when people are saying people are crying about season 2, those people I'd say are misinformed. They don't play Tekken. For those of us that are playing Tekken, we know exactly what happened. The game was meant to go this way, and the developer said it's going to go this way, and then they took it that way. And you guys know that Japanese developers don't apologize for shit, and they apologized. So that would tell us that we were justified in complaining. In season 3, they said back to basics. We didn't go back to basics. We went further into the abyss. And once again, they apologized on Twitter. They put out a statement saying that we're looking into making some serious changes to the game because we know it hasn't met the standards that were promised. So I don't know where people are getting this whole the Tekken community are full of crybabies. What they should be saying is the Tekken developers keep on telling the Tekken community what they're going to do for them, and then they do the opposite. If I was a customer at your shop, Dave, and you said to me that you're going to bring me out something, and then you brought me out the complete opposite, and I looked at you and said, bring me out what I asked for," and then you do it again, obviously I'm going to get annoyed. Wouldn't I be justified in getting annoyed?
No, because you had the best defensive mechanic in Tekken history, and you people still complain. You know what that is?
What was that?
It was a power crush heat engagers. You may not like it, but it was a great defensive mechanic.
No,
It was
no, it
essential.
wasn't. No, it wasn't.
Yes, it
We've
was.
spoken
It was.
about this, Dave. I've told you why. We spoke about it on my podcast. I told you why.
What? Because it leads into offense. Is that
Yeah,
the
it
reason why?
leads into overwhelming, oppressive offense, like
Okay,
plus a billion.
welcome to any. Okay, what's Armor and MKX? What do you think that is?
Well, what? No, wait, hold on. We did this on my podcast. I don't want to drag your podcast down here. We cannot compare other fighting games to Tekken. If we're going to talk about Tekken, we need to stay on Tekken.
No, fair enough. It was since I'm not allowed to use examples from other fighting games. It was a overwhelmingly strong defensive mechanic, just like again in most other fighting games, led to offense. Just like a Shoryuken, if I knock you out of the air, or if I guess wrong, if I guess right and I have the right read, you can now drive rush and do some offense depending on the character. How's that different than power crush? There's no difference
I'll
at
tell
all.
you how it's different. Uh, Offense exists on a spectrum. So if I do Power Crush now, then I take back my turn. I've defended successfully and hit you, and now it's my turn. So in essence, you could say, okay, I'm on the offensive now. But that's not the same as going into heat off a power crush, because now you're minus a bazillion when that was still a thing in Tekken 8 Season 1. And now you're in a situation where the next guess could be death. That's not how a defensive mechanic should work. The way Power Crush should work is I get the read, I get you off of me, I get to reset the situation. Not I get the read, now you're dead. That was absurd. They're not the same thing at all.
Well, to me, any great defensive move leads to offense. If it doesn't, then it's weak. That's just how fighting games work.
Don't you
Again,
think
I
offense exists on a spectrum though?
No, it doesn't. Which is I agree with the what was it plus 17? Now it's plus 9 if I'm not mistaken, right? The heat engagers. So they did nerf that, and they
Yeah.
also nerfed. I think the game has many nerfs. I think the game needs more buffs.
Oh my
They
god.
over nerfed a lot of. Yeah, I'm a Mortal Kombat player. Why would I want nerfs? Nerfs usually make a game boring. They never make a game exciting, and also nerfs usually lead to massive balance issues. The reason Tekken 7 started off a great game, right? At some point, not the Leroy stuff, that was over the top. What did they do? They nerfed the crap out of everything. What did Dragunov do in Tekken 7? It was nothing. He didn't even have mids.
But
Complete waste of a character
all right,
design.
Dave, hold on. Let me put it to you like this. Yeah, I was speaking to. Do you know who? I don't know if you know him. His name's Del Walker. He's a video game developer. He worked on like The Last of Us and those kinds of games. He's been on my podcast a couple times. He
Okay.
he basically said, and this is something that people don't understand if they don't play Tekken Pro, like they're not really involved in Tekken like that. From a developer standpoint, at least this is what he told me. From a developer standpoint, Tekken shouldn't even exist. The way Tekken is put together, it doesn't even really make sense. It's too big of a game, and I understand why they make so many mistakes. I think I feel like I've given them enough leeway that some of the mistakes they've made are so ridiculous. But Tekken is so unique compared to other fighting games. That's why you get a lot of people that play Tekken that don't want to play anything else because you can't replicate the Tekken experience anywhere. You can kind of replicate some games elsewhere, but you can't do it with Tekken. And there's so many variations of the way things work in Tekken, like it's not so linear. So this is why I tell people don't bring up other games when we're talking about Tekken. It doesn't work. You scaling everybody's power up in Mortal Kombat might be fun over there. It's not fun for Tekken, and it's bad. It's actually bad for Tekken, and it's why the Tekken developers had to issue an apology. You can't treat Tekken like Guilty Gear, and you can't treat it like Street Fighter or Mortal Kombat, and you can't even make those comparisons. It's been a certain way for a very long time, and its player base has liked it that way for a very long time. They should not be listening to people that don't understand the first thing about Tekken. They should be listening to the Tekken community. They will know what's best for the game because they've been playing it for 30 years. It's a very difficult franchise to explain to people that don't play. It's one of those things where you kind of have to be playing it to understand it. From the outside looking in, you might be thinking, wow, this community is always complaining. They have nothing nice to say. But it's a very unique, particular game that you have to have hundreds of hours and thousands of hours in over a period of years to really understand why they're so pissed off at this. These newer players that have come in at the tail end of Tekken 7, where they started fucking it up, they're not going to understand. They don't get it. I've spoken to them on these podcasts for hours. They just don't understand why the core Tekken community is so annoyed. And it's almost hard for the core Tekken community to explain it to them because it's 30 years of history to go over. And in a game that is that big, that you've got developers like the guys that I've spoken to on the podcast saying that it shouldn't even exist, like it's a marvel that it even exists. It's a difficult conversation. So for you to say everything being scaled up in Tekken would be a good thing, it just tells me that you don't play Tekken. And I'm not flaming you for that, but there's no way you play the game like that to be saying something like that.
I've been playing Tekken for 25 years.
But have you been playing it, or have you been playing it?
Of course, yes. I back in the day when we had like season beatings, I made top eights. I've been involved in the local community, well, not so much recently, for a very, very long time. Here's what I have learned. If you listen to the Tekken community, your data will be all over the place because people they're the biggest crybabies of all time. As far as power levels are concerned, they used to be higher in the past. I think the so-called core audience are hypocrites. They're inconsistent and they don't know the history of Tekken. Tekken, if you play Tekken 5.0, and it's because that essentially is the basis for, like, a lot of these uh, subsequent games, right? The power levels were completely ridiculous, man. Like, I don't have to go over them because you know them, right? Steve's Infinite, Nina's bullshit, and then even in DR, like, Nee made a list of, oh my god, the damage of Tekken 8 is too high. Fool, you played a game with DR Heihachi had a 30 frame launcher that did like 80% near a wall.
I haven't
Like,
heard
these
anyone
people,
making the complaint that the damage is too high in Tekken 8. They're saying the combo length is too long.
well, no, Nee had a list, if you remember, for season 2. He made a whole list, like, made like a tweet about, what he would change. uh it was absurd. Like, these people don't know their own history, they don't know their own game.
What you're
Like,
saying?
what are
You're
they doing?
saying Nee had this up, and you're saying Nee doesn't know Tekken.
No, he doesn't. He knows Tekken, but he's a hypocrite. That's a fact.
Dave, Nee is probably one of the most knowledgeable guys on Tekken. Do you really think that you could sit on a call with him and challenge him on his views on Tekken?
I 100%, by my own knowledge of the game, not that I'm as good of a player as he is, but I know the history of Tekken and I know the games. So yeah, I stand by what I'm saying.
Okay, but the problem with what you're saying is that you're making character specific arguments, and I will agree with you that some of the balancing in the older Tekken games was all over the place. But
Mike,
a lot of the
you
time,
people
we
try.
speak about system problems. There's issues with the system. The tracking is broken. The sidestepping for some time was an issue. They addressed that, but we still have a tracking problem. Heat is a brand new mechanic, and people don't like it. Okay, the core Tekken community do not like this mechanic. It's a fresh thing, so it's not a thing where you can go, well, you had this in the past. There's been nothing like Heat ever in Tekken. There's nothing to compare it to.
No, that's accurate. But again, we go into the Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter topic. So at some point, the game, not every game has to play like Tekken 5.0, like for, ad infinitum, right? At some point, there has to be some type of evolution. Whether it was Tekken 4 with the walls, right? A lot of people hated that, and there've been a lot of adjustments. Or if you remember initially when the crush system was introduced, right? People complained about hot picks crushing their lows or whatever, lows going over their highs. Yes, that's called evolution, and it will be refined. And sometimes it's over the top, other times it's weak. But let me just say this: what was one of the most complained about things about Tekken 7, including by Mayman Sui, who's the biggest hypocrite of them all, is, oh my God, the Fina backdash! Oh my God, the counter hit launchers, they're so strong. It's like, but that was the defense. That was the meta. So people complain no matter what the meta is. They complain about defense as much as they do about offense. I see zero consistency. Zero. I think FDX has some consistency at least. He at least tried to sound like a rational human being. These other people, I don't know what they're. I seem like they just complain no matter what's top tier, no matter what the meta is. When it's defense, they complain. When it's offense, they complain. So I'm not seeing this right. Like, I don't understand where I'm
Yeah,
wrong.
I don't think that you're paying attention to the conversation close enough. I'll ask you this, just since you've been playing Tekkens back in the day. Do you think that the players back in Tekken 4 were justified in saying they want to go back to Tag 1?
Are you saying, like, would Tekken 4 players play Tekken Tag 1? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying when Tekken 4 next to Tekken 8 is probably the most controversial Tekken game, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, so when Tekken 4 came out, in the buggy mess that it was, the infinites, the skyscraper issue, the wall problems, do you think the players were justified in saying, we ain't playing this shit, we're going back to Tag 1?
I was there. No, they didn't play. They were complaining. They wouldn't play it. I played Tekken 4 because it was my first competitive Tekken game,
No,
and I
no, I
preferred
don't
it
think
over.
you. No, what I'm saying is, you remember that there was almost like an exodus from Tekken 4, right? They went back to Tag 1.
Correct. Yeah. Correct. Correct.
What I'm saying to you is that do you think they were justified in doing so back then?
Yeah, of course. And if people don't want to play Tekken 8, they're justified going back to Tekken 7.
Okay,
Nobody's stopping them.
okay. Now hold on a second. Let's open this up a little bit. If they were justified in going back to Tekken Tag 1, why would the Tekken 8 players be any different and be called crybabies for saying that they want to go back, they want a collection, or they want them to fix Tekken 8?
There's nothing to fix about the game aside from bugs.
Was
He
there
has only,
anything to fix in Tekken 4?
well, yeah, because the game has infinite combos, the game's tons of glitches, the game is like just random hitbox issues. They're and it's the game is, as far as we know, never been patched, right? Because there were patches were not a thing. So there's a difference between Tekken 4, a highly unbalanced, glitchy, and flawed game, right? In terms of the way the way the game plays in those aspects that I just mentioned. To Tekken 8, a game that's been already been patched a million fucking times, and the developers have a clear vision the way they want the game to play. They want the game to be aggressive. I'm not going to excuse certain comments, even though I do appreciate them. I think they should lie more and trigger those people because it's very entertaining for me. But I do believe that they should say to tell the truth. We know what vision they want. They want more aggression, just like how most of these other games are played. They want the game to be more, like a 50-50 type stuff. I mean, if that's not obvious at this point in the game's lifespan, why are you people still complaining about it? Like,
Well,
at some point, like you have to say, like, okay, this is the game, and if I don't like it, I need to move on.
well, okay. Don't you think that the people they're selling the game to should have some sort of say in the game that they're playing?
Yeah, of course. And you guys have had plenty of say. You guys have nerfed a lot of the characters since
Okay, well
release.
that's the way it's going to be. We're going to continue pushing to get Tekken the way we want it. The developers have said they want it to be aggressive, and we said we don't like it. So I don't see what the issue is if the community is like we want Tekken to return to what
Well,
it was. We don't
the
like it.
issue there's no what it was because what it was when it was Tekken 7, I can name you hundreds of examples of the same people who are now crying about offense were also crying about defense, with Mayman Sweet being the biggest clown of them all. Again, crying about Zafina's backdash, that's a defensive thing. Crying about countering launchers, that's a defensive thing. Crying about the backdashing meta that even like FDX talked about how he when he played I believe he played knee in the Noctis matchup, saying like, yeah, picked up all the stage. Now I'm just going to backdash for the next 15 seconds. Not going to engage at all. And obviously Harada and Murray, at that point, were like, yeah, we don't want the game to ever look like that, and they made a decision. And some people just cannot move on. They cannot accept this, so they complain, 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 complain. At some point, even I with Mortal Kombat, I'm like, dude, the game is what it is. I'm not going to change it. Like it's time to move on, play something else. The community cannot accept that. They're so stubborn and so delusional that they just cannot move on with their lives.
I don't think there's anything wrong with a player base trying to fight for their franchise to be in a state that they think is good. And I don't know what concern anybody else has. Like I've never seen other fighting game communities get their panties in a twist this much over what other people are doing. Like if the Tekken community want to sit there until they're blue in the face, screaming at the developers to fix their game, what business is it of DOA, MK, or Soul Calibur players? Like I don't understand this. I've seen other gaming communities where they go at their developers and nobody says anything. But for some reason, the fighting game community, everyone's like, "Oh, be quiet and eat your slot." I'm just why
No,
don't you guys go play your game and mind your own business?
I'm first of all, I started my fighting game career with Tekken. I'm not a Mortal Kombat player. I'm a Tekken player. I first played Tekken, then I went to Mortal Kombat. Well,
So are you
Street Fighter
part of
even.
the community now?
Yes, I wish there were people who expressed my voice. Instead, I have to listen to what you described the slop. That's the real slop to me. Will somebody please stand up and actually advocate for reason, for just some kind of nuance perspective instead of Mayman Sweet crying for the millionth time because he got hit by some offensive
Dude,
thing. It's like
it's not just main man Sweet. Like, I don't know why you keep on singling him out. It's
because
everybody is bitching about Tekken 8. It's not just him.
I think the game I like season 3 a lot. I think some of the stuff that did need to get nerfed has been nerfed, and I think the developers clearly have a um, design in mind that that they have mostly stuck to, which is
Mhm.
obviously the game is more offensive than ever, and the franchise is more offensive than ever. That is certainly true. However, if you listen to the tech community, you will again your data will be essentially just take that data and just delete it, put it in the garbage can because there's no consistency. When defense was strong in Tekken 7, the same people complained. It was the backdashes, it was the side steps, it was the counter launchers. So they a lot of the stuff that they nerfed, then we ended up with I think Tekken 7 by the end was a very bad game because of the crying. and I don't want Tekken 8 to be end up in the same way. So I beg anybody, any of the content creators, please stand up for some kind of decency at this point
Well,
and
Dave, why don't you
protect
do
this
it?
franchise.
Why don't you? You're in the Tekken community. Why don't you stand up and say something?
Well, I don't. Again, if I had been wiser, I would have started a channel a long time ago. I would have built up an audience like you are doing right now, and I would have stood up for what I believe in. Obviously, it's too late now. And by the way, I do realize I'm the minority. Obviously, I'm not speaking for some kind of a large group of people. But when I sit together with my cousin, when we used to play the game, we just play Tekken 8 like literally like 6 hours straight. We laugh at you guys. Like, you guys are just cops. You guys are clowns. Like, you don't know what you want.
Why do you have
Again,
to be insulted? This is what I don't understand, yeah. When you people like you hear an opinion you don't like, you start calling people clowns, crybabies. Like, I don't flame you for liking. You've said you like season 3. I think, like, personally, I don't know how you could, but you like it. That's good for you. I didn't call you a clown. The reason that you're getting so much maybe pushback from the Tekken community is that they're there talking to the developers, who are the people they should be directing their anger towards, and then they've got people like you calling them clowns. Why can't you talk to them with a little bit of respect and just have a respectful disagreement? It is a video game at the end of the day.
I think your criticism is justified. However, if you want to put me on the spot instead of the people, I guess, trying to beat up VDX or the people who
No
are,
one's trying to beat up VDX, bro. There's guys in my chat all the time saying they're gonna beat me up or that I'm an idiot or whatever. We don't even know if they're real people. Do you know how many bots there are online now? Nobody was trying to beat up VDX. That situation was a whole bunch of
you made a
baloney. You
you
know
made
it,
a
and I
video
know you've been on the internet long
you made
enough.
a you made a video about it. What do you mean? I don't know. You literally made a
Yeah,
video
because they
about it.
accused me. I was accused of being the one that started it all.
For one thing, is my language on the harsher side 100%, but I've never threatened anybody. If you like a game, I'm never going to say like, hey, you better watch your back at a tournament because I don't know, you like this patch and I don't. Yeah, again, my language can be harsh at times, but yes, not necessarily you, but I do think Mayman Sui is a clown. 100% he's a clown because all he does is complain, and I think it sends the wrong message to the community that we're trying to build. So from the outside
He
looking,
doesn't. He
in,
doesn't just complain. One of the criticisms that people have had of Main Man Sui is that they feel the word that gets attributed to that guy is that he's shilling Tekken 8. I don't even necessarily think that he's shilling Tekken 8, but people make that criticism of him all the time. So how could he simultaneously be a hater and be a shill? I watched this video where he went over the changes and he said there was a lot of positive things about season 3, but there was a lot of negatives as well. He gave a fair take on it when I actually sat there and listened to him. So how could he be a shill by way of the Tekken community and also be a hater? That doesn't make any sense.
because most people in the tech community right now, they despise not all of them, they despise Tekken 8, right? They despise the heat system, they despise the offense, they despise this idea of aggression. So criticizing the game is never enough for them. I mean, they want, they want certain people fired. With one, they already succeeded. Unfortunately, I liked Harada. I think he was doing a great job. I think he's definitely
Harada
like
didn't get fired.
well, he didn't get fired, but the honestly, if not per se, but I do believe he was probably driven off by the negative feedback that people gave Tekken 8. You don't think it
Oh,
had something to
bro,
do with it?
that is business though. You put a product out and you do something people don't like, you get negative feedback. Do you think I've never put something on Twitter or YouTube and gotten roasted? Do you think I'm just gonna pack up my YouTube channel and be like, well, the one time you guys don't like me, I'm leaving? That's what happens. Like the thing with Tekken is that it'd been riding a high for a long time. There wasn't really any criticism towards Tekken apart from Tekken 4 and maybe Revolution. Other than that, people were pretty cool with Tekken, or they were just like whatever about it. Tekken 8 is the first time they got real pushback. So if Harada packed his bags because he got negative feedback, I'm gonna shrug my shoulders about that. That's not why I think he left. I think he's gotten older. Itagaki passed away, and I think it affected him. He probably wants to explore new opportunities. I don't think Harada's got such a lack of backbone that he left because people didn't like his game. He left because he's an older man now. He's been working on Tekken all his life. He just wanted to do something different. The community didn't push him out. He hasn't said that, so people assuming that it's like they're trying to start something. They get the Tekken community. They pushed Harada out, and we don't know that. Did Harada say that?
Well, to be fair, he never did. But I do believe, I don't have any. I guess again, I'm not friends with the guy, but I do believe that the community, I wouldn't call it push out. I think they were just toxic. I mean, it was just ridiculous. Some of the stuff that I saw on Twitter that were posting about him, which was completely
Bro,
I
every
would never.
every Twitter community is toxic. Do you not remember what they were like in MK11 when Melina wasn't in the game?
No,
They,
absolutely, and
they were sending death threats to Ed Boon. I
yeah,
actually
and
saw them.
yeah, and I was against that as well, and I spoke out against that.
But that's my point, is that all Twitter is a cesspool of degeneracy, and it has some of the worst people on there. You could say anything on Twitter and they somehow spin it into the worst thing possible. So yeah, if you became a fighting game developer, there'll be people sending you death threats. I'm not saying it's okay, but if you became a content creator, they'll also do the same thing. It's you just got to play the game. That these
but
people exist.
yeah,
It is what it is.
but the case in point, there's always an overwhelming, overwhelming dose of negativity. There's very few positive stuff. So for you to ask me, well, why is the tech community negative? Well, I know why they're negative because that's the algorithm, right? By the way, it's not just Tekken 8. If you go on Twitter for any game, you would think, oh my god, this game is crap. You would think Street Fighter 6 is this garbage game. You would think Guilty Gear is garbage. You would think Mortal Kombat 1 is the worst game ever made, right? But when you actually play those games and actually interact with the people who actually play them, it's like, okay, now actually I feel like I'm having a conversation with human beings. So to me, though, look, I will say this. I will end on this note. I've looked at videos, mainman speed, FDX. I see no direction. I don't see anything. It's like it's nothing. There's nothing there, right? Because
Because of the
especially,
game.
well, I'm talking about in the sense that when defense was strong, which by the end of Tekken 7's lifespan, it was very strong. They complain about that. When
No, by
now
the
the
end of
offense,
Tekken 7's lifespan, they started to mess things up. Don't you remember Murray's tweet about sidestepping in the Hell Suite? Season 2 was where people were happy. Tekken 7 Season 2 is where it was the sweet spot. Everyone was happy. Season 3 hit and it went to shit. I mean, I played Marduk and they even made him ridiculous. That they increased the range on his attacks tenfold. They made sidestepping way more difficult, backdashing way more difficult away from him. Like Tekken 7 Season 2 is where people were happy. After that, it went sideways.
I like the buffs. I think usually the more buffs, the better a fighting game is. I don't care which fighting game it is. For Tekken, I like it. I like season 2 patch. I think some stuff needed to get nerfed. Like some of the, I use Lars. I didn't like down forward 1-1-3 being saved, the second hit, guaranteeing the last one and doing like 40 damage. That was obviously out of control. Or, like uh the when he, the stomp, you kind of had to guess not only on the low, but then you had to guess on the punish. That was obviously over the top. So, but I did like Lars getting buffed. Like, why should he? He was trash at Tekken 7. Why should he be trash for another, 7, 8 years? So I liked most of the buffs. Some of the stuff was over the top and needed to be nerfed. And I think that's what they've been doing because this is a huge difference between, I don't know, release day Dragunov and the Dragunov that, that people are using right now. I think the Dragon right now is perfectly fine. And I don't think he needs more nerfs at all.
We're just gonna have to agree to disagree. Look, if you enjoy Tekken 8, then I'm happy for you. If you're having a good time, good for you. I don't think this whole like calling the Tekken community clowns because they're voicing their opinions is helpful. If you're wondering why some of them are so visceral towards maybe people like you or other people, it's because you keep on calling them names. I would suggest if people don't like the discourse in Tekken right now, and they don't like where the core community is pushing the conversation, just play the game. The developers aren't even listening to us anyway. So you kind of won. Calling people names is just going to turn the conversation ugly.
If those people want to be taken seriously, I think the first thing is you need to be consistent. You cannot be consistent when you cried by you. I don't necessarily you, Mike, but like some of these people cried about defense when it was strong. Now that offense is strong, they're doing the same crying. There's
But you're
no
making an unfair argument here. You keep using Zafina as the argument. Zafina's one character in a game of like what 50 characters. That's not a good
correct.
argument. But the argument that people have with Tekken 8 is the system mechanics of the problem. They're not really citing one character. You might have like Anna in the conversation, or like the chip damage that Kuma was doing, but overall they're talking about the system. You keep on talking about one character. Like Kunimitsu and Zafina, yeah, they were irritating in Tekken 7. Was Tekken 7 perfect? No, not even close. But people weren't complaining about the system as a whole. Tekken 8, everything that holds the game together is pissing people off. That is the difference here.
No, I understand that argument. The problem is that uh, I cannot take that argument too seriously because you have to analyze the game as a whole, whether it's the characters themselves who are causing the issues or not, or the system itself. To me, it really makes no difference. I'm just
How could
saying,
that not make a difference, Dave? A character
but
is
let me,
one.
because broadly speaking, you would agree that defense in Tekken 7 is vastly superior to Tekken 8. Is that correct?
Yeah, it is because it wasn't as
Yeah.
impressive in Tekken 7.
Well, exactly. And the reason it was because you had current launchers, which for the top tier were almost universal. They were ubiquitous. Um, then you had certain characters like, who had better backdashes like Alyssa and Zafina, they were complaining about. So, and it seems to me like people just want to play another Tekken 7. Right? You just want to play
No,
another Tekken 7.
that is always the low hanging point that the low hanging statement people make. I don't want them to make Tekken 5.1 or Tekken 7.1. Like that's not what I'm asking for. And I also don't mind a series evolving, but not all
Well,
evolution is created equal, right? They evolved Street Fighter 4 to Street Fighter 5 and people didn't like it. And people didn't play it that much, not until the end of the game. That evolution was not positively received. They changed it up again in Street Fighter 6, and now it's the biggest fighting game in the world. So evolution is fine. I don't want to pay for the same game. I might as well go play FIFA. But just because I don't want to pay for the same game doesn't mean that I'm going to like all your changes. That's why I said it sounds like you're just telling people here, have your slop and eat it. Like, stop complaining. Not all evolution is the same.
no, I never.
The next Tekken game could bring in new system mechanics that you think are crap, but that is still an evolution of the series. So it's not all the same. One evolution of the series can be good, one can be bad. It just so happens that this time, at least to the hardcore players, this one was bad. They might get it right next time. Who knows?
Again, that's the tech community. This is what the tech community does. Like, guys, imagine me. I got top 8 at Evo, right? 2012 with zoning and with Freddy. And then in the next game, I'm like, dude, this character, nerf all the zoning. I don't want this in the game. That's the tech community. There's no consistency. There's zero.
That's not true because you already made a point about main man, which was untrue. You
No, it's
kept
100%.
it's not 100% true because one of the biggest criticisms that main man has received, and you can even look at my chat right now, as soon as I say it, people in the Tekken community were calling him a shill. You're calling him a hater. Those two things
I
can't
never
exist
said
at the
he was
same
a
time.
hater. No, I never called him a hater. I said he's inconsistent.
You called him
I
a
don't think he hates.
clown. You called him
Well,
a
he is a
clown.
clown.
You said that he
He is.
complains constantly, and you said
He
he's
does.
inconsistent. But the Tekken
Correct.
community are saying that he's a shill. Well, not everyone, but a lot of people. That's what people say. Now, I'm not
Well, I mean,
saying that's
yeah.
true about him. Just to make that clear. But what I'm saying is, your perception of him and their perception of him cannot exist at the same time. So one of you has got it wrong.
Well, it actually can exist. If a lot of the Twitter crowd, the mob on Twitter, who's always anti everything, of course they're gonna think that he's a shill because God forbid, I don't know, he says a couple of good things about season 3 or season 2. He's the biggest villain in the community, and I'm yeah, for a guy who has amassed such an audience, I 100% believe it. However, the truth is that he has been inconsistent, and I can show you videos. Right, you cannot complain about defense in Tekken 8. Defense in Tekken 8 when heating, when Power Crush existed and they were strong, that's the best defensive option, universal of all time.
In
Like in
your
Tekken,
opinion,
that's just a fact.
in your opinion, I have never met someone that agrees with that opinion. Maybe your cousin or your brother you said you're playing with. I have
Yeah,
never seen someone say that. Like even when you said it on my podcast like a year ago, everybody was like, "What the fuck?" And that's fine. That's your opinion, but that's your opinion. That's not an opinion that's shared by anybody that knows anything about Tekken that I have ever spoken to.
can sidestep in Tekken be used defensively?
And sidesteps in Tekken be used
Yeah,
defensively? Of
correct. Or
course.
like a back. Yeah. So next time you sidestep something and you play good defense, do not launch it because you're doing defense to start offense. Okay. Next time you backdash a move, don't whiff punish it because you're using defense to start offense.
Is that really the hill you want to die on, Dave?
Well, that's
Did
essentially what
you
you're
hear what
saying.
you just said?
Yes, I know exactly what I said. There's no, again, everything that can be used defensively to an extent can also be used offensively. Guys, the next time you parry something, I don't know whether it's with Clive or Leroy, do not follow up with anything because you're using something defensively, you're turning it offensively. Like this is not an argument, my friend. This is comical.
That's Dave. Listen, I'm not even gonna argue. There's no point in me arguing that one. That we can just leave that one there. I'm fine. I'm fine. If you
Okay.
want to take that W, you take that W. There's
Okay. Do me
nobody.
a favor.
I don't need to even argue that one. If you play Tekken, you would know how unbelievably ridiculous it is what you just said.
I don't think this is ridiculous at all. It just follows your logic.
It doesn't.
I
It
would just
doesn't even remotely follow my logic. Not even
do me a
remotely.
favor. Do me a favor. On one of your videos, can you at least you don't have to have me on because again, I appreciate you've had me on too many times already. At least present the other side of the argument instead of just like presenting one side of the story. Because there are people who actually enjoy playing this game, and the numbers, not so much the sales, but the tournament numbers have been mostly consistent. Honestly, like they've
Dave,
been.
I do represent the other side of the argument. I just had After School Sophie and Shinblade on there. They're the two biggest Tekken 8 defenders. And the stream had like 600 people watching. I always
Well,
bring on people to disagree with me. If you
no,
watch
that's
the channel, you know that I've always been consistent
true,
with
and
that.
I haven't. Yeah, it's correct, and I haven't watched you in a while because a lot of the stuff to me is the same way. Just real quick, speak. You're. I don't know why you were beefing with Mayman Sui. You guys agree on everything. Like you agree like 90% of everything. Like what's there to disagree? Like
Did
that to
you
me.
watch the video?
No, I did not. It
Well,
was. I know he.
we weren't beefing over Tekken. He made a comment about me. That's why we were beefing.
No, I understand. I'm saying correct. I watched a little bit of it. I know it wasn't about Tekken, but like you guys, like when it comes to the game, you essentially agree on everything, just like most of the community. Like there's really no disagreements there, right? As far as the actual substance, forget about personal issues, right? Like you guys pretty much agree on everything. Like the game is broken, everything needs to be nerfed, etc., right?
Yeah, but what's that got to do with my beef with him?
I know, but like there's nothing to beef, and the real beef should be in the Tekken
Dave, he
community.
made a comment about me that was insulting. It had nothing to do with the game. If Tom Brady randomly went on his account and went fuck Mike Hollow, just because me and Tom agree on Mortal Kombat, that's a separate issue now. The main man made a comment about me and my channel, not about Tekken.
No, I understand that, but what I'm saying is I want to see actual substantive beef. I want to see beef with, people uh criticizing I have to be very careful now what words I use, criticizing the critics for their inconsistent views, whether it's in the past or the current ones. I would like to see more of a push against those type of
But
people.
why would I
And right
beef
now,
main man over his opinions on the game?
no,
Like,
no,
I'm
not
not a
saying
child. I wouldn't beef someone over their opinions on the game. I just
no,
talk to them.
not beef, consistent, productive arguments defending Tekken 8 in the sense that the developers have a vision for the game. If you dislike it, you can still complain. I'm not saying don't complain. I'm just saying criticize the people who in the past also complained about defense and now are saying offense is strong. That's what I would like to see.
Do you know what?
Like call
Next time I do a Tekken Talk, Dave, you're welcome to join.
thank you.
And then you can do it because these are your beliefs, right? I'm not gonna peddle your beliefs because I don't believe them. I couldn't muster up the courage to even repeat them on camera, to be honest with you. But if you want to do it, I'll give you the floor. I wouldn't
Oh no,
disrespect you. You can say whatever you want. Like next time I do a Tekken Talk, you can come on and I'll have the Tekken players there. You could tell them what you just told me.
I will. Yeah, I will.
All right.
But I do want to. I know Franco's been listening. He could kind of. I know it's not like Tekken per se, but do you believe that having like stronger power levels is a good or bad thing, or does it depend on the game? Like, because I think that's the fundamental disagreement here that we kind of have. Again, I believe they're better overall. The stronger the characters, the better. I think the more the balanced the game is.
No, I disagree. It's very dependent on the game. Um, like I could even take an anime fighting game, for example, like a Dragon Ball Z game. You would think with Dragon Ball Z the power levels should be through the roof, but that's only going to be true if you're playing like Tenkaichi or Sparking Zero. But if you're playing something like Burst Limit or you're playing something like Super Dragon Ball Z, those games are closer to traditional fighting games. So you wouldn't really want the power levels to be through the roof because it wouldn't make sense for that style of game. So just having high power levels is not a good thing. It might be a good thing for Marvel games. It might be a good thing for Mortal Kombat. but it's not necessarily going to be a good thing for, I don't know, like Tekken or DOA or Soul Calibur. It's going to be dependent on what the game is trying to do.
But in the past, power levels have been higher in Tekken.
They haven't, Dave, because heat exists in this game, so everybody turns into a Super Saiyan.
But you wouldn't put like Tekken 5 on Steve, even I don't know, even I don't season 2 release Lars. Like you wouldn't put him on the same pedestal as like Tekken 5.0 Nina or like I don't know, a special mid hitting EWGF and Tekken Tag 1. I don't think it's even the same thing.
But again, you're taking specific characters in giant rosters. I'm taking the entire roster because of the system. The system in Tekken 8 has made it so all the characters are acting in ridiculous ways. It's not comparable. Otherwise, let me ask you this. What do you think the developer's vision was for Tekken 8? And do you think they succeeded with that vision?
Yeah, I believe it was to make the game more aggressive. It was to make the game more like about mix-ups to force pressure,
Yep.
and I believe they succeeded. I
Okay.
think the one aspect in which they failed is removing Power Crush heat engagers.
Okay, but but okay, then you concede the point. The developers succeeded in their design philosophy. They made the game far more aggressive, far more oppressive, and even though they've nerfed the heat 100 times, it's still the most aggressive Tekken game. So all the characters in this version of Tekken are as oppressive as they've ever been. They're not broken as like it's Tekken 5, Steve, but the system itself is so over the top that this is the highest power level that we've ever experienced in Tekken across the
Correct.
board.
Yeah, across the board. Yes, and that's why I like the game a lot. Like I don't want to play games like Tekken 7 in which Dragunov doesn't have a mid. Fakram was essentially useless. Uh, Dviloy, yes, needed to be massively nerfed, got over nerfed. Lars was
But
never
wait,
good.
hold on a second. Why, by your logic, why would they nerf Leroy? You like high power levels, don't you?
Yes, but not when he appears 6 or 7 times in one tournament in the top 8. That's
Okay,
obviously
so
now.
so you would agree that that power level is a bit too high, right?
Well, it's not that it's like it's too high in the sense that the other characters he was significantly better. He was like the Tekken 5.0 Steve of the game, right? Why would I want that?
But that's still power
Because
level. His power level was still absurd compared to everybody
no,
else, wasn't it?
no, no. You just said something previously. Across the board, his power level didn't match what was across the board in the game at that time. That's why, and the results reflected that. I like when the power levels are high across the board because that means now I can have fun picking 3 different characters. I don't have to use a low tier character. Leroy at that point was like 2, 3, even maybe 4 times better as the next best character. Like that's not balanced.
So do
That's
you
not across
think
the
that they should have brought all the characters up to Leroy's level instead?
board. I think no, because he was too strong. But I would have nerfed him less, and I would have buffed a lot of the low tiers. Like
But Dave, you're
I don't
being
know.
inconsistent now. You said that more power in a game is better. So if you bring everybody up to Leroy's level in Tekken 7, that's more power. Now you're
Well,
saying no.
no, because it's that you're strawmanning, slippery sloping my argument. That's like saying you like Tekken 7, you want everybody to be as weak as I don't know, like Kuma in that game. What? Not it depends, right? What I'm saying across the board, I want higher powers. Does everybody have to be like Tekken 5.0 Steve? No, of course not. Like because that's too high. But in general, buffing characters and characters being stronger, not like everybody's like Leroy, everybody's Tekken 5.0 Steve. No, but like they should be better.
Okay, so you have your line though. You agree Leroy was too much.
Yeah, of course, of course. Just
Okay,
like
cool.
Tekken
That's fine.
5.0
And then
Steve.
how are we crybabies for having our own line?
Well, your line is not. It's not necessarily that you do not have a line. Again, about it, you, I don't mean necessarily you. It's that it's inconsistent in the sense that some of the same people who claim now that offense is way too strong are also some of the same people who also complain about certain defensive characters in the game.
You're citing two people, one of which I disagree with your evaluation of him, and then the other's FDX. What about the whole Tekken community?
I'm also well. I'm not gonna like name every single person, but like I'm just generally speaking, when I read something on Twitter, and I read about Tekken 8, and I read how about how strong the offense was, and then I also see how they complain about, I don't know, counter hit launchers, or they complain about power crush heat gauges. That to me is an inconsistent talking point.
Right. Okay. Well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree. I disagree with your evaluation of this, and I think that you were kind of hypocritical there, but that's fine.
Well,
We-
that's like saying I can also say you hypocritical. That's like me saying you want every jab to be -8, you want down forward ones to be -8. Is
I
that low
didn't
enough for
say
you? Do you
I
want me to?
didn't say that.
I know, but because I know you didn't, but I also, please don't strawman my argument. Like,
I'm not. You
of course,
said that power levels, things being more powerful in games is good, and then you said Leroy was too powerful.
yeah, obviously there's a deck, there's a line. I don't want characters to be like Tekken 5.0 Steve Strong. Like, what is that irrational?
Yeah,
Like,
and the Tekken community doesn't want
yeah,
the characters to be as strong as they are. They're not being irrational either. You just disagree with them.
yeah, and that's okay. I said I like it to powers to be stronger overall. That doesn't necessarily mean that I want play a game with a bunch of release they Leroy's, right? And I think I could be wrong. It seems some of you just want to play a version called Tekken 5.0, right? It's a version from Tekken 5. They just took a crap on all the top tiers.
But I just
They
told you that's
removed.
not true. We like 10 minutes ago. I
I
said to
think
you that's not true.
no, no, not. I don't think you would want to play it, but I generally, in my heart, believe a lot of them would like. They would. Oh my God, this is great. Nina now, she has nothing. This is awesome. I feel so good playing this game. I generally, in my heart, believe then they would be happy. Like
Yeah,
when you have power levels.
sometimes less is more. Sometimes less is
Well,
more.
I again, it depends how broken it is. We're talking Leroy, yes, less is more. If you're talking about, I don't know, should Dragonov now be nerfed more? I think that's insanity.
Could I throw a comment in after listening to this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Like I didn't play Tekken 8 or Tekken in general as much as you guys have, so like sorry if I'm like not the best like outsider looking in, but like
That's cool.
after hearing both of you guys, like the way that Tekken 8 achieved, I guess, balance in Dave's eyes is like through the heat engagers and heat system, whatever I forgot they're called, rage arts, right? There's
Yeah,
heat engagers and there's rage arts.
yeah.
That the two things are. I played a little bit of King, so I kind of played like a tiny bit of Tekken 8,
Hmm.
but like the way they achieve balance to where everybody has their type of BS, like do you not like how they gave characters their own form of BS and with the systems that play being engagers and rage arts, like do you feel like that's like not the way of balance of like is that what you disagree with like Tekken 8 is like that's like causing the problem like sure they achieved balance because everybody has BS through the mechanics but is that like what the problem is in most of the Tekken community's eyes like if
Yeah,
I'm understanding kind of correctly.
yeah, they don't want to be BS when they're playing the game. I think most Tekken players would probably feel like that. I think it's hard for maybe MK players to understand this or even Marvel players because the games are riddled with BS. So those communities have become accustomed to dealing with nonsense. But Tekken's had its fair share of nonsense like all games, but for the most part, the community has always enjoyed more neutral based, poking based gameplay. When you've got a game where they've turned Devil Jin into like a Shonen Jump anime character flying across the screen, and they've taken Nina and given her guns, and now Anna's got a bazooka, and King's doing 10 different things with 10 different throws and ways that don't even make sense to people. And they've just changed characters in such drastic ways and riddled them with BS. Yeah, the community's going to go, this isn't Tekken. Like, if we wanted to play an anime fighting game, we'll just go play an anime fighting game. We don't want to see the same shit that exists in every other fighting game. I don't want a meter in my Tekken game. I don't want supers in my Tekken game, to be honest with you. I wasn't happy when they brought them in Tekken 7. And when people say this, it's like everybody's like, oh, what do you mean? And I'm like, what do you mean? We had, what, 8 Tekken games before this with the tag games where these things didn't exist? So obviously, the Tekken community has become accustomed to not having those things in their game. And then when they put them in these new games, other communities are like, what are you guys complaining about? I'm just like, was everybody else on the moon? We don't play the same fighting game that everybody else is playing. We don't have supers in our games. We don't have those mechanics. This is all alien to the Tekken community.
Yeah, when I was playing Tekken for the short time I was playing like and again I'm no Arslan Ash, I'm no Knee, you know, not even best locally in my area, so but again like, you know, take mine with a grain of salt maybe, but Like my opinion on the game, like relative to the time I played it and at the level I played it at, like I feel like engagers, if I had to compare them to anything MK wise, like it felt like a really overbearing comeback mechanic. Like I feel like you shouldn't have your heat engagers, or I'm sorry, I'm getting mixed up. The rage art. I feel like you should not have that every round of every match. Like I feel like one rage art per match should be like the thing. And when I
Mm.
was using my heat engager as king, like he does like that, I think that judo chop or something, or like a sledgehammer fist slam or something that kind of has like a lot of reach, like horizontally, like what like tracking, right?
Yeah.
Uh, like it just seemed like a fuck neutral kind of move. And then he would do like that follow up kick and start running and force like a 50-50. And I think those things have armor, right?
Yeah.
Like it just seemed like a very easy way to like just enforce offense. Like I literally set my right stick as my heat engager for or that move.
Hmm.
And it was just at the click of a button and now I'm like enforcing like a 50-50 like with ease. Like in my opinion, and I'm on the side of high power levels as well, the best high power level example in the top tier I'd like to give an example to is like MK9 Cabal. Like he's one of the highest, if not the highest execution character in the roster. But for the cost that you have to like in time and investment you have to put into him, you're rewarded with the best character in the game. Now, obviously, he's like a hyper top tier example because he literally beat the whole roster at least 6-4,
Yeah.
had no 5-5s. But I feel like that's how a top tier should be done in terms of like have a high execution barrier and you're rewarded for that investment into the character. Now, I'm sure activating these heat engagers or even rage arts to a certain extent, they don't take much time to grasp or master. Like you kind of just do it and now you're kind of potentially going to steamroll your opponent. Like,
Yeah.
is that
Everything
fair to
is
say?
everything is given in Tekken, and it was never that way before. Everything used to be earned in Tekken. So now you're given a super attack when you're losing. You're given rage mode every round. You're given heat. What they could have done with heat is they could have made it so that um, you start the round with nothing, and the moves that you would engage heat with, so like Feng's shoulder back 1+2 puts him in heat. Have that be a move that if you use this move, you get rewarded with a little bit of meter, and work your way up into earning the meter. And then after you've used it, it's gone. Then it feels a little bit more special. Then it feels like you'll have to put an element of strategy into the game and figure out, do I want to use my meter now or do I want to use it later on? But you don't have to do that in Tekken 8 because every round is like, here's your meter, here's your meter, here's your meter. It's like, and if you get beaten up, here's your super attack. And it's so like left field for Tekken where it felt like most things had to be earned in Tekken. Like there were no super moves or anything like that. It was like you just have to fight and beat your opponent. And then Tekken 7 brought in super attacks and then they evolved that. And it just feels lazy and homogenized. Like sometimes I don't even want to use heat, but if I want to punish my opponent with my shoulder and I haven't used my heat meter, now I have to use it. Maybe I don't want to. It forces you into these situations that sometimes the aggressor doesn't even want to be in, and the defender definitely doesn't want to be there. It just feels like even though all the characters have their own moves, the game plan is very homogenized in Tekken 8. It's not fun to play, which is why I haven't played it since season 3 came out. I streamed it once because obviously it was a new season. We were checking everything out. I was disappointed and I was like, this just isn't my Tekken. I set up my 60 gigabyte PS3 in the front room, played Tekken Tag 2. I'm very happy playing that game over this game. Playing Tekken 6. Those feel like Tekken games to me despite their problems. This, I don't know, this is for a new audience. So no, this is not for the someone like me that I started on Tekken 1. So for me, this is like alien shit. I don't know. I don't even know what I'm looking at half the time.
The
Yeah, I
irony,
think
can
I
I
think
just
it is
mention,
part of. Oh, good.
hold on. The irony is that Tekken Tag 2 is an incredibly brutal game to play because, um, one, it just rage alone. Um, I mean, where do I start? Like the long combos, the rage, and then you have like characters coming in with rage. Throws are very, very difficult to like escape. My cousin and I played that game like 7 hours straight. Obviously, I accept everything, and I'm not a whiner. But like that game, you really have to have balls. Like your balls have to be made out of steel if you're gonna tolerate that game because if you if you miss your combos and your opportunities, Jinpachi's gonna come in up 4-4, down 4, half life. Capos, with their like, what is that stupid thing? Back one, like the game is incredibly brutal to play, man. Like, and it's ironically also because of its universal mechanics. This is what I mean when I say
Well,
inconsistency.
wait,
Uh,
let's talk about that. What do you mean?
well, I just gave you a universal example.
No, you said
Tekken
the universal mechanics. What do you mean by that?
Rage in Tekken Tag 2.
Yeah, okay. What? But what about it?
Well, it's fucking crazy. The damage is
Yeah,
off the chart.
but
Yes.
just
So,
now, Dave, I just said despite those games' problems. I know Tekken Tag
well,
2 has problems, like every Tekken game.
well, that's the way I look at Tekken 8. I don't justify everything, but despite the problems, to me, Tekken 8 is still Tekken.
Yeah, but to
And
you,
just like,
not to the core audience.
well, I think the core audience makes no sense. Just like with all due respect, you now makes no sense because you accept Tekken Tag 2, despite, in my humble opinion, the power levels are not higher, but the game is a lot more frustrating to play because
It's
of
harder.
rage alone. Of rage alone, because you can have like literally like 80% combos, even death combos in certain scenarios. Throws are absolutely brutal. I was watching the game actually not too long ago, like a long set. Koreans were getting thrown like rag dolls. I mean, that's how difficult throws are to escape in that game. And
That's
this
a
is a
skill.
stupid
That's
thing.
a skill issue.
Well, if the Koreans cannot do it, then I don't know what does. I wouldn't necessarily
Yeah, but that's a
describe
that's a
it as.
that's a difficulty thing. If you don't like Tekken Tag 2 because it's really difficult, I understand that. I get.
No, I
I
understand.
know Tekken Tag 2 is difficult.
I, I don't think the game is actually that difficult as people claim that the game is. You can always use easy top tiers. They exist in every fighting game. You can use Lars and you can use Bob, and maybe you can pair them up with Bruce or Dragunov. There you go. You
No,
don't have to
but
use Mish.
there's a big difference to him, and this is something that me and Arsenal have both spoken about. And this is something the developers said. So when people tried to ignore it and say it's not happening, like the developers literally said it out of their own mouths. They said that they were going to close the gap between high and low level players, and that's what they did in Tekken 8. So someone that is less skilled in conventional Tekken historically is going to have a much better chance of beating somebody that is more highly skilled. In Tekken Tag 2, it don't matter what combination you put together, Dave. If someone is a bracket above you, they're going to smoke you. And there's Jinpachi is going to save you. And you know that because you played it. If you go up against somebody that is much better than you in Tag 2, you don't stand a chance. And that is one of the reasons why people didn't like it. Because it was extremely difficult and it was extremely unforgiving. Now, I know that rage is a problem in that game because I played Jinpachi and Marduk. So I understand that people would get very pissed off with my team. But I still have way more fun on that game despite its damage output. I don't like the heat mechanic. If heat was in Tekken Tag 2, I would never turn it on again. Ever. I hate the heat mechanic. It's a brand new mechanic. And acting like Tekken was always like this is bizarre to me. There's no Tekken game that plays like Tekken 8 because of that mechanic.
To me, I disagree with your assessment that somehow in the old days you had to earn stuff. I'm just gonna give you some top. By the way, yes, you're right when you describe it as a universal thing, right? That's true. But remember, I'm just talking about the meta. I'm talking about like these are the top tiers. This is the game. Nobody's using the low tiers. That's what people play. They come to a local, they drove 30 minutes, whatever, an hour. They put in the $20 to enter. You're gonna play against the top tier, son. That's the meta. I don't care what's universal, what isn't. To me, that's what's universal about the game. So, but here's the point I'm trying to make. Like, I played Tekken 4. We don't even have to talk about that game, right? That's super obvious. Tekken 5.0, that's another one. Tekken Tag 1, played it a little bit. The game's broken as fuck. Like, Tekken 6.0, if you guys could play it in arcades, it was just a disaster. Like, it was so bad. Nothing in that game was earned because Bob was top tier. Fast forward to Tekken 6 BR. Guess who stopped here? And guess what you saw at Evo if you watched it? Bob and Lars. No, there's no earning there. This is a myth. Tekken 7, it depends which patch you're talking about, right? One of the patches was Leroy, right? That we discussed already. Is that earned? Of course not. It's a joke. Tekken 8, I don't have to talk about. There's no such thing as earned. That's just a
Okay, this is all
complete
a
false
lie.
premise.
I'll tell you why this is a lie. Yes,
Why
the
is it a lie?
top tiers exist in those games. That's not something you have to worry about, Dave. You were never going to be in a situation where you had to worry about high tier Bob. You were playing against your brother or whoever else who are probably at best at Tekken 6 intermediate players. So the Tekken community, or people like you complaining saying, "Oh, Tekken Tag 2 had the Capos and Tekken 4 had Jin." Half of them are not playing against those players that really utilize those characters at their level. And a lot of people like you say, "Oh, Tekken 7 was a backdash simulator." You weren't dealing with that online. Tekken 7, by all accounts, is one of the more aggressive Tekken games. It was only at the highest level that you were seeing guys backdashing over and over again. Online, you weren't getting that. And you would know, I mean, I played Tekken 7 for over 2,000 hours on just one account. That weren't what Tekken 7 was to most players. At the highest level, yeah, that's what you were seeing. But you see that in high level fighting as well. Two good fighters, they stand around because they know if anyone goes in, something could go sideways. So this is all a myth. You're not dealing with Tekken 6 BR Bob at the highest level. You're dealing with your brother in the front room who's probably playing Bob at an intermediate level. You ain't got to worry about that stuff.
First of all, you do realize that my cousin, I believe, I don't remember the exact set, he was competing against people like the late Slips, and he was going even if not beating them. Like, I think you were severely underestimating the level that at some point we were playing the game.
Is that the
But this
level?
game,
Were you playing it at the highest level?
I'm not saying didn't say I was playing at the highest level, but I think intermediate, dude.
That's what
I
I
played
just
the game
said.
at
I just
no, it
said
was
you were
not.
likely playing at an intermediate level.
No, I wasn't. I was playing at a higher level than intermediate. Was I playing at an Ars and Ash or knee level? Of course not. But like intermediate, like, dude, I played a game at a higher level than that. Now, again, I'm not at the highest level because I'm not those guys. But so your entire premise is wrong. And no, Tekken 7 was not just a defensive fest at the highest level. It was also a defensive fest even at lower levels. Why? Because any moron can pick up, I don't know, Noctis and try and limit your offense with the counter hit launcher. How do I know? Because I was doing it to better players. So this is again, this is the
Dave,
delusion.
are you saying if we turn on Tekken 7 now, you're gonna do that to me?
Well, I haven't played Tekken 7 in years. I'm not
I
gonna do
ain't
it to
played
you
it in
right
years. I
now.
ain't played it in years either.
Well,
That's not
I'll
happening to people that have two functioning brain cells. You're playing against green ranks.
no, I'm not. I was not at green ranks because I'm playing the game. I was playing the game. I don't remember what my rank was, but I was just like with Tekken 8. I had a very high rank. Again, that doesn't mean I'm gonna beat up Nee or Ars and Nash or even you. It's just that I think you're underestimating the level that was playing the game in. So, but either way, you can do whatever you could say whatever you want. I don't even care. But the point is, no, this stuff is visible at even lower levels than you assume. You just want to you just think Tekken 8 is the scrubby thing. Somebody does rage and they come in and they mix you up. Yes, to an extent, that's true. But I can also say the same thing about the other games. And I feel like the other games were worse because the top tier characters in those games were a lot more broken than they are now.
Dave,
That's the
you
difference.
said that the developers achieved their vision, and their vision was to lower the skill ceiling. Their vision
I
was
didn't
to
say
close the gap between lower
I
level and
didn't.
high
That's what
level.
you said. That's what you
No,
said. I
I
didn't
asked
say
you.
that.
I asked you earlier on if the developers achieved what they set out to do, and you said yes.
Yeah, I said yes to the fact that the game is more offensive. That's why I talked about aggressiveness being more
Okay,
prevalent.
fine. Let's say that you didn't say that. I'm going to ask you now then. Harada,
Yeah.
Murray, and Nakatsu all said that their goal was to make it so that a lower level player has an easier time getting into this game and beating the more skilled players. Do you think they achieved that?
No.
Okay. Well, we can just agree. We can go back to Mortal Kombat because we're not going to agree on anything.
Yeah. Well,
I actually do agree that this is the part of the issue I have with modern fighting games is they are trying to make it more accessible for lower level players and bridge the skill gap, make them closer to like the higher like levels. I disagree with that. Like in MKX, like, if you were playing like a low level player, like you kind of knew it was kind of obvious. Like you were just watching like a mot fest. Like it was very one sided and like that's something me, my brother, and Michelangelo talk about, and you don't really see that as much with like MK11 or MK1 even. Like, yeah, sure, like the better player usually does win, but like the gap is still like I don't think like I know the casual fan base makes the majority of sales and competitors are a minority, whatever, but in terms of longevity of a game's life, like the tournament players do matter because we keep the game alive and relevant. The casuals get us our sales, and hopefully we'll have another game in the future at some point. But we keep the game as competitors relevant, and I think we should be like we shouldn't cater too much to the casuals because then you're going to have no competitors to keep the game relevant. And like it's just
They shouldn't
me
cater to
personally, I think
them
modern
at all.
fighting games are just like yeah, modern fighting games shouldn't be catering too much to the casuals. I feel like MK11 was a huge example of that, and that's why as a competitor I don't enjoy the game. I don't like it. And sure, it might have performed the best of all the MK games, but I think it partially rode the hype of MKX and gameplay wise, it just was not like a good product in my
Again, you're
opinion.
just cherry picking games you like and games you dislike. The reality is, I generally in my heart believe any game, if you're better, you're gonna beat me. Even with release date Dragon of Tekken 8. I generally in my heart believe the reason why I lost is because I didn't tech throws, I didn't defend well, and I didn't punish certain stuff well, right? My default is never to blame the game or the player, or like to, like, first you hold yourself accountable before you hold the game accountable. Yes, there are bad matchups that I've complained about, MK9, because they were generally very bad, but like, my default is never to, oh yeah, it's the game. Like, that you
That's not the
mentioned.
default. That's just an observation.
Well, yeah, and that's what's wrong with the
Do
with the
you think that
FGC.
easier competitive games exist?
Yes, there are games that are easier to play than others.
Okay, what's the easiest Tekken game to play in your opinion?
um like at the highest level, or like at any level?
Yeah, if you're playing, what's the easiest Tekken game to play that makes
I know,
you gives
but
you the
well,
best chance to beat somebody that might be more skilled than you?
Like, what
Tekken
would your
4.
best chances of beating Arsenal and Ash be? Like, what game would that be in?
No, forget
Yeah,
Arsenal. She's the extreme. Let's just say someone like me. You guys come in to play Tekken. What Tekken
yeah,
game gives you the best chance to take rounds from me or beat me in a match?
Tekken 4.
Okay. So if you think that an easier competitive fighting game can exist, why is it wrong for someone to point that out?
I don't think there's anything wrong with it to point out. I think what's wrong is that assuming that you're necessarily losing because of that factor. Like, the reason I said Tekken 4 is not because Tekken 4 is inherently easy to play. It's because if I pick Jin, by design, I already have an advantage over you. It doesn't matter how much. If I pick Steve in a game that in which Quick Hook has no whiff recovery, in which game there's no crush system, by the definition, I have an advantage over you if I put in at least some sense of amount of work in the character into the game. That's how I judge it.
If I ban the broken characters, Dave, if I ban Jin and I ask you to play a different character in Tekken 4 against
Yeah.
me, or let's say just a high level player in Tekken 4, not the best, but a pretty decent player, do you think that you said that Tekken 4 is the easiest one to get a win off of a high level player, and
Correct.
that's
Correct.
without Jin, yeah?
Uh, you can if you want to ban, you would have to ban 5 characters: Jin, Steve, Lee, um, possibly. Oh yeah, Nina for sure, and possibly one other character, maybe like Ling. If you ban all of them, then yeah, it would be evenish,
It would be
because
even.
all those characters. Yeah, like you would get rid of what you consider, quote unquote, I guess, frauding people out. If that's what you
Yeah,
infer,
those
you would
characters
have.
are broken, right? Like Jin's
Yeah,
got
correct.
broken shit. There's infinites in the game. What I'm saying to you
Yeah,
is that all competitive games, if there's a long running franchise, one of those games in that franchise is going to be easier for somebody that's less knowledgeable or low level to get in and do well. And all I'm saying is, I'm not making excuses for low level players beating me. I'm saying that's what the developers set out to do. That's what they achieved. That was one of their goals with Tekken 8.
I think you're definitely right that they have talked about it. Um, However, the way I look at it, if I look at tournament results, Knee is not losing to uh, you know, quote unquote, a random or somebody below, 2 or 3 below his level. Um, Austin Ash is not losing either. People have made these arguments
We've
about
seen
fighting
them.
games.
We've seen that happen. Like we've seen
Well,
people in tournament beat Neon Osanash that would never have beaten them in Tekken 7 and never did.
for example, didn't FDX at some point beat Arsen Ash as well? Like, I think FDX is an amazing player, but don't you see how these arguments are kind of like they're flawed by nature? Like, it
No, they're
depends what level. and also you're assuming that the other guy didn't like put in the work, didn't deserve it. Like you, like I would never make that argument.
I
By the way, about
didn't
anybody.
say that. Like I'm simply saying to you that Tekken 8 is an easier Tekken game for people to jump in and play. That was the design philosophy behind it. That's why the developers have been very adamant to not even listen to what we're saying, because everything that we're pointing to is going to make the game harder for these new players to play. It's not going to make it easier. Everything they're trying to do is making it easier. If you need proof of that, go and look at the Season 3 patch notes. The most reoccurring word in those patch notes is easy. We made this easier. This is easier to do. You can look it up
I
right now. I'm not lying. Like, they did this.
No, I
They
know
set out
right.
to do that.
I think the examples that matter is stuff like Law. I'm sure you would agree, right? That's definitely a character who's been simplified, correct?
Yeah.
Um, I think that's probably the most extreme example um, of a
Everyone's
character
been
who used to be,
simplified. Everybody. There's nobody in Tekken 8
but not,
that is harder
but
to
not
play than what they were before.
true, but not like to the Law extent, right? This is a character who actually like only a select few people in the world in Tekken 7, right, could use and get those results, or at
Yeah.
least master those DSS cancels, right? Um, I believe that's the most extreme example is Law.
Hmm.
The other characters, there's been some simplification, but nowhere near as much as certain people claim. For example, there's a reason why only Keisuke can win with Kazuya, and nobody else is even in the realm of even in the realm of that type of having that type of abilities. Brian obviously has been buffed a lot, but even a character like Brian is not some is not a character anybody off the street can just pick up and play, right? I believe this topic has good points, but again, it's the internet. It's been so like it's been so beaten to death and inaccurately so. I
Just as
believe
a
Tekken.
topic, me. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. I'm just gonna say like I believe Tekken is still Tekken, and the players who've been playing the game for a long, long time are rewarded with it, and the better player will like 90% of the time. I don't believe, and in fact, I think the older games are easier to win with because at least some of them because they had more broken characters. Those characters were uh, sometimes like two, three, five times better than the mid-tier characters. So there's when you play Tekken Tag that why would you use anybody else in like the top six? Because everybody else is garbage. You have
Dave,
the
you
game.
know full well that even if you tell a casual player how to do Steve stuff in Tekken 5, they're still going to lose to a good player. Every single time. You know, you play Tekken 5, you already know that. The broken stuff is going to come into play when you have somebody that's really knowledgeable about Tekken and knows how to play it properly. You're not going to pick
But
up Steve and just beat me on Tekken 5.
actually, I did, not you. I've beaten better players in terms of Steve.
I'm
You know
saying,
how?
generally speaking, you're not going to have somebody and go, hey, man, Tekken 5's got some broken characters. Here's the most broken one. That's what you do to win. I'll give him an hour and I'll come and play him. You know he's going to lose.
Well, I mean, again, you citing really strange example. What do you mean an hour? Like, if somebody
10
goes to a tournament,
hours. I've played my brother on Tekken 5 when we were kids. We were both aware of what Steve could do. He never beat me.
well, I mean, look, you're citing like very anecdotal evidence. All I'm trying to make you understand is this: yes, the across the board balance in Tekken 8, right, is the across the board power levels are higher, right? That means that any character could essentially beat you. Does that make the game easier to play? I don't know. However, in the older games, when you showed up to a tournament, you had to fight like I don't know 10 Jins, in the next 2 3 brackets. Hell yeah, I was scared because one JFLS and you could essentially die right by the wall. Wall push. There you go. You're dead.
But
That to me is
you're saying the power level makes it easier. That's a separate conversation. I never said the power levels make it easier. You're conflating two things. They made the game easier by way of inputs, by the way you control the characters. Like, those are the things that made the game easier, not the power level. The power level has caused other problems, and in some areas it's easier to get your offense off. But they've changed so many things about the characters that would have otherwise been difficult. Like, for example, when you go into heat with Kazuya, you just get free electrics. That's obviously making the character easy. You've given players more access to do a move that was gate kept behind execution. Wave dashing in Tekken 8 feels much easier than what it did before. Like, I'm not saying that power level makes things automatically easier, because if that was true, then I probably would have had an easier time on Marvel too. I'm not saying that. Those are two different conversations.
No, I'm not denying what you're saying. There are definitely aspects that have been simplified. I think, like you said, that's what the developers said, and they definitely delivered. However, I do believe that the simplification has been exaggerated to a large extent because, okay, so what? You can do easy electrics, with Kazuya. Does that necessarily mean that now, I don't know, other players are going to reach Keisuke's level? Of course not, right?
But
I believe
Keisuke
certain
is an extreme.
I know, but those are the people who are actually winning. Here's what's happening, and I have this conversation with
But
you all the
what? But
time.
why
Here's
are
what
we
people
talking
actually
about tournaments? Like Tekken is bigger than
what
its
are we
tournament
allowed?
scene. We're talking about everything in general. Keisuke is an extreme Kazuya player. I'm
Here's what
saying to
people are
you
mad
that
at.
you maybe I don't know you about you specifically, but there are loads of people that can't do electrics to save their life, and now with Tekken 8 you can, and that's what I'm saying. They made it easier.
This is what it's about. People go in ranked, they play ranked, they lose, they think they're lost to somebody who's a lot worse than them. Does that happen? I'm sure it does in all fighting games. However, I'm personally not the type of guy who always puts the blame on the game, always puts the blame on higher power levels. Like, I generally in my heart believe that when I lose to somebody online, I lost because he's a better player. Like 90 to 95% of the time, I think that's the case. But a lot of people in the FGC, they do not want to believe that. They're lost because, there's a scrubby mechanic, there's a scrubby character, there's a scrubby move, there's a scrubby, like, the power levels are too high, they're too scrubby. That's what people want to believe in. Why? Because that absolves you from any type of accountability. That doesn't necessarily mean you're wrong at all times. By you, I don't mean you, but like the people losing. So again, I personally always take responsibility, or at least try to like, look, I lost the matchup. Let me understand why. Let me actually go back and lab this.
But
Let
it
me actually
doesn't
figure
matter.
this out.
It doesn't. It don't. What you're talking about is something completely different now. You're talking about accountability and recognizing where you messed up. That's separate from game design. Whether you recognize where you messed up, whether you take accountability or responsibility for how you played the game, it doesn't change the fact that Tekken 8 is easier. That is always going to remain true no matter how accountable you are.
I think again, I agree with you. It is easier, but that doesn't necessarily mean that if you're the better player, you're going to lose to somebody who's worse than you.
I
I don't think.
think like so comeback mechanics like Tekken 8 has the most of them, right? Of
Yeah,
all the
yeah,
Tekken games, probably.
yeah,
Like
Yes.
easily, yeah.
Yeah. Correct.
so I think I have an issue with comeback mechanics because they bridge the gap between a high and a low level player closer together. Like MK11 had a shit ton of comeback mechanics. You had crushing blows, the wake up system had rolls, the wake up attacks themselves, wake up buttons, wake up jump, all this dumb shit. And I think comeback mechanics do make it like now it might not be like a ratio that's super skewed like Arslan Ash is having trouble with some intermediate players, but it still nonetheless makes it easier. Like Arslan Ash might still win in the end, but he's not like steamrolling the hell out of somebody like he normally would in an older game. Like that's how I kind of feel with some of the designs of the newer MK games from the old. Like a lot of the top tiers in like MK9 and in some cases Injustice 1 like to a lesser extent cuz like Batgirl was pretty easy to use. Unfortunately, Aquaman was pretty easy to use, but like Martian was probably the most difficult top tier or Zod was the most difficult top tier. But I feel like a lot of these like comeback mechanics kind of make it easier for lower level players to find success. And I disagree with that. Like I think that's one of the big problems with modern fighting games is
Yep.
like even Smash Bros implemented like comeback mechanics with the rage. Especially in Smash 4, they nerfed the rage and Smash Ultimate, but yeah, I'm not a fan of comeback mechanics and bridging the gap closer from the higher to the lower level players.
Yeah.
And I think that's a form of like I think offense is just so easy to like enforce compared to other archetypes, and I think that's another reason why devs are just going to like rush down offense for most characters' archetypes because it's easy to grasp, and it is good for spectators. Like, spectators usually don't want to see like runaway or defensive play of any kind, and I think it is true. Like, as much as I hate that, it is true. I don't think we should cater to like those players entirely because I think those archetypes should exist still,
Hmm.
but obviously to a lesser extent they should exist, just not be the majority.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think comeback mechanics are like a huge hindrance to fighting games. Like
It's in the
as
name.
someone that competes, like yeah,
It's
I don't know. It's
literally in the
just
name. Like people are arguing, a fighting game that has more combat mechanics gives people that are losing better ways of coming back. It's literally in the name. There's no real argument there. That's what the
There's an
mechanics do.
there's an argument to the extent that to the in this sense, comic mechanics are added for the sake of balance because the top tier characters, especially the older games, they don't need combat mechanics. Tekken 5.0 Steve doesn't need combat mechanic because he already has one built into the character. Neither does Nina, who does like Half-Life combos into uh in some of the best Oki ever created.
What about the other
Um,
characters?
well, exactly. Though that's the issue. The issue is how do you bring them or bring them? You can I guess bring them down, right?
You
The,
nerf
the,
them. That's how you fix characters. You nerf them. You don't put a whole system in the game
well,
that makes everyone Super Saiyans.
what a surprise! You want more nerves, but like
But you're talking about
the
a broken character. What do you do to broken characters? You bring their
is
power
it
down.
easy to use the broken characters you just listed, or is it
well,
easier to use a comeback mechanic that everybody has access to?
That's a very good
Like, because
question.
I think execution has been dumbed down a bit. Like doing, I'm not going to keep saying Cabal, but he is one of the characters I can name. But like Smoke's like 100% death combos he can do in MK9. And if I should use a different game for an example, Dave, let me know because I can use some MKX examples if you want. Because I know I keep cherry
well,
picking MK9, but
well,
like Smoke
the,
and Cyrax combos, like sure, like you can say they're comeback mechanic esque, but you still had to execute the combo, and you had to have resources for it. Whereas like MK11, they dumbed down the combo system to where you can do a KB down to
hold on,
30%, down
hold on.
to 30. You know what I
Okay,
mean? Like
but what would have to happen uh for to those characters? Mike just said it.
uh,
Like you would have to nerf
what,
them.
give them
And
nerfs? Oh, well, my
you have to.
solution wouldn't. What my solution wouldn't be that. It would be to buff the characters around those top tiers
Well,
to the level of
okay,
the top tier.
so
And yeah, sure, you might have some balance issues in the process, which I've accepted because I want my archetypes, like I mentioned earlier. But again, I feel like part of the issue
there's
of modern fighting game players is
well, first of all,
they want.
you're not gonna have a balanced game if you have 100% combos, and even if they're tied behind execution. So to this extent, Mike is right because you can't have that strong power level, then everybody becomes Leroy, and everybody comes, Tekken 5.0 Steve. So there has to be a middle ground, and the middle ground is not for Smoke to be doing 100% combos.
No, yeah,
Well,
yeah, I agree, but I'm saying I was just comparing a comeback mechanics execution in terms of is it easier to execute the death combo from MK9 Smoke or Cyrax, or is it easier to enforce
I find
uh
those
uh
arguments irrelevant because
because it takes way more you can't tell me it takes less time to master MK9 Smoke Cyrax resets compared to enforcing your heat engager combos or comeback mechanics. Like there's
when
just
you go to
it's
tournaments, people look, unless you want to beat people in rank, you want to feel good about yourself, that's fine. But like when you go to tournaments, you actually want to compete against people who know how to play the game. You will run into people doing that stuff because they will
okay.
learn it.
I'm not
Like
I'm
that's
not denying that, but it takes way more time. It's not as easy as plug and play, do some research on the internet to
well
learn
again,
MK9 combos. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm
well
saying,
if you
Mike?
go there, I understand.
Yeah,
I think again,
it's like
go
it's
ahead.
very obvious that if you build a system into a game that allows players ways back into the fight, you're literally more often than not the worst player is getting their ass beat, and the combat mechanic is so they can get back in the fight. What Dave is talking about is character specific issues which all fighting games have. The Tekken community is not MK, so if the solution in MK is to bring everybody up, that's great. I'm not even going to argue against it, but it's not the solution in Tekken. The solution is to bring things down. That has always been the solution. If everybody's too high, you bring them down. In Tekken 7 situation, Dave was correct in saying Leroy's power level was too high. You got to bring him down. In Tekken 8, the system mechanics, they give too much to people. People want them down. If you have a combat mechanic in a game, it's going to make the game easier for somebody that is lower level to get back into it. That is literally their function. There's no point in citing top tier characters and talking about tournaments when the games sell 3 to 10 million copies. What about all these other people? Do they not matter? You keep on talking about the FGC and almost flaming them, but then referencing them as if they're the ones that matter the most when they're not. It's the players around the world, the millions of people that buy these games that are stuck dealing with this bullshit. They're the ones that matter the most, not tournament results. Nobody really gives a shit about that. What's the number that we attribute to the FGC? 1%? Why are we talking about the 1% in a game that has been sold to millions of people?
Well, hold on a second. Yeah, the 1% who are at that level are competing. Uh, you wouldn't guess after season, whatever, during season two, when Oz and Ash picked up Lars, which character I just saw like a massive influx of in ranked. Lars. Why? Are they all like, are they all Oz and Ash level? Of course they're not, right? But obviously, people watch people like you. People watch people like Mayman Sui. People watch FDX. That's not a 1%. That's a significantly larger audience, right? Like, what do they want to do? Well, they want to abuse the broken stuff. They want to abuse the next top tier. So again, are they at that level? No, but they're gonna use it. So it's not 1%. It's significantly more. And again, they're not going to be at that level, but they're going to try their best to do what they have to do to win.
Yeah,
So that's
but Dave,
that's
loads
why
of
it's
people
it's
watch Arslan, but barely any of them can replicate what he's doing. So they might see it and go, "Oh, I want to pick that character too," and then they realize I can't use this character. I'm just going to go back to my main. That's what most people do.
well, that's true, but they also again, there's also like an audience that it's like I do literally that's what I do. I watch STL, and I'm like, if I'm going to compete, if I'm going to go at CO like I did 2 years ago, like I'm going to pick the best character that suits my gameplay style. That's the highest tier. Like that's I think if you're competing, everybody's mentality should be that.
I don't get
That's
what
not
what that has
obviously.
to do with the other point though. Like we were talking about combat mechanics.
Well, again, it's to me, it's about the character. Yes, if you dislike the heat system, I completely understand. I think there's, you're justified. However, to me, as in a competitor me, I see the game as characters, not as necessarily as like universal mechanics. You see what I'm saying? Like I see it as okay, this is the character that that people dislike fighting against, even at lower levels, because
Yeah,
not everybody abuses the heat system to the same extent, right? Like, you can argue that a character like Dragonov does it a lot better than Akuma, whose heat system has been essentially destroyed, and that's why you never no longer see him. It's a completely nerfed character now.
but that doesn't change the fact that there's a universal problem. That the do you know what I think what the issue here is that you like the game a certain way and you play the game a certain way, and that's just not how everybody else feels. I don't know how you can look at a mechanic that basically is the overarching mechanic in the game and go, yeah, that's irrelevant. What's the issue here is characters. That just makes no sense to me. I
Well,
can't even begin to
also
fathom that.
like I enjoyed the different meta, right? Because in Tekken 7, towards the end of the game, right, which you agreed was largely defensive, maybe not at the level I was, playing, but still, it was a largely defensive game. Even I even argue at at some of the levels that are not super high, I think it was very clear. So I'm like,
No,
okay,
I
I want to
disagreed
play.
with that. I told you I disagreed with that.
Well, okay, so I guess we're all not that level. We're all playing offensive, fine. But I know I was playing very defensive. So I was essentially emulating with Noctis what FDX was doing, and to a lesser extent, other players. I think the game, in my humble opinion, was very defensive, not even at the highest level, even at lower levels, and it was pretty clear what the game was. And I wanted to play something different, and I feel Tekken 8 has done a good job of changing up the meta while still keeping it Tekken.
Yeah, that's good for you, bro. Like I said, I don't go around insulting people because they like the game. That's what you keep on doing. You keep on calling people clowns. If you like the game, you like the game.
Well, Mike, you can't talk about insulting people yet you're calling me an intermediate player. You literally called a a top
That's
eight
not an
Evo
insult.
finalist.
You're top eight
Well,
Evo finalist on MK9, not Tekken.
I know, but I understand fighting games. I've been playing them for a long time, and if I don't understand the game, for example, I know nothing about Guilty Gear, nor do I um, conduct myself as an expert on Guilty Gear. Obviously, I know what I'm talking about when it comes to Tekken. It's one of the you talked about how you started with Tekken 1. So did I. Welcome on board. Like
Yeah, but that's not an insult, Dave. Like if I challenge you to a money match right now on Tekken, would you accept it?
I'm not gonna play right now, but I would play you. Yes.
Or you play me in a money match on Tekken 8, yeah?
Yeah, I will play you.
How much?
The usual. What is it? First to three, $20.
Okay. Now I would say I'm an intermediate player. So if you lose to me, then you're gonna be a lower level player than me. especially if
I
I batter
I
you
do
as
want to
well.
say
And
that
you're
your levels, not you, Mike, people's levels of like terms for what level people are at can be subjective. So maybe that's not like as insulting in
I
Mike's
know
like
I
Yeah,
views.
didn't
that's
say
not
I
even
did
the same thing. You called them clowns. I said that you're probably an intermediate level player at best. That's not an insult. I
well,
never
how do you
said
know?
that
You
you're
never played.
intermediate on MK9. I know you're high level on MK9, but MK9 is not
Well,
Tekken.
I don't think I'm necessarily playing even MK9 at the highest level. But anyway, you just look, man. If you're upset about the clown stuff, that's fine. I apologize. You don't have to
So I'm
like
not upset
make it
about
a
it.
skill issue. You don't have to make it a skill issue level and then try to backpedal or whatever.
I'm not. Wait,
I
hold on,
I
Dave. I'm being super clear. I'm saying that you insulted them, and they never insulted you, and that's probably why you're getting vitriol back. I'm not upset
okay,
about
then
it. I'm
why are you
just pointing
challenging me
out
to a money match? Like for what reason? Like
the
for
reason that
what?
the reason I'm saying that to you is that it's not an insult to be an intermediate player. I am an intermediate player. So if I beat you on Tekken, you would be below an intermediate player, or at least near
How
my
do you know
level.
that I'm intermediate? You never play me, so why would you challenge me? I could be a lot higher, and you would never know.
I'm fairly confident based on what you've said today.
Exactly, because you take stuff personal, but it's not
I'm
personal
not.
for me.
It's not personal. I'm not. Can you see my face right now?
No,
Can
you're
you see
trying
me?
to
I'm
say
not. I'm Dave. I'm not upset.
why?
It's not
Just
personal.
because I have different. This is the real talking point. Just because I have different perspective about the game's power levels, about the direction of the game, doesn't necessarily mean I'm a bad player. You do realize that, right? Just
I
like I don't believe you're a
I
bad player
agree.
because you. Okay, then why all of a sudden? Oh, let's put money on the line. Let me challenge you. Like for
Did you hear
what? To
what you
prove
just
what?
said? You said it doesn't necessarily make you a bad player. You're true. It doesn't necessarily make somebody a bad player to espouse the things you've been saying. I'm just willing
Yeah.
to bet that you are.
Well, I mean, you can you could
I'm not
you can
insulting you
say
by saying that. It's just a game.
no. I mean, you can say I'm bad. That's okay. But I'm just saying it doesn't necessarily mean that I'm a bad player. Just because you believe what you believe doesn't necessarily mean you're bad or good,
You're
right?
correct. You're 100% correct.
So but anyway, I wouldn't necessarily like, oh, put some money on the line. I don't care. Like, I don't think it's that big of a deal.
It's not. It's
Besides,
not. If you don't want to do it, it's fine. It's not a big deal.
yeah, it's up to me. I don't think I care enough to do it because again, but I believe I've had the same views for a long time now. I believe power levels are better in any game, better than Street Fighter, which I also used to play. Uh, I better definitely in MK, like in any game. It's just my personal opinion. It has nothing to do with if you believe in high power levels, all of a sudden there's a chance you're gonna be a worse player than a guy who doesn't. I just think there's absolutely no correlation between those two things.
No, I didn't say specifically that. I said based on the things you've been saying today, it sounds to me like you don't know much about Tekken. Now, maybe you do. Maybe you whoop me. Who knows? That's why I said we could play it. We
Why
could
do you
see what
why
happens.
do why do you think I know nothing about that? Why? Because I like Power Crush heating gauges, or
No, it just like that comment that you made about sidestepping and launching somebody and then attributing that to power cross heat engages. That was such a ridiculous thing to say that I when you said that I was like, okay, this guy he doesn't play Tekken.
no, I do. The point was that any great defensive option in any fighting game leads to some type of offense. Like just like you know, if you do a dragon punch and now you get to go for some oki, right? Whereas if you don't, then that's a big deal. That's the point I'm trying to get across.
Do you
Which I
think it
don't know
would be
why.
different if you did a dragon punch and then once you've done the dragon punch, your character has gone into heat and now on wake up, or sorry, not even on wake up, your character doesn't fall down anymore. So I do a dragon punch on you and you just get staggered. Now I've got heat in Street Fighter 6. Do you think that's the same as doing a dragon punch and then falling over and you having Oki?
No, it's weaker in Street Fighter 6, but there was something a lot better than Heat in Street Fighter 4.
No,
A lot more
I'm
powerful.
saying Street Fighter 6 though. I'm saying in Street Fighter
Oh yeah,
6, would that not
no, yeah,
be
Street Fighter 6.
more
Yeah, no,
ridiculous?
no, it would be more ridiculous, but that ridiculousness has already been achieved in prior games. It's called FADC. So Sagat, the original version in vanilla, could do FADC Dragon Punch, which I believe was plus,
Hmm.
forward hard kick into Ultra, which would do like 70% of most characters.
But what did
And
they
it was
do to that?
they nerfed it.
Right. So the most recent version of Street Fighter 4 is the one that we would reference, not one that came out years before
No,
that.
no, but it still exists in the game, but and for certain characters it's still strong. It's just that they made a mistake by over nerfing it.
They didn't overnerf it. If you do the point of a dragon punch is to throw it out there so that you can get pressure off of you. But if you guess wrong, you shouldn't get free offense from that. And they recognized that and they nerfed it.
Well, they kept it for certain characters and they removed it for certain others, if I'm not mistaken. I don't remember the exact, like
Who
characters
did
because,
they keep it for?
well, the characters like, who are already strong, have a strong toolkit, like Evil Ryu, he can still do it. And again, not everybody's damage value is the same after.
Wait, you're saying on block, Evil Ryu can do a Shoryuken FADC and be plus on block in Ultra Street Fighter
No,
4?
no, he cannot be plus on block. But I'm saying they nerfed it because certain characters first of all relied more on it than others, and also like the damage values are not like necessarily the same, right? Because certain characters can do like, you know, Dragon Punch, FADC, and then I don't know, if I'm Evil Ryu, I get more damage, and if I'm somebody else, like I don't know, maybe can I get less, right? So it affected the nerf affected different characters differently.
Yeah, oh yeah, the nerf did affect people differently, but my point is that doing a wake up Shoryuken or a wake up DP is a defensive measure against somebody trying to press you when you're on the floor, right?
No, correct, yes.
Okay, so that's going to afford you some luxuries, but if you just tack on loads of luxuries after you do that, people are going to complain because it's going to be like this guy did a wake up Shoryuken and now he's plus 80 on this and he's doing this and he's doing that, which is what they did in Tekken. Like having a power crush in the game is one thing. Having a power crush that goes into heat, that was also safe, mind you. Let's not forget it was also safe, so I could just spam it if I wanted to. It's like it's very easy to understand why that mechanic was really, really overpowered. It had armor on it, dude. Like it had armor. It was safe. It put you in heat. Some of them even would back you so far up that you'd be next to the wall. It was like, okay, we need to bring it down a little bit. It's doing too many things.
I think it needed to be brought down, um, because to go your example from like MK11, right? The the defensive mechanics in that game, at least on the ground, don't justify the general flow of the game, right? The general offense. Now, obviously in MKX, right? We needed armor, and after you got nerfed, obviously, I believe the game became a lot worse, and I still believe that. So, did Tekken 8 need it? Did they nerf it properly? I wish they hadn't, but maybe thinking like back, since obviously the game has been nerfed a lot of the offense has been toned down, and they made sidestep better. So they kind of made defense better, but in different ways. So I think it's okay now. But initially, when we were drilling like release day, right? Like Dragonov, Fang was crazy at one point, right? I'm sure you would agree. Um, so at that point, I believe they were needed, but not so much now.
Well, like I said, you're playing the Tekken game that you like. I'm not, and I hope they make a Tekken game that I like one day.
I'll play any Tekken. I play Tekken 7. I don't like the last version. I think a lot of the nerfs are a major mistake. I'll play any Tekken. I literally we played Tekken 6 literally the other day. Like my cousin and I for like literally like 5 hours straight. I play Tekken Tag with 2 before that. I'll play anything. I just hope people are more positive, more consistent in their approach.
Yeah, but
Especially if
that's
they
the that's the
if they
problem, Dave. Like if you're someone that just plays anything, then it's just like no offense. Like I mean this with no offense, but if you're not even somewhat particular of what you play and you just play anything, then why would someone listen to your opinion? You're gonna play it anyway.
what do you mean I played the Tekken games? Like what
Yeah,
is
but
that
this
a
is what I'm
mistake?
saying. Like if they could bring out any manner of garbage for Tekken, you're saying you just play it.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, there are Tekken games I wouldn't go back and play, but like I'm trying to say that I'm a Tekken fan, that I enjoy the series and I enjoy the different metas. That's what the games are. Like you play a game maybe more than the other if you like a certain meta, if there's a preference. That's really what gaming is.
But you like all the Tekken games, right?
Well, yeah, I don't like necessarily all of them. I think Tekken 4 has aged terribly, even though I probably played it one of the most. I think the game is very bad. It's bad balance, no backdash. It's very, very weird. Um, I think a lot of some of the older ones have aged very. I like Tekken 6. I like Tekken Tag 2. Tekken 5.0 I wouldn't play because it's too unbalanced, too much of a Steve fest. If you're
Okay.
gonna play at that level.
Well,
So
then okay, then let me just ask you. You'll play any Tekken game and you feel like people are crying too much. Is there anything that the Tekken community is criticized about the gameplay that you do agree with?
Um, I mean, I'm not saying any of the criticism is invalid. It's just that how can you again we go back to this other argument that I don't want to bore the audience with. I don't want to repeat. You can't just you can't go back. Look, if you like defense, play Tekken 7, right? It's a more defensive, slow down. Like there's still universal mechanics, but nothing as strong as Heat, right? So that's the game for you. That's what you want to play. That's fine. But why did you also, again, certain people, not everybody, why did you also complain about stuff in that game? Like, why did you complain about the backdashes? Why did you complain about certain side steps? Why did you complain about counter hit launches? Why did you complain about, like, I don't know, back tempo with Fang? That's essentially a universal mechanic. I mean, I'm sorry, that's a defensive, move. And then now that the game has gotten more offensive, now you're complaining about the heat stuff, the mix-ups, the stance mix-up transitions, with Hayashi, whatever. There are a lot of them. Lars. So I'm just asking people to be consistent. Like be very consistent, concise in what you want these games to be, instead of just complaining about everything.
Yeah, well, I think people have been pretty consistent, but maybe we're listening to two different crowds. Anyway, I don't even know why we're talking about Tekken. We're supposed to be talking about Mortal Kombat.
I mean, we did talk about Mortal Kombat. I was actually paying. We probably talking about Mortal Kombat like maybe like an hour and 15 minutes. Then we switched to uh, Tekken for like another like hour or so. I know maybe a little bit more than I would have liked, but I definitely wanted to ask you about Tekken because I am very passionate about uh, Tekken in general. I'm very passionate about Tekken 8. I fear that the game will turn out worse, like Tekken 7 did. I'm very, very like scared. I don't want the game ruined, like a lot of these people ruined Tekken 7 for me by nerfing a lot of the characters, and I
Mm.
think that's what Namco is afraid of. So that's why um, I use harsh and perhaps unjustified language like clowns, not you, people like Mayman Sui. So I'm very passionate. I don't want the game to change too much. I don't want the game to be nerfed too much. Again, I'm
But
very
why do you have to call them clowns? This is what I don't understand. We're talking about
because
a game and it's their opinion on a game. Why do you have to insult them?
I mean I don't want to. Again, you talk play intermediate. You challenge me to a money match. I'm not insulted. Like I'm just saying, you
Exactly,
can
because
go.
it's not an insult. That's not an insult. Challenging a player
Well,
to a money match in a fighting game is not an insult.
I know, but you use it like as a weapon to make me seem like I'm worse than whatever I'm worse. You look me worse than a player than I actually am. That's like that was the whole point. Like that's why
Yeah,
you did it.
because
I know
I
you
made
like
a comment earlier on and I said that you're probably like an intermediate player at best. And then you said,
no. That's not
no,
what
I've played the
you said.
high level players.
You
And I
also
said,
said you said I'm bad because of what I believe in. Like
I didn't say you're bad
that's
because of what you believe in. You said to me it
that's
doesn't necessarily make me bad. And I said that's
yeah,
true.
exactly.
I just believe based on what you've said about Tekken that you're probably not a good player. And because you said that you played with high level players, I said, okay then. Fight me. We'll fight in a high stakes
Well,
match
look,
and we'll see how it goes. That's not an
look,
insult.
look. You can believe whatever you want. I'm not gonna judge your skill level on it. I think if you want heat system gone, you want to play Tekken 8 without the heat system. I think that's funny, but look, that's on you. I wouldn't say, oh my god, he's bad for believing that. Like people have their own views.
You call
One
me
thing
a
that I've been
clown
most
though.
well, if I did, I apologize. I was mostly referencing my anger at. I mentioned Mayman Sui a lot because he has the largest audience, so he has the most pull. I forget how many subscribers I have. It's probably approaching like 500,000, and I think he is um, inducing a lot of the toxicity in this community as far as like what's acceptable in terms of high power levels and what's not, because he has a lot of say, I assume, and I believe it sends the wrong message and makes Tekken worse. That's why I'm very passionate
But
about
that's
this.
his no. But you know what? Yeah, I have people in my life that say to me, "Oh, sorry for insulting you, Michael. I'm just passionate." No, that's not an excuse. We're adults. That's ridiculous. You can't use passion as an excuse to insult people. Like I'm
Well,
passionate about Mortal Kombat. Me and you don't agree on like MK1, or we don't agree on like other MK games. We've
yeah,
had conversations about it. I don't start off by insulting you. You get irate about it, and that to me that's like almost having an emotional imbalance because we're talking about games, and people are calling each other names. This is how people behave on Twitter, and I just look sideways. I'm literally
I
talking to
think
you about a video game, and you're calling me an idiot.
I don't think I called you an idiot at
No, I'm
all.
saying generally speaking, this is what happened. Like, you called main man a clown because you don't like his opinions on the game. Why can't you just challenge his opinions and not call him a
I
clown?
have challenged opinion nonstop. Most of the conversation for us late afternoon, for you or evening, have been about substance, has been about what we actually believe in. And yes, you've seen my conversations with Tom, with Rio, even King Jr. Like sometimes we come at each other, not so King Jr. so much, but I'm just used to that. And if people want that gone, I understand. I'll try my best not to, not to engage in that.
But
I,
those are your
my
friends, though. Like, these are your friends. The main man's not your
well,
friend.
no, I understand that, but I don't think Main Man is the type of guy like, oh, he never insulted anybody. Please don't say anything. He literally talks bad about people nonstop on his stream and talks, he's got in an argument with me, for God's sake. It was very toxic. I again, they can talk to each other however they like. I'm a freedom of speech guy. I'm just saying, I like to do my own stuff in my own way. Obviously, you have your own style, and let's keep it that way.
Yeah, I mean, but you're talking to me, so I'm just having the conversation with you.
Well, again, I think it's a passionate topic. If I insulted you and you feel insulted, I apologize. I don't know what else to say. I think this is the stuff that's not substantive. But everything that I say about Tekken, I generally feel that way, and I generally feel about what I say about Tekken 8. Again, the substance, not the insults.
Fair enough. Did you guys have more questions for me on Mortal Kombat and Tekken?
It
Uh,
depends how much time do you have. 'Cause I'll keep chatting with you if you want. 'Cause there are some things I wanted to ask you, but I
Hmm.
know like some story mode stuff with MK. But I
No,
know Dave's not
I've
in
got time.
tune with that.
I've
So
got time. I've got at least another like hour and a half that I can hang around.
because
I do have.
I figured I'd have Dave start his questions off because I didn't know if he was going to be on as long as we would. So I've let him go first with some things for that reason because he might not stick around for as long.
Well, I will ask one more question, and I'm sorry, then I do have to run because I'm trying to get some stuff ready for tomorrow morning.
Hmm.
Um, I do want to ask you, and I hope you're okay with this because it's not a technical question. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So I would like specifics. Let's say I'm gonna name a character that I use, um, maybe even a couple, like Lars. What would you nerf about Lars? What's the thing about Lars that you hate?
Oh, we would be here all day. I mean, then they made a change to I can't remember what the name of that move is. What was the? I think it begins with, I think it's like DEF or something like that.
No, dude, I
Um,
always I always get those confused. I
yeah,
should
I
know
get
better.
Lars's name, the names of his moves confused, but
Yeah, me too.
Lars's like character design is a fucking mess. Like all of the extra stuff they added onto him, all of like the extra stances and ways to enter stances or enter dynamic entry. Just, I don't know what I would nerf on Lars. My response might be just get him out of the game. It's send him back to
Dude,
Naruto. He can stay in Ultimate Ninja Storm. Lars, to me, he was the first chinks in the armor of Tekken. Him and Alisa back in Tekken 6. They were the characters that I was like, yeah, this was the like ground zero point for like the anime bullshit. So I don't know what in particular or nerf on Lars. I would probably just remove the entire character. I think the entire character's playstyle is cancerous to Tekken.
do you think did you like the Tekken 7 version? Um,
No, I don't like any version of Lars. But I hate the Tekken 8 version the most.
because in Tekken 7, like, because he was like low tier for, well, for like essentially the whole game, right? He wasn't. I think at one point he called him the trash, and it kind of became a meme, right? So, were you okay with like that power level for him, or do you think it
It's
was
not the
too high?
power level, it's his
You just don't
design.
like the.
His character design is shit. Like if they nerf Alisa into the ground, she's still Alisa. She's still an anime girl flying around the screen with chainsaws. I don't like the design of those characters. Same with Victor. Doesn't matter if he's the worst character in the game. Doesn't matter if they nerf all of his plasma stuff. That design shouldn't be in Tekken. That's where I'm at with those characters.
What do you dislike about Victor?
What do you think I dislike about Victor?
I don't know. Like, what is it like while running two? The stance
I
transitions?
don't like the
I,
fact that he's got a gun that he can use from halfway across the screen. Yeah, I don't like the stance transitions. Everything is a stance transition with Victor. I don't like his heat, the things that he can do in heat. I don't like the thing that he teleports, where he appears above you and then hits you. I don't like he's a very noisy character. Like he's like Lars in the sense that the noise that those characters make on screen is very irritating. Like they're all over the place. You don't feel like you can really play Tekken against them. Like you're constantly guessing what bullshit he's gonna do next, and he's not visually appealing to look at. Like when I'm watching him fight, even at a high level, I'm completely disinterested. Versus like watching a high level well, I was gonna say a Tekken 8 character, but I'm disinterested in watching Tekken 8 in general. If I was watching like a high level lore in Tekken 7, I would be super interested in watching what they were gonna do because I know that character takes a certain level of work to play that way. And Jin as well. Jin in Tekken 7, I used to love watching high level Jin. Watching Jin now is a joke. Like a deer in headlights could steer Jin. So I don't know. Tekken 8 in general is it's just not for me. Like I don't watch the tournaments anymore. I don't play the games unless I'm doing a beef set or there's some sort of event on. It's not my Tekken game. It's for someone else.
Yeah, I didn't know that you were, um, and again, I'm trying to be cautious with my words. That you were like this negative about the game in the sense that you dislike it to this extent.
Yeah, I don't waste my time playing it. I don't really understand people that like the content creators. I kind of understand because they they've built their channels around it, so they probably feel a little bit trapped. Even though I'd probably still advise them to play other things and just pivot their content. But I don't get the people that are still playing this game that have been shitting on it. Like that doesn't make any sense to me. When I played MK1 and I was like, this is shit, I turned it off and I didn't play it again. I kept up to date with it. When I finally had enough of Tekken 8, I turned it off. I was like, this is shit, I ain't playing this. I'm right now I'm playing Pokemon and I'm playing Bleach. Now I'm very happy playing those games.
I think just to kind of understand my perspective, there is something, and I know exactly why you're frustrated by those characters, and I completely understand. But there is something like if you're like on the other side, you want to make the guy salty. You use characters like Lars, Victor, obviously to lesser extent, Ling and Kuma, because those characters, when people lose to them, it kind of brings in a lot of rage. Correct?
Yeah, they're rage-inducing characters, and I don't think that like there's characters that have played in fighting games for a long time, like Soul Calibur 5. I'd always fight against Mitsurugi because he's who my friend used, and he was difficult to deal with. He did a shit ton of damage off of like one hit, but it was still a lot of fun. Like the way the game was designed was fun. So when he would get a win on me, I wouldn't feel salty about it because I was like, it's still a fun game. When I'm playing Tekken 8 and I go up against those characters, I'm not having fun at all. You can have fun in losing, and I think if you play fighting games, you kind of have to check your ego at the door because you are going to lose. But in Tekken 8, it's one of those things where it's like, fuck this, man, I ain't playing this shit. This Tekken game is not for me. So I'll talk about it because I want Tekken 9 to be different, but I'm not going
Yeah.
to subject myself to it. I'll probably turn it back on if there's a massive update because it's still Tekken, and I'm still hopeful that one day it will go back to how it used to be. But if they continue down this road, then I'm just going to look forward to the announcement of them saying that we're sunsetting Tekken 8. So now we can move into a Tekken 9 where hopefully things are better.
Yeah, no, absolutely, I understand your perspective. Let me ask you one last thing about Tekken 8, and I'll shut up and I'll give King Judah the floor. What did you think about? I think it was like when was Yoshimitsu the strongest? Like season 2 or something like that. What did you think about fighting against that character?
Wait, in Tekken 8?
Yeah, like Yoshimitsu, like when he was like top tier when he had all of his
Hey,
nonsense.
Yoshimitsu is still cancerous to fight against. Like he's not top tier anymore. But the thing with Tekken 8 is that I'm shitting on Lars and Victor and those characters, but every character in that game is a ball ache to fight against. I don't see a character pop up on the screen and go, "Oh, this is gonna be fun." That's why I stopped playing. Because when I was playing Tekken 7, there were genuinely matchups where I was like, "Oh, this is gonna be a good fight." When I was playing Soul Calibur, I used to love playing Soul Calibur. Even if somebody was good enough to beat me on it, I always want to do rematches. You know, I had on Soul Calibur 5, I played it an ungodly amount of hours. But in Tekken 8, I'm just like, this isn't fun. There's no set resemblance of fun in this game anywhere. for me anyway. So that's why I don't play it.
It seems like your message is like reduce the power levels, increase the skill level, like the characters like execution, right? Skill level,
Hmm.
um, make it like as diverse as feasible in terms of balance. Is that kind of your direction?
Yeah, restore execution barriers, bring the power levels down. I would say get rid of some of the new moves they added into the game because first of all, the animations on them are ugly. Secondly, they were just ripped from pre-existing strings. Like Dragonov's new move is just taken from his, I think, 4-2.
Four
Um,
one, yeah, I think it's 4-1.
yeah, 4-1 or 4-2, whatever it is. It's just
Yeah.
taken from a pre-existing string. It's just lazy. I would say get rid of a lot of the shit. If it was up to me, I would have done. I think VDX said it or King J, one of them said it. Go back to season one and start again. Because what you're doing right now is not working. There was changes. There were meaningful changes made in season one where you thought to yourself, okay, they're going in the right direction. Season two, it's probably going to be good. That's why people were so angry when season two came out. It was completely backwards. So yeah, I don't know. When I play a video game, I'm not going into that game thinking I want to be like Arsene Ash level and I want to go to a tournament and win. When I play a new game, I want to have fun. And then when I'm having fun, I'm like, okay, now I want to take it to the next level and play against good people. If I can't even get past the fun part, I've got no interest in trying to be a high level player. The only reason why I can play at a good level in Tekken is because I've been playing it all my life. So I can get away with not playing for a long time and then coming back and doing okay. But there's no reason to play it. Same with MK1. There's no reason for me to turn that on. All I can do is be hopeful that the next Mortal Kombat game that comes out is good. I'm still playing Deadly Alliance. I don't know if you can see behind there, but I've got all my PS2 games. Now that my 60 gigabyte is working, I just switch them in and out whenever I want.
No, I appreciate you answering I didn't ask also to put you in a gotcha situation. I just wanted to like pick your mind and see like what you believe, like as a, and I think what you believe like as an overall perspective. And I think a lot of your views coincide with kind of what Rio believes in, like lower power levels, restore execution, uh, create unique characters instead of like implementing these universal mechanics like a heat or like a cameo system, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, guys, I'll remain in the call, but I'm going to be running on some stuff. So I know Franco's going to ask you more questions. If I'm not responding immediately, I apologize because I do want to run on a couple of errands before it gets nighttime here. But if I just happen to leave, Mike, I really appreciate you joining, my friend. Again, it's a fighting game, like you said, no hard feelings. Uh, Maybe at some point I can come on your channel. We can discuss Tekken 8 more after some patch or something. I think it would be entertaining. But thank you so much for coming on.
No, I appreciate it, man. Thanks for having me here.
Yeah. Go ahead, King Junior, with your other questions if you're ready.
All right, yeah, cool. See you in a bit if you come back. Um, yeah, since Dave's not as in tune with the story, I was waiting to for a moment like this. I watched some of your videos on like the story mode takes you have, which I agree with. Like they totally butchered the story mode with the new timeline and stuff. Like Hanzo not being like Hanzo, you have Sub Zero being brothers of Scorpion, or
Mm.
not even Scorpion necessarily. Um, Bihan and Kuai Liang or Scorpion and Sub Zero, and it's just like the gender bent cyborgs, which again, like it's not to get political or anything, but you're just changing the identity of these characters we've known for so long,
Mm.
just into completely like different. Like they could literally be a whole different character, like instead of replacing or like changing their identity from what they knew like know them as, or even Tanya to like a bit of a like lesser extent, like or she's pretty severe, honestly, like in story and like just appearance, So like stuff like that is just not stuff I want to see return in the next game. And I think John Tobias's story in the Midway era was a lot better than what they're doing from MKX onwards.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what do you
Yeah.
think about all that?
Yeah. MK1. All right. Well, we'll start at the beginning actually. MK9 was really good, right? I thought that them going back and trying to rewrite history was a pretty cool idea because it did feel like Tobias's story, where they carried it on through the 3D ones, had reached its climax. So I thought that that was pretty good. And then it just went sideways in MKX. Like I don't know if they brought on a new writing team, but they tried to recreate MK4, but they put in all this bullshit about Johnny Cage's lineage, and they had Cassie Cage beating an Elder God, and I was just like, I was confused. I was like, okay, do you know what? Maybe they made one blunder, but we'll look past it. And then MK11 comes out, and they do another like timeline reset for the next game, for the following game, and it was just like, now it feels like I can't get invested because you're just doing it over and over again. It was okay the first time, but to do two that quickly was too much for me. I felt like the arcade era going into the 3D era was like as good as it's ever been for Mortal Kombat. Like they really told really well-rounded stories, and the thing that I liked about the 3D era Mortal Kombat specifically is that it didn't feel like all the characters had to be doing the same thing and getting to the same goal and beating the same boss. They were all sort of doing their own thing. Like you would play somebody's story and they would interact with Onaga, but then you play someone like Lee May and she doesn't have a happy ending, you know, like they take her soul and they put it into the Dragon Army's one of the Dragon Army's random soldiers, and then her story ends like that. And it's like you can tell stories about everybody having to do this like Avengers superhero team up at the end, and it feels like the NRS team are obsessed with Marvel or obsessed with DC, where they have to make their game feel like this big superhero moment where everybody's coming together to beat this big boss. But you don't need to do that. Sometimes there just needs to be a couple of characters that have one goal, and maybe you see a couple of others in the story mode, and then those other characters are doing their own thing. It just feels like they are trying the Marvel thing. They tried it, and it's just not sticking. Some characters don't need to be talking to each other, and some characters lose to other characters that make no sense. Like, how are you gonna bring back Sub Zero moments after he's been killed or whatever they did to him in MK1? He's meant to be beefed up by Havoc, a Titan version of Havoc, and then he loses to Tanya. He's knocked out on the floor, loses to Tanya, and I'm sitting there like, so how am I supposed to believe that this character is strong when he's losing to Tanya? And then you have Scorpion or whoever this guy is parading around the Scorpion, falling off a bridge and getting saved, I think by Tanya again or Kitana or someone, and then saying, "Hey, if you didn't save me, then I was gonna die." I was like, "What? Scorpion can die from just falling off a bridge? Like it wasn't even that high. I think I could probably survive that." It just took me out of it. Like I know that Mortal Kombat characters are not supposed to be as powerful as like the big Street Fighter characters or the big Tekken characters, but I still expect them to be not made of straw. You know, like I don't know, man. I don't feel like they respect their own characters, and I feel like they're trying to make them into other characters from other universes like Marvel and DC, and it's just not working.
Yeah, I think they got the power level so bad in the story modes. Like Cassie Cage, I think they're literally confirmed to be like early 20s, like 21, 22. Like um Takeda, Jackie, Kung Jin. Like I think they're all supposed to be like early 20s or something.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, like the Mediterranean glow or whatever the hell that green shit's called that runs in their family just beats a former elder god and Shinnok and like his corrupted form. Like nah, that just doesn't sit right with me. I think that's a load of baloney.
Yeah.
Like elder gods have been around for however many, like since if he was a former elder god, that means he was around during the time when the one being was a thing,
Mm.
and then they split him into the realms, and then he got exiled to the nether realm. Like he's been around for a minute. But no, Cassie Cage was born in 21 years into her life, she's beating Shinnok, a former elder god. Like that's just one of many examples.
Yeah. Well, no
Uh,
disrespect to the NRS team, but they ain't got a fucking clue how to tell a good story. They ain't known how to tell a good story at all. Because I'm pretty sure MK9 was still midway, so I'm pretty sure that Tobias's influence is all over MK9. It's basically retelling his story. As soon as they gave them the chance to tell their own stories, it was just a load of nonsense. Some of it didn't even make sense. And it felt like an MK1, there were parts of it where it's like, okay, the direction they're taking these characters in is kind of interesting. Like Kenshi and who was it?
Johnny,
Kenshi and Johnny. They had their little like bromance thing, and I was like, okay, it's interesting, you know, it's pretty cool. But then like you had Melina and this like Tarkat thing, and I was like, I don't know about all that, man. Like it felt like they were trying to make some characters sympathetic, and I don't think you always need to have sympathetic villains. Sometimes you can just have people that are massive assholes, or they're just born evil. And like Baraka, I saw people making the argument saying, "Oh, he's more interesting now," and I'm like, yeah, but sometimes it's okay to just have the scary brute character that is just there to kill people. He don't have to show me his family and his little Tarkatan kids and make me try to feel sorry for them. I feel like they try to do that with villains too much now, and there's definitely a place to do that, but it doesn't have to be. You don't have to do it for everyone. Like some people can just be angry, nasty villains that do nasty things.
Yeah, I feel you. Like, I think a majority of the characters changes I really didn't like compared to the previous iterations of them. Like Baraka, Reptile, sometimes Melina, other than MKX Melina, were usually classified as jobbers. Like they kind of just were bad villain you beat the ass of in the story mode, kind of usually. So
Yeah,
like I kind of understand why they changed them the way they did. Now I do think they should have remained as villains. Uh like you said, there should just be naturally just some evil presence for whatever the reason being,
mm,
but they like totally altered those characters' stories. They're all good people. Like Melina, she's good until she goes Tarkat mode, which I also don't really care for the new look she has with her mouth being like four different things.
yeah,
Uh, like I think it should have just been like the traditional Tarkatan look. Baraka, like again, like yeah, they're trying to be sympathetic to him and understand him, but I think they should have just made a new character with that kind of scenario instead of overwriting Baraka.
yeah,
And then Reptile, kind of similar deal. Like his family was being threatened by Shang Tsung, and then come to find out Shang Tsung actually just already killed them and told Sizoth like late like in the story like, hey, yeah, your family's been gone for a minute, man. You've just been a slave to me. So, but again, that could have been another character's role instead of Reptiles or something.
yeah. I think that
Like a brand new character.
I think they disrespected their top tier characters as well. Like Sub Zero is meant to be the Grand Master of the Lin Kuei, so why is he losing to gender bent Cyrax in the opening sequence? And then not only did he lose, Scorpion lost straight away after. Like Cyrax beat both Grand Masters of their respective clans, but she's still supposed to follow them. And it's not a thing where oh she beat them in the gameplay. No, that's a canon event. Cyrax beat Scorpion and Sub Zero back to back at the opening part of Chaos Reigns. So how am I supposed to look at Scorpion and Sub Zero as Grandmasters now? And how am I supposed to reconcile the fact that Cyrax is going to respect them as Grandmasters? Doesn't that go against what their clan is? I swear to get to Grandmaster, you got to beat the Grandmaster.
Yeah, I agree. Like it's just too all over the place, and I think a big part of it is the issue of their formula in the story mode they currently do is like
Mm.
the character you play as always has to win.
Yeah, it's
I
very
think
dumb.
like if that's gonna be the formula you use, like you shouldn't. Like, I don't know. That just kind of makes the story mode situation way too complicated. And like in my video, Dave mentioned earlier, my pitch, like assuming we don't get a conquest, which I'm not expecting conquest. Like as much as I would love that with modern day development and graphics and how much money and time it takes to make something like that, like I'd imagine conquest isn't going to happen anytime soon. So assuming we don't get a conquest in the next game, um, my idea was I don't know if you've ever played Call of Duty Black Ops 2 or not. Have you?
Yeah, I played Black Ops 2.
The story mode at all or no?
No, I played Black Ops 1. That was the one where like you see all the numbers, right?
Yeah, you're playing as Mason and the joke with him is the numbers Mason, what do they mean?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I remember that.
So Black Ops 2, like I'll give some details if it helps refresh your memory if you played it at all. Like you're playing as Mason's son in the future, but there are some time jumps from future and past events.
Hmm.
Uh like Mason's son, Alex, he has to deal with this villain named Menendez, and Menendez is somebody that Mason dealt with in the past, and then you have to take him out as your son or deal with him as the son, like in the future. Like, does that sound familiar at all? Or Maybe you didn't
No,
play the
no.
story mode.
I played. I mean, I played it, but it's been so long now. I can't even remember. I just remember Black Ops 1 because I played it twice.
I see. So what story or what the Black Ops 2 story does, they give you the choice as the player. Like it's not as linear as like the most story modes in the COD games and MK games especially. You're given the choice to make decisions like um for example, there's a mission in Black Ops 2 where you're playing as Woods, Mason's best friend. Do you remember Woods?
No, I mean, I don't even remember names from the first game.
Okay, okay. So Woods is Mason's best friend. He's in like a fucked up situation kind of, but he doesn't know it yet. And what happens is he's holding a sniper rifle and he thinks he's going to kill the person that Menendez, the main villain, that is like the main antagonist they've been going after.
Hmm.
And there's like a bag over the person's head. And Woods' orders is take the headshot. You know, their Nexus target, the main villain, is what he's thinking he's shooting. So, but you as the player, you have the choice to take a kill shot to the head or shoot anywhere that isn't a kill shot.
Hmm.
And based off your decision of whether you take the kill shot or not, it has an effect on the outcome of your story mode that you're playing in. And now,
Right.
for example, you take the kill shot, then Woods is like, "What's going on here? Like, what's that smirk on your face?" Because it's one of the bad guys that like helped the bad guy set up this whole thing. So Woods ends up going to the body that he shot, and then he finds out he shot Mason because that bag was over his head. But Woods was given the orders to take the kill shot. So if you took the kill shot, you killed your best friend. And if you didn't take the kill shot, your best friend would then be alive in the future at the end of the story mode. And like an MK example I can give of that is like Mythology Sub Zero. You know, the story mode you're playing as Bihan, I think. You run into Hanzo in the temple that they're getting the artifact, the Shinnok's amulet from, I think. And say you run into Hanzo, and instead of killing him right off like the rip, like in mythologies, you have the choice to spare him or kill him. So say you spare him, and knowing that you were spared by Sub Zero, Scorpion's like, hey, like we don't got no beef, like you could have killed me, but you didn't. Uh, my clan and family they got wiped out, and Quan Chi said it was you, but I'm starting to think like I don't, you spared my life, so what if they don't have beef in the end? And then Scorpion might not end up coming to fruition because he doesn't get revived or whatever because he never died and stuff like that. But if you choose to kill Scorpion as Sub Zero, then you're going to get the normal timeline to where Scorpion comes back. You have to kill him again, but then he comes back a second time during the Mortal Kombat tournament, kills Bihan, and then you get Noob Saibot.
Yeah, I think things like that could work for Shaolin monks. I don't know if I'd want to see that in a mainline game, just because I'd want them to focus on telling a concise story that goes somewhere. With a big adventure game, I think you got more room to do the like what if scenarios. I don't want them to do the chapter system anymore because I feel like the chapter system they feel locked into giving one character the win when they don't need to. I would rather that they just tell a story and you play certain characters, whether it's the good guys or the bad guys, depending on who's going to win in that part. I don't think it should follow one character for like 20 minutes and another character for 20 minutes. I don't feel like that works and it doesn't help the character's progression. I mean, it obviously works from a financial standpoint because they sold 8 million copies. So maybe I'm just talking shit. But from a narrative standpoint, it doesn't feel like their characters have any like consistency whatsoever. But, or you could just do conquest mode like everybody's been asking for, and then you could do more of the what if stuff.
Yeah, I think I don't know how else you would really address the linear traditional chapter system. Like, I'm not saying you have to play as the character for a majority of the missions or a big court. Like, it could be one mission for all we know. But like, also in Black Ops 2, you play as the main villain in two missions. Um, I think that would be really cool because it would help the narrating, like the of the story a bit better if you could play as the villain in some cases,
Hmm.
especially if your character you are playing as has to win if they really want to keep doing that style of their chapter system. In Black Ops 2, you play as the main villain because one of the missions, you get captured by the Panama like cartel people or something or whatever, and your sister is like the big that's like the main villain's biggest inspiration to do what he does is through his sister.
Hmm.
His sister ends up dying and being hurt because of what like the Americans did to Nicaragua or whatever. And this mission with him involves him like he's trying to save his sister because he hears her scream or whatever. So you gotta slash and kill all these people, and you can have that similar thing with Shao Kahn. Like they always talk about how he invaded Adenia in the old games, enslaved Sindel and Katana, and then Sindel I think ended up committing like she deleted herself with like poison or something because she couldn't bear being under his rule. Killed King Jared, and then Katana was just like her forced adopted daughter. So like you could play from like the villain's perspective. It would be kind of cool. Uh, like that would be like a better way, I think, to help address this issue of like this linear power scaling issue that we have in our chapter system. Assuming we don't get conquest, because I would much rather have a conquest, but like I said, with that would need like a lot of development time, I would imagine, with
Yeah.
how games are this today. Because if we're going back to the old NRS cycle of a game every 2 years or 3, 4 years, I don't know if that's going to be enough time or not, and I don't know what the whole Paramount situation, if they're going to have enough dev time, if they're going to be blessed with the time to cook or not. And that's assuming NRS doesn't make a whole new game from the ground up and all this, like development time, motion capture, all this stuff.
They
So
probably will. I mean, their game sold 8 million copies. The formula's working, so they're probably just going to do the same shit again. Build it from the ground up, not do a conquest mode, follow the same formula, change up the battle mechanics, bring in new moves. I think that like doing a story mode where like let's assume that they don't follow the new timeline and or actually no, let's assume they do follow the new timeline. But at the end of this game, the bad guys win. There's no like two scenarios where a good guy could win. If they actually have the bad guy win and leave it on a cliffhanger, I think that might be a little bit refreshing. Because Mortal Kombat's meant to be the dark and the gritty one and the one that makes you go, oh shit. But I haven't felt like that in a long time. I always feel like the heroes are just, they've always got it. You always know they're going to do it. So I think that if they put together like a Shao Kahn invasion story, because they kind of left MK1 on you kind of feel like Shao Kahn is now mobilizing his forces. They're gonna do an invasion in Outworld and try to take over. I think that they should let him succeed. I think that Shao Kahn should overthrow Sindel, Kitana, and Melina, and even have like the Earth's heroes, have some of them lose to him. And then you could that way, if you want to do DLC, it'll be a little bit more interesting than oh the good guys saved the day again. Like the villains don't feel like a threat anymore because the heroes keep on winning, and I think that this was exasperated in MKX when Johnny and Cassie were able to overthrow Shinnok. I honestly thought that Shinnok was going to kill them, and we were going to be left in a cliffhanger. But when I saw Cassie beat him, I was like, okay, this is some bullshit. Like I'm not interested in the next game story like that. Like I'll play it, but there's nothing that's really interesting me. If Shinnok had killed Cassie and Johnny and started on the other characters, then you could have left it on a cliffhanger and been like, oh, this is where we left it last time. But I don't know, man. They don't really take risks like that. The last time I really went, oh shit, was back in the 3D era
when
um
they killed Liu Kang,
when they killed Liu Kang, then they also killed. I mean, they supposedly killed Shao Kahn as well at the beginning because they went to his throne, and then you see his throne fall down the stairs, and there's blood on it. And the narrator says, "Oh, they overthrew the Emperor of Outworld," and then they killed. Then Liu Kang dies in Deadly Alliance as well in the beginning. And then in Deception, Onaga comes back and causes havoc. Like you genuinely feel like, oh, who's gonna beat this guy? Because Raiden just did Final Explosion on him and it didn't have any effect. And then in Armageddon, you have Liu Kang coming back as a zombie. Like there was loads of oh shit moments in the old Mortal Kombat games. There's none of that. Have we had an oh shit moment in the last three Mortal Kombat games? I can't remember one.
Yeah, no, Deadly Alliance, I would say, was the start of the oh shit moments, and that's like the last time I remember feeling one was like Deception, Armageddon time. Like, uh, I would like to see more of the villains winning. Like even Infinity War, in Marvel, like Thanos won.
Yeah,
People were getting dusted left and right, and you're like, damn, you're leaving that movie theater like, damn,
yeah. I
like we
remember
we we,
being in
we
them.
lost.
Yeah, I remember being in that theater watching it, and everyone was silent. Like no one said anything. And you could hear a pin drop, and then you heard someone go, "Oh shit!" Like the heroes actually lost. Now, obviously, I we all knew where it was gonna go eventually, but just having that moment to be like, "Oh damn!" Like the heroes actually didn't get the job done, because it's easy for everyone to say, "Oh, it's in the comics. We already know it's coming." Or obviously the hero's not gonna die. They need to make more money. Like Marvel needs to make more money, but just having the moment there to be like, oh shit, for the new watcher or the new player who doesn't really know the comics and doesn't really know how big the franchise is and why what happens behind the scenes and why Spider-Man needs to live so that Marvel can make their money or whatever. Having those special moments is important. But I mean, even in Amazing Spider-Man 2, when Gwen Stacy died, when she broke her neck, like,
Yeah, that was tragic, dude. Like that's
yeah,
partially why my friend he loves Andrew Garfield Spider-Man the most for that reason because there was like a sense of loss. Like it was tragic.
yeah. But for me, who read the comic, I was like, well, I already know it's going to happen. But in the back of my mind, I was like, Hollywood has not got the balls to do that. They're not going to do that scene, and they did it almost perfectly. Like you even heard the neck snap, and I was like, damn, they really did that. And I remember being in the cinema with my friends, and my friends really only read manga; they don't read comics, and they were like, holy shit, they killed Spider Man's girlfriend, and it was Spider Man's fault. And I was like, yeah, it's not a good feeling to obviously watch them die, but it's a memorable moment. Like we really didn't think you had the balls to do that. With Mortal Kombat, it just feels like everything is very safe now. It almost feels like it's too comedic. It doesn't feel dark and gritty. And like at any point, your favorite character could be killed. And if they are going to get killed, it's going to be in some Armageddon level event that they've recreated for the hundredth time, and you're just like, oh, okay, cool. Everyone's running up stairs and stabbing each other. This is super exciting.
Yeah, like when I remember, like I know Raiden didn't die in this moment, but like when the Deadly Alliance beat him in the Deception intro, and like that sad, quiet like music plays, like the failure, like the heroes have fallen music,
Yeah,
like you know
yeah.
what I mean? Like just seeing him lie on the floor, just slumped. I was just like, dude, the Deadly Alliance is kind of they're kicking ass right now. And then Onaga shows up, but Onaga I feel like was like the coolest villain introduced. He's my favorite villain in the series, and like I wish they would expand on him more, but they made a new timeline, and I don't know. I don't remember if it was confirmed that these arcade ladders were canon or not. I don't think they're canon,
I heard
but
they
like
are.
Onaga, oh, are they? I could be wrong. Like Onaga was teased and like Reiko's ending, and I think like some dialogue between Garrus and Liu Kang. But dude, just give us Onaga, go back to the old story mode, like material, because there was so much unfleshed like material they didn't even explore, like Chameleon's race in the Midway Arrows barely explored,
Hmm.
the vampire race, so many. And like these new timeline characters like Havoc in the new era, dude, that's not Havoc.
Yeah.
Like Deception, Havoc, that's Havoc. And it goes beyond like just story mode material. Like, dude, they could make so much money with these like legacy skins that they failed to implement correctly. Like, I know the women characters more so in the MK series have had more provocative, revealing features. I don't care if they're revealing or not. I just want the costumes and the clothing to be the same. Like, I want one for one ratio costumes. Like, Deception Melina is not the same in MK1 as it is in actual Deception, or
Yeah.
MK Deception skin Shao from MK1 going back to Deception. Like they're not the same. Uh, Deadly Alliance Scorpion skin, he has like a fleshy head instead of a flaming skeleton head.
Hmm.
Not the same. That's a bit. That one actually killed the skin for me. I was kind of bummed out. I was like, what are they doing? So like, not only do I want them to go back to the old story, but like again, that's just what some of the negative stuff I have criticisms about with the new timeline is they change these identities way too much. Like Rain is like a mage now instead of like a ninja that we normally knew him as. Like,
Yeah.
um,
There's loads of things in the game that I look at and I'm like, it almost feels like the new development team, the NRS development team, despise Midway in a way. Like I don't know if it's the same people there, but it feels like they don't like the decisions that the older developers made. But I wonder if Tobias showing up in the Mortal Kombat Legacy collection trailer was like a maybe like a little hint that maybe he's back on board or back on the writing team. Because God knows we need him. The current writing team for Mortal Kombat is not it. I'm sorry, but you could have given me 5 minutes and I could have come up with a better scenario than half the shit in MK1. Um, so I hope Tobias is back because Tobias's story in Mortal Kombat is so good. But and even when he left and they continued it into the 3D era, it was brilliant. Like it was really good. But they had his cliff notes and they had his guidance and they had the road that he had paved out for them. The minute they got the chance to do their own thing, it all went sideways and it felt more like they were trying to copy something they saw in a cinematic universe rather than respecting what Mortal Kombat is. So I don't know, like if the 8 million sales thing the other day was like, damn, the game was successful despite the negative feedback. So they're probably not going to change the timeline. Probably just going to do the same shit as last time, bring in a brand new system, not listen to any of the feedback. Because why they don't really need to, do they? I mean, they sold 8 million copies. Why would you listen?
Yeah, I do worry that the 8 million sales is like gonna make them comfortable ish. Like I do hope they still have a standard they want to meet and appeal like with the fans with what they want. Like I hope they do see the criticisms and don't let the 8 million sales go like too deep into their heads. Like uh MK1 definitely had the worst launch of any MK game, and I really hope they don't repeat that mistake just because they hit 8 million sales, which is a regression from MK11 sales. And you don't want to keep falling down in sales because then you're going to have a real problem. It's going to snowball into like you're just tarnishing the MK identity at that point, and that's a scary thought to be had because I think it's possible if they keep getting too comfortable and not listening to like the feedback.
Yeah, I think that it's very possible that it might not happen the following game or the next game after that, but at some point, if you keep on shitting on what Mortal Kombat was and trying to do your own thing, it will backfire eventually. I I'm wondering though, because even though they sold 8 million copies and the game is only on the current generation hardware, whereas the other ones were on multiple platforms. I'm wondering though if they're looking at the 8 million and wondering why they couldn't get to 15 million because there isn't really any reason that they couldn't because other games come out now and they still reach that level even without being on older platforms. You could use the argument that it's a fighting game, but I think Mortal Kombat's an outlier in that sense. They they've always been like the one that has mass appeal, even if they're not in Asia. Like they've always had that mass appeal. So I'm wondering if they're looking at that like we sold more than Street Fighter 6 and Tekken in a fraction of the time, but we still lost a lot of players. So maybe they're looking at it and going, we need to rework some things to get those people back.
Yeah, I hope they do look at it from that perspective because I don't want them to keep going downhill and us keep getting like unfinished products on release. And like one of the other things I wanted to talk to you about, I don't know how much time you have left, uh,
Oh
like
yeah, got a
was
little bit of time. Yeah.
some single player game modes. Like I talked about mini games in my video, and I also like guest characters. Like I think we were flooded with way too many guest characters in this
Mm-hmm.
game. Like I think two should be the limit.
Yeah,
I know
I
that might be
agree.
controversial because some people love the guest characters. Like, I might talk to like my MK11 was like the sci-fi theme. I'd be like, hey, Dad, Grandma, they added RoboCop and Terminator to the game. They're like, oh shit, that's awesome. I'm like, but I don't care. I'm fucking 21 years old relative to that game's release
Mm-hmm.
or whatever. These characters are stupid choices in my opinion. Like, no disrespect to the people that played those characters or starred in those movies, but I don't think of those characters being an MK as guests. And like, I think Spawn, horror movie characters. Like, I do think MKX has the best guest character roster, and I do think they still did too many guest characters in MKX, but at least their choices were better. So I'm like, sure, they might be a little more than I'd like, but I do like a lot of these choices. But
Yeah,
like MK has so many characters that they could have over guests. Like there's way too many. Like there's like 60 something characters in the MK world, or maybe even more that I'm forgetting that they could be having in
mhm.
instead of some of these guest characters. And also that's why I want to see more legacy go into our games, because if you keep rewriting every character's moves list, you're not going to be able to fit like a 60 character roster in one game. Like there's so many characters I want to see in MK, but they really can't be in the game unless you give the game like a lot of dev time. But it would be easier to make it happen with a bigger roster if you just implemented legacy, kept things for the most part consistent, and added upon it as you went with the game's development.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that there's way too many guest characters. It almost takes away from what a guest character is because it's meant to be a big, meaningful inclusion in the game. But when you have six characters in the game that are guests, it's like whatever, man. Like I don't care. Like there's a bunch of Mortal Kombat characters that are missing, and you're just adding in characters. I mean, look, RoboCop and Terminator and who else did they had? Ghostface and
Dude,
all the
Conan, who wanted big sweaty dumb Conan in
yeah,
MK1?
like Conan, like they're all from games or like movies or comics that I've watched or played or read, but it doesn't necessarily mean that I really want them all in Mortal Kombat. I'm okay with two guest characters as well. I think when you're launching a game, you can have a guest character as a big selling point, and then midway towards the end of the game, you can have another guest character. And I think that the guest character should make sense for each other. So like in MKX, you had Alien and Predator, and I was like, that's perfect. You've got Alien and Predator in the same game. You don't need anything else. That is a perfect inclusion for guest characters. They're rivals. They fit into the Mortal Kombat universe. Nothing more needs to be done. Leatherface and who was the other one? What was that?
Yeah, Alien, Leatherface, Jason, uh,
Jason. That's it. Like
Predator.
Jason and Leatherface, they didn't need to be there. And they did a good job designing them. They were actually fun characters, but they didn't actually need to be there. They could have stopped with Alien and Predator. In Mortal Kombat 11, Spawn was perfect. That's about as perfect a pick that you can get for a guest character. Um, Terminator's fine. Like I would have said, okay, cool. If you can get Arnold to voice him, that would have been all right. And then I would have left it there. Like two guest characters from movies where you can kind of be like, oh, I could see them crossing over and doing something. But six is ridiculous. Personally, if I was doing the next Mortal Kombat game to give you my guest characters, I would choose, I would either have Imhotep from the Brendan Fraser Mummy films. I'd have him as the opening guest character. And I say him because I know that there's a new Brendan Fraser Mummy film coming out very soon. So I would have Imhotep as the first guest character. I think he'd fit into Mortal Kombat very, very well. And then if you were gonna like wait until like later on in the lifespan of it, I would choose another like horror slash action adjacent character that maybe people have put in the same boat as Imhotep. I was gonna say like Jeepers Creepers, but I know that there's some issues around that character because of the director. So you could do something like that. But I personally, if it was up to me, and I had to choose a video game character, it would be Raziel and Kane from the Legacy of Kane. I would have those two guest characters in Mortal Kombat, and I would have them I'd have them at launch. I'd put them on the front cover as well. Like have all the Mortal Kombat character and then have the Legacy of Kane characters sort of like on the side as the two selling point guest characters. Those would be my picks for the next Mortal Kombat game. Either Imhotep or those two.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I can't. I don't even know what Imhotep is. I'm very uncultured when it comes to pop culture, and I'm
Wait,
24 years old.
you've never seen The Mummy?
Nope.
All right, dude. When you
I
finish,
yeah, I'm very sorry with that. I'm yeah, a lot of my friends even like that are my age, like they're more pop culture than I am. They're like, dude, how have you never seen this movie before? So that there could be a skill issue there in the guest characters department on my end, but
100%. Dude, when you finish this podcast, go and watch The Mummy and The Mummy Returns. Don't watch the third one because they went and did some nonsense. But The Mummy and The Mummy Returns. But again, I'm not saying Imhotep because he's my favorite. He is one of my favorite characters. But I'm saying Imhotep because there's a new Mummy film that is coming out with Brendan Fraser and Rachel. I can't remember what her last name is. That is going to feature the classic characters from the old Mummy film, so it would actually be relevant to have him in the game. But Conan, I don't, I don't even know. Is there a new Conan movie out? Like, am I
Dude,
unaware?
Conan could have just been Kotal Khan.
Yeah,
I don't see why
it
they didn't make him Kotal Khan.
literally could have. But yeah, that would, I'd say Imhotep. He was very popular with like people in my age bracket, and because they're bringing out a new movie, and I'm assuming Imhotep is probably going to be in the film or referenced in some way, I would pick him. I think it would be good for the game because the Mummy franchise of Brendan Fraser is super popular. It's still popular to this day. It was when he got back into acting, it was the most requested thing for him to do is do another Mummy film. So yeah, because of the new movies coming out, I'll definitely pick him. And his powers make sense. You know, he's obviously he can summon other mummies. He's got sand powers. He can do the Shang Tsung or Ermac thing and like suck where he sucks your skin off of you. I know that sounds crazy to say, pause, but if you watch the Mummy films, you'll get an idea of why I'm saying put him in the game.
Yeah, big pause.
Big pause, but if
uh,
you watch the film, it makes sense.
yeah, honestly, I couldn't even think of characters to suggest for guest characters really outside of the gaming world. Like my choices would probably be bizarre for people. Like I can't even think of any right now, but like maybe off the top of my head, I would say maybe fucking Vecna or something. But even then, like I don't know. I don't know how
Yeah,
people would feel about that. He could play like Swamp
Vecna's
Thing or something, kind of from Injustice 2.
Vecna's a good pick. You could even do Pennywise. I don't know if you saw the new It
Yeah, I've
TV
seen
show.
both. I've seen both iterations of it. Yeah,
Have
I'd
you
be cool
seen
with
the
that.
TV show?
Oh no,
The
only the
TV the
movies.
TV show is the best version. It came out earlier this year or late last year. I would watch that because obviously Pennywise can shapeshift as well. So putting him in a fighting game is not going to be difficult. But yeah, Pennywise is a great pick. Vecna is a great pick. I'd probably go Pennywise over Vecna just because you can be way more creative with Pennywise, and I feel like he's when by the time a new Mortal Kombat game gets brought up again, he'll be more relevant because they're going to do a season two. So
Yeah,
yeah, but Vecna's a good
it's
pick.
it's gotta it's gotta be the old Pennywise. A new Pennywise, his eyes kind of cross, and you can't really take him serious, in my opinion. Like the dude's kind of silly looking. Like the old, I think it looks a little better.
And what you think the Tim
Uh,
Curry Pennywise looks better than the Skarsgård one?
whoever those people are, yeah. If you're talking about new school, it where the clown has like orange hair and like a big dumb face, like giant forehead and cross-eyed, like from the new movies from like the
Mm,
2017, I think.
yeah,
I think you should go with the old one. I think I forgot what color his hair was, but
it
I don't know.
was
He just looks scarier in the old It movie. I think it was blue hair. I haven't seen it forever.
blue. No, I think it was orange as well.
It might have been orange as well, but their faces are definitely different looking.
Yeah, yeah,
I,
100%.
yeah, like I don't know. The face of the new It kind of looks like one of those what are those yapping dogs called Pomeranians or something. They have big beady eyes and they're kind of stupid looking.
Oh, that Pomeranians are cute, man. What are you talking about?
I don't know. That's what they're the new school It clown just looked like I don't know. Just I couldn't take him seriously because of his face, but like I don't know. Vecna would be kind of cool in my opinion, or like Deadpool maybe, and especially with him breaking the fourth wall,
Hmm.
I think he'd be like a cool character to have. Aside like Marvel bias aside on my part, he has guns, swords, like he's very violent. I think he'd be a cool choice. And like video game choices, I want to see Kratos again, but if we don't do like a repeat of like guest characters, maybe like Old Man Kratos if that counts,
Yeah.
or I wouldn't mind seeing like a violent character. Like I know Tekken doesn't really have like a lot of blood, but I'd love to see like a Tekken character maybe, or one of the more violent villains in Street Fighter. Um,
Well, like Akuma.
yeah,
Yeah, I
or
wouldn't be
Seth
mad
or
at it.
something.
I wouldn't
I
be
would
mad
like,
at it.
yeah, that'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, I think
But yeah, I'm very uncultured.
Akuma could fit into Mortal Kombat because just because of how violent he is. I think that could work. But yeah, no, you definitely have to get cultured. You need to watch. Let me ask you. I ask everyone this question. Have you seen The Last Samurai?
Nope.
Oh my god, dude, please
I'm
sort
gonna
this out.
disappoint you if you keep asking me which movies I've seen, man.
That's mad.
I'm gonna give you a big heads up on that.
Last Samurai and The Mummy. That next time we speak, you need to lock in, bro. Those are the
Like
ones you need
you
to
know
watch.
that list of movies that Captain America has, and I think it's Winter Sol. I forgot what Marvel movie it was, but he's checking off a list of movies.
Hmm.
Like that's like me. That's like what I have to do. Except I was never frozen in ice, and
You got no
all that.
excuse.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I definitely watched those
um,
films 100%. I just had my girlfriend watch Last Samurai and she really enjoyed it. So you'll be fine. You'll enjoy it.
yeah, guest characters. I definitely want to see two at max. Billy Butcher would be a cool guest character I could think of too, because they did it Homelander, and it sucks he wasn't voiced by Anthony Starr,
Hmm.
but yeah, Billy Butcher would be like another choice I could think of, and I think Omni Man was a cool choice, but just not in the best game. Like MK1's like my third favorite NRS game, but it doesn't compare to like MK9 or Injustice 1 in my opinion. And they,
Omni-Man and
I will say they do guest characters very well usually. Like
hmm,
Ghostface, I even criticized for being, he's just a dude with a knife. Like I was one of those people. They did him very well for being, equipped with just a knife and some stupid fucking costume.
yeah. I think Omni-Man would have been great in Injustice and so would have Homelander. Like they would have been perfect guest characters for a new Injustice game. And even though they've done it already, I still wouldn't be mad if they put Omni-Man and Homelander in Injustice 3. Those are like perfect fits for it. But putting them in Mortal Kombat was such a stupid idea. Like it just didn't make
So
any sense.
I'm in the minority that they would fit better in MK because you can't be violent in Injustice. Now, if they rebranded Injustice to where like you ever see the Injustice Gods Among Us movie,
Yeah.
I think it's fairly new-ish. Like the Joker, like kills Superman's unborn child and Lois, and made him kind of kill them because of
Mm,
his toxic fear gas or whatever, or not fear gas, but laughing gas. Um, like that movie is what I want. I wish Injustice was, but unfortunately, Injustice is limited to rated T features. It's not rated M. So I think unless you lifted that limitation of violence, Omni Man and Homelander are suited for MK over Injustice. And I get it; they're superhero esque looking people, like they have those tights and wear the superhero capes and whatnot. But in
mm,
terms of their behavior and what they do in their shows, I think they fit pretty well in Mortal Kombat, just because of the violence, though, not
mm.
necessarily because of their costumes.
I think that the type of characters that they are, they're more than their violence, and I think that even though they can be more violent in Mortal Kombat, they just don't fit there. Like their superhero slash supervillain aesthetic would work better in Injustice because there's a lot of DC comic, but there's a lot of DC cartoon films that are really violent, and there's loads of comics like you cited Injustice that they've got a lot of violence. Like Superman stuck his chest right through Joker. So all of the characters in the DC in Injustice were toned down to fit the game, and it still worked. So I still think you can have those characters fit into that universe fine without their level of violence. It would be good if they allowed there to be violence and injustice because there's plenty of violence in the comic books and the cartoons. But I understand they want to like sell as many copies as possible, even though Mortal Kombat sells more than it anyway, so it doesn't really make any sense. But yeah, I'd still go with Injustice.
Yeah, I would love to see them lift the violence a bit in Injustice, but I don't know if there's like a certain thing that we can't be having Batman or Superman's head ripped off. Like I don't know if it's
I
one of
mean, they've
those
done
things.
it.
I
They've
don't
done it
know, but
before. I'm pretty sure they tore Diana in half at one point. So I mean, if you're gonna tear Wonder Woman in half or rip her legs off, then like Batman having his head pulled off. He's, yeah. I don't know. I feel like
yeah, like
some of these people
I
are
don't get
silly.
it either. I just I don't get it either.
Yeah.
That's something I hope they do change with the Injustice series going forward. Make it darker, grittier, have like an MKX tone esque like vibe. But that was actually my favorite iteration of like MKX. I think did like the vibes the best, or like the aesthetics. Like nothing was too bright. It was kind of dark toned, and um, yeah, just the stages were not as beautiful. Like they were kind of like, damn, this is like not a place you want to be in at the wrong time or ever. You
Yeah.
know.
That's how that's
Um,
how these things should feel because they're meant to be dark and gritty.
yeah. Um, how do you feel like so mini games? I know me and you already kind of talked about this in one of your past streams, but like, um, I talk about like in my video how there's so many inspirations you could use for mini games like Mario Party, Pokemon Stadium, and there's probably other games out there I'm not mentioning, but like mini games I think should definitely be a staple. Always like even the test your might site, all those games like those should never miss an MK game because those are traditionally like in Mortal Kombat games like
Yeah.
and they're fun to play. You can earn rewards from them, whatever the case may be. I don't want to play Invasions because it's like a chore. It's way too similar to the traditional gameplay, and it's more annoying than anything. It's just a bunch of RNG like filled things that like your AI that you're fighting is like not able to be comboed randomly. They
Hmm.
end up freezing you or shocking you, doing some stupid effects that kind of just hinder the experience, and it's again way too similar to the core gameplay. But like mini games are like something casuals and competitors enjoy, and like my friends that I've known since like first grade in school, that I'm still friends with to this day, they don't dare touch fighting games with me, and they know like I play in tournaments, and sometimes I ruin fighting games for them or other games. Like I've ruined Brawlhalla for some of my friends or Castle Crashers, and they obviously won't play Mortal Kombat or Injustice with me unless I play like on a hitbox or a arcade stick or something to handicap myself.
Hmm.
But mini games, they'll play like Pokemon Stadium with me, even though I've played it my whole life, and they might not have. They can still compete with me at times if they like put enough time into it because those games are a lot easier to pick up. They're supposed to be like low entry games but they're fun and replayable. Like my friends will play like Pokemon Stadium with me, Mario Party, stuff like that, Motor Combat, Puzzle Combat,
Hmm.
and I think that would do like a huge have a huge impact on the game in a positive manner.
Yeah, I think that's it. I don't think they should cater to casuals in the gameplay mechanics at all, because as Invincible versus has shown us, it doesn't matter how easy you make a game, these guys are still gonna rage quit. They've got their egos are too big. They don't understand that fighting games you need to lose. So the casual aspect should be completely focused on other areas of the game, like mini games. I think that mini games are a great way to get people playing your game, investing time in it, and they want to keep people on games so they can have them interact with their stores. Because if you don't have anyone playing your game, then they're not going to go buy anything. And if you really want that, if you're going to put these stores in these games and you really want people to use them, I don't understand why you wouldn't put modes in the game that keep people on there. And Pokemon Stadium is a good example because Pokemon Stadium has like the battling element where like you would go to play someone that knows Pokemon, and then you got the mini games, and that the Clefairy game where you gotta remember where she's pointing, or the Rattata game where you gotta run on the little treadmill. They can literally take Pokemon Stadium's ideas and just put it in Mortal Kombat. Like if they were doing a if they took those elements and they just repurposed it to MK, it'd be pretty funny, and it could be the one part of the game that's very lighthearted, whereas the rest of the game is all like very dark and gritty and serious. This could be the part where we unwind and it's not serious, and the casual players can have a good time here, and no one's taking it too seriously. So I don't know what they were smoking with Invasions. To this day, that's the first question I'd ask them. Like, who thought this was a good idea? Like, and I don't even mean that insultingly. I genuinely want to know why you guys thought this was a good idea. But hopefully they look at that and they're like, okay, there is some value in, like Tekken Bowling or Tekken Ball. Those are fun modes. It's a shame how Tekken implemented Tekken Ball into the game and they stuck it all the way at the back of the lobby system, and there was better ways to do it. But those kinds of modes will keep people around. I think that not including them in fighting games is actually really bad, because what they then lean on is like, let's make the system mechanics really dumb so they play the game. And they're gonna rage quit anyway, and they're gonna leave and go play FIFA anyway. You might as well keep the game's core integrity in place and then give us other modes to play when it's not so serious.
I think what
Yeah.
you're hold on, Mike. What you're missing
Where'd you
is
come from?
I did
Go
an
go ahead.
Aries.
Go ahead. Go
I did the Aries teleport right behind you. So I think what you're missing is that, and Harada talked about this. It's not just the way the game plays; it's also the way the game is. The way it's perceived when it's being watched. I think it's honestly almost just as important. Not in my humble opinion, but just telling you like how the developers feel
Mm.
is highly important. So if you have like there's a reason why zoning in Mortal Kombat is worse than it's ever been. There's a reason why defense in Tekken is it's worse than it's ever been, aside from the initial power crush engagers. I think what casuals think, well, not even casuals, like just in general, like you upload a video, there's a TikTok, I don't know, of a match, it might be 30 second, whatever, around this 30 seconds long. Those are your potential customers that might buy the game, and I think the way again the spectators perceive your game is very very important in the age of social media,
Is Tekken 8
right?
viewership in tournaments up or down versus Tekken 7?
I'm not sure.
I think it's down.
It might be. I think you might be right. But I mean, it depends. Like when you judge, right? I would assume Tekken 7 was probably most popular around the time maybe Leroy came out, right? Because he was a huge attraction. To a lesser extent, I would assume Geese, Negan. I think a lot of Tekken 7's success has to do with its DLCs because they were like, they brought a lot of hype to the game, and they kind of drove the game's sales for a while. So I guess it depends when which which period of the game's lifespan you select. But I would assume Tekken 8 is still doing well in terms of viewership and tournament numbers, aside from maybe a couple of tournaments like Evo Japan was not a good showing, right?
It's just the problem with what you're suggesting is that initially people are like, wow, this is cool, but that wow factor wears off when people realize, oh, everybody could do it. Like after you've seen it the first time, you're like, oh, okay. Like when Tekken 8 came out, when it came out, it was riding a super high. Everybody was on board with it. And then a month in, everyone was like, it's the same shit that I saw on day one. Everyone's doing the same shit. Whereas in Tekken 7, there were genuinely wow moments. I can't even remember a wow moment in this game. Can't remember a single one. So I think that initially, yeah, you might capture the audience, but after a month or two, they're gonna be like, "I've seen this already. There's nothing special here."
But don't you think it's also like an oversaturation? As these games are being played literally on a daily, weekly basis, whatever. Back in the day when we played MK9, the game wasn't even streamed that much, right? So
Okay,
the
but how
watch
does that
ready,
explain like games like Pokemon or League of Legends? Their viewership just continues to grow.
you're right. I can explain it because when I don't know something, I admit it to you. Like I don't know. I don't know why those games are growing and why fighting games are not. I have a couple of suggestions and whatever, a couple of hypotheses, which is it's not the trend, right? It's fighting games used to be popular in the 90s when a lot of the kung fu movies were super popular with Jackie Chan and um, Jean-Claude Van Damme and Bolo, was the villain. Like they had their time, and now it's not fighting games time. They still sell well for what they are, but they're not, what's trending. And I think that's okay because you cannot always be in the spotlight. I think perspectives change, cultures change, trends change. That's the way. I think
Then
that's
why is
what.
Street Fighter 6 considered like the biggest fighting game ever? At least in viewership standards.
Well, I think after Street Fighter 5, which especially initially was a failure, right? There was a thirst for a Street Fighter game, which by the way has the largest global community, I think, by a long shot in terms of the FGC. Um, I think Street Fighter will always be a success. Just I mean, look back at Evo 2 years ago. Third Strike was featured and had essentially the most entrants easily out of, aside from like the top three games, which I think was Tekken, Street Fighter 6, and maybe Guilty Gear, right? I forget. So I think their community is so large that they don't have to deal with, they don't lose anything by people playing all these different games.
Yeah, but look
And
at
they also,
Street Fighter 5. Like it came out and
yeah,
basically lost their community. Like it got cut in half. People that fuck this ain't playing it, and then it's been revitalized with Street Fighter 6. So I don't think it's like the times have passed fighting games by. I think Street Fighter 6 has captured lightning in a bottle. They've made something that really captures people's attention, whether it's visually or like it's very addictive to play. And a lot of the other fighting games are lagging behind in that regard. Like they don't.
Well,
Mortal Kombat sold a lot, but its player retention is really bad.
but it's always been this way. I mean, Street Fighter's always had, there were ups and downs, obviously, as with any game, but it's always had the biggest audience at pretty much any tournament. I don't think that, it's grown, right? But so have other fighting games, just not to that extent. And besides, I hear plenty of criticism for the game. Like, they called, at one point they called it Throw Loop Fighter or Drive Rush Fighter or whatever, Rock, Paper, Scissors Fighter. Like, the game gets plenty of criticism. Not to the extent like a game like Tekken 8 does, obviously, but I generally believe sometimes it's just a matter of luck, right? You release the right game at the right time, people are thirsty, for the next product, like MK kind of 9 was, right? Like there had been a quality competitive MK game in a long time. The right people played the game, they pushed the scene, you know. It was entertaining to watch Tom, 16-bit, CD Junior, obviously Perfect Legend, were just these stories kind of write themselves. And for people who don't even know what's going on the screen, the pop-ups were featured like, like 60 bits pop-ups were featured like on event hubs nonstop. Like that brought attention to our community, and we kind of don't have those personalities anymore. I think it's all part of building your scene and building, bringing, making people watch.
I feel like part of the issue with our scene in the MK community though is we don't even give our teams like games enough time to develop and evolve, and they keep scrapping them from the game up and rewriting them. So like again, like we can't have stories like those like we used to because I mean esports kind of got more professional, so like the vulgar stuff that we seen on commentary and pop offs kind of dialed back with how professionality, the media, like social media, like kind of evolved with it. So like I do think like social media kind of nerfed, you could say, the language, pop offs, actions of any kind, like uh, but I think MK specifically, they just most people are kind of conditioned like, hey, we're going to get a new game in 2 years. I don't like it. I'm just going to play the next one because it's going to play completely different than this one.
Hmm.
But that's not how you grow a scene and keep building off of it. Like uh, Street Fighter games from title to title are more similar to each other than MK games from title to title, or even Tekken from title to title
I think
is
you
more
put to,
similar to
I think you
MK's.
I think you put way too much emphasis on that stuff. I don't think it's as important as you think. And by the way, it's not as important as I ever thought it was. I generally believe that, and I have mentioned these examples before. Super Turbo, um, to Third Strike, to the Versus series, which is these are very different games. Yeah, you can do Hadouken by quarter second forward punch, but there's more to it than that. I think Street Fighter is a global phenomenon, and it's largely powered by Japan. They, because they just kind of support their games no matter what for a lot of the part, like Tokido, Daigo, Mago, and whatever they call them, the fighting game, Japanese fighting game gods. Like they played Street Fighter 5 even when it was called, even when it was deemed garbage. And those guys support the scene, they support the games no matter what. In the Epic community, we do not do that at all. And you can, there's some blame, on me, definitely on Tom, et cetera, et cetera. So there's more than just legacy in the games. There's obviously, when something is community driven, by definition, it's also a lot of what the community does and not so much about the games. Mike, do you agree or disagree?
No, I disagree. I think that the community that you're referring to, at least in Mortal Kombat, is very small, and that's evidenced with the how well the game has done. So I don't think that we really have much of a bearing in terms of how well the game is doing and support for it. I think that NRS knows that with or without us, Mortal Kombat specifically is going to do well. Maybe that talking point can be attributed to Tekken potentially, but we'll have to wait and see on that to see where Tekken 8 ends up. But I don't think that's the case of MK. I think even if the community turns as rabid as possible, the game's probably still going to sell well.
Yeah, I think MK has a bigger identity than any of these games mentioned like today. Like I think Smash Bros would be like the only competition, but
Hmm.
competing with Smash Bros is like a big deal. Like you know, I could ask my grandma or something, for example, hey, do you know what a Hadouken is, or do you know Ryu? What do you know who this character is? And I show her a picture of Ryu. She's gonna be like, who the hell is that? But if she hears like me say, and this is me not like I know I'm a big MK guy, and I'm her grandson or whatever. But like, even if I was a stranger to her or something and she had no involvement in my life and I showed her a picture like, "Hey, stranger, do you know who this character is?" She would probably be able to identify who Scorpion is or Fatality, like references like that. Like I think worldwide it's just more popular, like, but uh yeah, an FGC bubble it's not. And I think the FGC bubble perspective, like the way it is for MK is just worse because they keep dividing the communities and they don't give their games like enough dev time or like life to flourish and the lack of legacy and that
A
that's
lot of
partially why I feel like the casual shouldn't be a huge like factor when making the game because they're just going to shelf the game after they finish all the contents within the game. They're not going to stick with it like we are.
again, ironically, I think you are assessing these games from an entirely FGC bubble. Like you need casuals. How do you think they revised Mortal Kombat X's netcode, which will not say the name from the insider, it was cost millions of dollars. You can't. Where are you going to get the money from? Like you,
No, I'm not saying you don't need the casuals. Obviously, you do, but I'm saying in terms of balancing the game and what features should be in the game, like that shouldn't be revolved around the casuals. Like the single player modes and stuff that's not related to the core gameplay. Yeah, obviously you got to have those to appeal those casual audiences. MK is going to sell regardless if the FGC is
but we
around or
just
not. But
but we just talked about. I don't think it's necessary that they're going to play the game in a certain way. It's the way that the game is perceived. Like even Street Fighter 6, yes, it's successful, but it's a very offensive Street Fighter. Arguably, maybe the most offensive one. Ironically, so is Tekken. Ironically, MK1 is also very offensive. Not as much as obviously MK Mortal Kombat X, but it's very offensive and it's in its 50-50 mix-ups. It's what they call unblock, semi-unblockables, whatever. Like obviously there's a trend because the the idea is, or at least the thought is that if people watch a game that's very slow, that they're not going to be happy. If people watch a game that's very zoning, they're not going to be very happy. If people watch a game that's more on the defensive end, they're not going to be happy. Maybe there's an argument against that. Maybe there's data against that, but at least that's kind of like, I guess, the developer perspective. Mike, what do you think?
Yeah, I think in Mortal Kombat's case, there's already evidence to suggest that a less casual friendly game is still going to sell well because MKX, I wouldn't say, is the most casual friendly game. I mean, would we agree that it's not
I
particularly
agree
one
with
of,
that.
yeah, and it sold what, 12 to 13 million copies. So it's clear that Mortal Kombat doesn't really need to factor in anyone. Like they can make a super casual game like they have with, I think MK11 is pretty casual and it sold 15 million copies, and they can make a super hardcore one and it sells 12 to 13 million copies. Like people just love Mortal Kombat. So in terms of like making a good fighting game, I don't think they need to factor in the casuals because the evidence is already there. I don't know
But
if they did with MKX, but it certainly doesn't feel like it. Maybe it was just an accident. I think where the casuals need to be factored in is everything surrounding the gameplay, having really cool characters to use, loads of very cool ways to like just like fatality your opponent, loads of cool gore effects. Those are the things I think with MK that really draw people in. Like the characters are very visually appealing to look at. I don't. I think as long as you don't make it so impossible for them to play, and it's on the MKX level, they'll be fine. But MKX is not like a casual friendly game at all.
see, I highly disagree. I think MKX is a very. By the way, when I say casual, doesn't necessarily mean it's easy to play. Like it's a very easy game to understand. You just do mix-ups, like, and all the mix-ups are lows and highs, and you don't have to worry about zoning because there's a run button. So it's a very, and it's also very fast-paced, which casual, the spectators like. So it's very casual based in the sense that it's easy to understand, it's easy to force mix-ups, and it's very, very hard to defend against.
Yeah,
In
but we're
fact,
talking about, obviously when we're talking about casuals getting into a fighting game, if they're playing each other and they're just doing that, that's fine. But if they play people like us that know how to play Mortal Kombat, MKX turns into a very, very long day for them versus MK11, which I'd say is much easier to play online against other people.
Yeah, I agree with Mike on and like what he said. Like, you don't need to make a casual friendly game to make Mortal Kombat sell. Like, it's going to sell regardless if they make it a super difficult game like MK9 or a super easy game like MK11.
But I don't
Like,
even
and with
like the
that being
term. I don't even know what that means. Like what does
difficulty
casual?
being like easy to find success and wins, or like easy to do combos, like whether they take two inputs or if they take a whole sequence to do. Like,
But MKX.
can you agree that MK11 you can do 30% in two hits pretty easily just by doing a down two crushing blow into another down two,
Well,
or
it
a down
depends.
two crushing blow into a
No,
fatal blow? Like,
okay,
like I
but
think you know what it means, but I think you're
no, I do
you know
not know what it means because it depends what you define as casual. Yeah, like MK11, yes, has higher damage output based on like single hits because of the crushing blows. However, I mean it's
but
easy.
that's easier to execute, right?
I
Compared
know
to like
well,
a full
it
combo,
is.
right?
Well, yeah, the combos obviously in Mortal Kombat actually require a significant amount of skill, but you're missing the big but here, which is Mortal Kombat X is very easy mix-ups with like that you don't really need to be a good player to mix people up, and that's just a fact. Like, now, by the way, I like the game. I played it a lot. Again, I enjoyed the meta for what it was, but there's a reason why people called at that time. Again, people don't like to hear stuff that happened actually while the game is being played. It was called incredibly scrubby. Like people used to make fun of the game all the time. Like people used to call for Paulo's job nonstop. Like
But
it
that
was just
was the FGC's perspective of it. The casuals weren't saying stuff like that. They were enjoying the game
okay.
regardless
But
if it was a broken mess
aren't
or
you saying
not.
you aren't you trying to build a scene now? Like which one are you trying? Like what are you trying to do? Like are you trying to build a scene? If you're trying to build a scene, then you can't have most people about your game saying that. They were
Well,
essentially saying,
the core gameplay isn't the only thing that's going to be in the game to sell your game. Like, that's why you have other game modes surrounding the core
I understand, but
gameplay so you can appease both
the casual
audiences.
we're talking about the casualization of games, and I'm telling you, MKX definitely has certain stuff that's super casual. Yet it was still accepted by some it wasn't. I think a lot of it has to do with preferences.
But the game gets more casual as you go on after MKX. Like, MK11 was even more casual than MKX was. If I don't even think MKX was that casual, but like, yeah, sure, it's not hard to grasp the concept of 50/50s, but you still had to physically be able to execute some high level execution combos. Sure, the game plans, excuse my voice crack, the game plans weren't very high level execution heavy, but like the combos, getting your opening, defending against some things, like in cases that weren't like 50/50s, like reacting to staggers that are minus and getting your interrupt in time, like that's stuff like competitors are only going to be doing, not the casuals, but the casuals aren't complaining, hey, this game is knock me down 50/50 fest. Like, they're still
No,
having
even
fun
at
with the
that,
game.
no, 100%. Even people at a low level were complaining because again, the mixes were incredibly easy to enforce. But again, that doesn't mean that the game is easy to win. Like easy to succeed with or whatever. And I feel the same about MK11. I despise MK11. This is the difference between me and most of the FGC. I accept my losses, and I accept when if that's the meta, at some point you have to just move on, man. Like MK11, again, I hate the game. I said a lot of stuff privately, personally, that I wish I could take back. It was like, you know, my complaint that I call people clowns. You should have seen me back in MK11 days. I was just fucking. I was a savage, dude. Like, I was just nonstop complaining. And but the thing is, I would never call the game scrubby or casual or whatever. Like, the better player always won, and that's a fact. And guess who won? Ninja Killer, etc., right? Sonic Fox, those people won
The game
because
was
they are
very
better players.
scrubby though. Like you could literally do a throw and there's no visual
Oh,
indicators. And
correct,
if you
correct.
guess the wrong way, you lose 30%. That is a scrubby game. I'm sorry.
No, no, absolutely. The game had, but again, some stuff you tolerate when you play the game. With MKX, you tolerate the 50/50s. You tolerate the launching armor. You tolerate, the run cancel pressure at some point.
Yeah,
I
but
don't think.
some of those things, while they are BS in some ways, they took more execution than other things we're seeing in modern fighting games. Like,
Yep.
again, the throw crushing blow example, like, oh, I guessed wrong on a throw and you threw me again? Oh, you just have to hold a button to get that 30% for most characters.
Well, yeah,
That takes like no execution. You're just holding a button. Like,
dude. Again,
but at
you
least in
are.
MK1, you have a throw combo. You at least have to do a combo sequence to get your damage. But in MK11, you can just hold the button to get your damage in. It's
Dude,
also unbreakable.
listen, you only came over here one time. You guys just got bodied. You got absolutely destroyed by your brother just doing essentially unblocked with Quan Chi. Was that fun? Like, what are you guys talking about? Like,
Dude, I play MK9 still to this day. It takes
well, I
a
know,
lot for me to not like a
I
game
know,
like
and you complain about
yeah,
zoning in MKX. I don't want to fucking hear from you.
dude.
Like,
Okay,
in
well,
MKX zoning.
Predator had a pew pew, not interactive like zoning before his nerfs, but
Yeah, in a game that
uh,
has a run button. I don't want to hear from you.
that's
And
not just because
ridiculous.
offense was like oppressive in a game doesn't mean like the offense in MKX, while it was oppressive, the pre-patch brain dead zoning pre-patch Predator had was it was like Deadshot level brain dead. It took
Well,
less execution to enforce than any of the offense that was in that MKX patch.
well, you would
The
fit in right with the tech community. They would welcome you as their hero. As soon as you uh, be, keep being inconsistent, a hypocrite, you're on the team. You cannot complain about zoning in MKX. What is wrong with you? Like, it doesn't even make any
Well,
sense. Right now,
you have a special move that you can just loop back forward three that takes no execution. At least I have
well,
to get my opening, do my combo, do my buttons, presses, and get in. You know, it's not as easy as just enforcing one special move the whole game. So
well, I don't think
that's one of the few things that you might have on me. But again, I'm saying a lot of the stuff doesn't even matter too much because casuals aren't playing at this level to where they have these issues. And again, I don't think our games in the future should be so heavily focused on the casual balance. Like that should only be outside of the core gameplay that casuals are factored in, like Mike is saying. But the core
well,
gameplay should not be revolved around what the casuals feel or think because they're
well,
not usually playing at the level that we're talking about.
I have plenty of stuff to say and I disagree. But anyway, I see Mike yawning. I'm pretty sure he's tired. Mike, I'm going to give you the last word. You're the guest. Anything you want to say before we let you go? Because it's probably already midnight there, if not already. So go ahead.
Yeah, it's approaching midnight. No, I appreciate you guys having me on. I enjoyed the discussion. I think it's good to talk to people that you disagree with because sorry, just before we go, just to address my chat, this was not my podcast today, which is why it's on Discord. And that's why I didn't have any call-ins. This is Dave's and Burrito Voorhees. Because I know people were confused. I probably didn't tell them at the beginning, but Dave will come to Attack and Talk, so there will be call-ins to talk to Dave at some point. But yeah, no, I appreciate you guys having me on. I had fun. It's always fun talking about Mortal Kombat. I just hope that the next game fixes up. I'm really disappointed with what has happened with Mortal Kombat in the last two iterations, and I don't want there to be a third one because at that point the hope sort of like goes down. It starts to go downhill like three times in a row. I'm like, I don't know, man, but we'll see in it. I guess the conversations will continue. Um, okay, I'm having fun on Deadly Alliance. I hear what Dave's saying. You got to move on and play other games, but I I feel for the people that are like they've built their channels around Mortal Kombat. I feel really bad for them, and I feel bad for the Tekken 8 guys that built their channels around Tekken 8. I wish that you guys would just pivot and do something else, but if you can't, and I'm sure a new game will be here soon. I think NRS put up that 8 million sold thing to look good in front of investors, and maybe look good in front of people because I think a new Mortal Kombat game is sooner rather than later.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a good point. I
do
haven't
you
thought
want to
about
go soon, Mike? I was about to ask you like two other things that weren't going to take too long to talk about, but if you want to head out, that's fine. What do you want to
I
do
got
from
like
here?
10 minutes that I can.
Oh, okay,
it.
okay.
So I actually have
Uh,
to. I actually have to go real this time because I was actually doing some stuff. But anyway, Mike, thanks for coming on. Um, obviously, Franco, thank you for hosting, and guys, thank you for listening. I'll talk to you guys at some point. So
Yeah, no problem, bro. See you soon.
yeah, see you guys.
see you. If you got 10 minutes, this won't take long. But and one of the other things I mentioned in like the video I made that I want to see like in the future of NRS games is, dude, we got to have a better soundtrack.
Oh yeah. Oh my god.
Like we need a jukebox feature, like a jukebox feature or something. Like This
we need
modern
them.
MK music is not the move, man.
I need them to not make the music. Just give it up. They clearly don't know what they're doing. All they need to do is go and look at the music from the old MK games and just put in the new ones. That's all I
Dude,
want
yeah,
them
I
to
know.
do.
Yeah, start with that. Port over the old music, and if you're going to make new music, which I'm sure they will, like I know I keep bringing up COD, but like, dude, you ever play Keynote or Toten Zombies on Black Ops One, the movie theater looking map, with the like the German flags, like the Nazi symbols and whatnot. Like, you ever play Zombies before in
Yes.
Black Ops One?
Yeah, but I don't remember the music in that.
Well, okay, so if you ever heard of 115, that's like the most iconic popular zombie song. It's from Keynote or Toten. Like, Kevin Sherwood made that song, uh, and I think Elena Sigmund, but like COD has a good soundtrack. Sean Murray is another good like music composer. I think Castle Crashers has like a dope soundtrack. Like, maybe they can get inspiration from like Castle Crashers. Tekken has good music. Street Fighter has pretty good music too. Like
Yeah.
Killer Instinct,
Guilty
I
Gear.
think.
Guilty Gear's got good music. Sparking Zero's got decent. Like most fighting games
Oh
have
yeah,
decent
Dragon
music.
Ball Z games. Yeah.
Yeah,
Hmm.
most fighting games have good music because we all know that music is a big part in fighting games. Having a stage with really good music goes a very, very long way. But again, I don't know what NRS is smoking, but the problem is that their game is still selling better than everybody else. So I'm making these complaints and saying, how can a fighting game not have this? But they're still doing better than everybody. So yeah, I agree with you. Mortal Kombat games need good music. The music in the last three Mortal Kombat games have been absolute dog shit. I would rate them no more than a 1 out of 10, and that is being generous. And it's even more disappointing because old Mortal Kombat games have the best music. Like
Yep.
the arcade era and the 3D era games have got brilliant music, and MK9 had pretty good music as well. And then it all
But
just
that
went
was
downhill.
just they were just reusing the old music for the most part in MK9 though.
Joe, fuck it, reuse the old music. If you can't get it right, just reuse the old music. I'll take that at this point.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I want to see the old music come back for sure. And then
Yeah,
that should be like the number one priority. Get the old tracks first, and then yeah, worry about the new music. Don't leave us with the old or the new music only. Give us the option to have the old music.
yeah.
And another thing I want to see is the intromatic, like the intro cinematics we used to have. Like, I
Mm,
still watch MK Deception in Armageddon's intros to this day. Every time I go back to those games,
yep,
like, it's like taking pre-workout before the going to the gym. Like the intro cinematic gets you all amped up, like you're just ready to punch a hole in your wall after watching it or something, or get on ranked, whatever it is that you're gonna do.
yeah,
Like,
hundred
I don't
percent.
know why they stopped doing that stuff, man.
All fighting games have like they should have good intros. Like I remember, I still remember booting up Ultimate Ninja Storm 4 for the first time. Intro was amazing. The new My Hero game that I just came out recently, very good intro. Rebirth of Souls, great intro. Tekken 8, pretty good, not bad. Even I meant like the older Soul Calibur games up until like 5, great intros. Like you can't overstate how important an intro is for a fighting game. And maybe like newer players don't understand it because they haven't had the luxury outside of maybe Tekken 8 and some anime games to see Mortal Kombat like that. But the old MK intros were so sick. Like the 3D era ones and yeah, it was mainly the 3D era ones. They really did a good job with those. Like whenever I played Deception, I was always ready to I was always amped up. They turned it up to 11. And then you turn on the new ones and it just jumps to the title screen. You're like, oh, okay.
Yeah,
It might not
I
seem like a big deal, but it's a big deal.
no, I think it's a pretty big missed opportunity that I like. Um, if they can make cinematics like they do in the story mode, like, why not make a freaking intro cinematic? I don't understand. Like,
It's just laziness. That's all it is. They're doing super well without doing what needs to be done. So if they're doing super well without doing what needs to be done, then why do it?
I just don't understand. Like, a lot of the ways they could be making more money, like if they did a lot of these things we're talking about, they probably would have sold more than 8 million. They might have even outsold MK11. Like, a lot
Yeah.
of criticisms towards the music. Okay, our solution to that, we're going to bring back the old music on top of whatever new music we bring in. Uh, we're going to go back to the old timeline,
Hmm.
and it's probably going to be way more well received than the new timeline. Like, we're gonna bring back some mini games and stop trying to reinvent new ones like invasions. Like a lot of these problems being solved in these manners, like would easily increase sales. Like having one for one legacy skins. Like I'm fine with microtransactions as long as it's not like a pay to win type of thing.
Mm.
And I would, dude, if they made the one for one legacy skins, they can have my freaking wallet. Like if MK1 had Deception Havoc as a skin, I'm buying it. I'm never using New Era Havoc ever. I'm just gonna buy the Deception skin. Every time I use Havoc, I'm gonna have that skin equipped. Like
Yeah,
so
I would
many
say
like missed
that.
opportunities.
Yeah, I'd say microtransactions always they carry negative connotation, but it's because the way they do microtransactions in modern games is awful. There are a couple
Yeah.
of games where I'm like, it's pretty good. Like I always cite Helldivers. I always feel like Helldivers really gives me gives me good bang for my buck. But most games they don't. There's a way to do it where people are not going to get pissed off and they're going to be like, okay, do you know what? That's good value for money. You've given me a full game. I don't feel like I'm being ripped off. But MK1 store felt so predatory with the way they did it, with the rotating shit, and then the quality of content in there was really bad. I was just like, I ain't buying shit in here, man. I don't even care if they up it now. Just the fact that they wanted to do something predatory like that, I'm just not going to indulge it. And I never did. So hopefully they change that. I ain't gonna flame them for having microtransactions. Just let people know beforehand. Don't do what Tekken 8 did, because then you're gonna rub people the wrong way. And B, just make sure if you're gonna charge people, make sure you're charging them for shit that actually matters. Don't just charge them for some nonsense because you know you're gonna get away with it.
Yeah, I don't like how they charged us for those seasonal fatalities, like the Christmas, Halloween fatalities. Like I think that charging us for a fatality is just kind of nuts.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
like
I agree.
I don't like the rotating skins. Like that just adds like a whole layer of FOMO, I guess. Like that just doesn't need to be there. Like you should just be able to buy what you want at any given point. Like the second something releases, it shouldn't be on a rotation. It should just always be there.
Yeah.
And I just yeah, it's just I don't know. That's just yeah, predatory.
I agree with you, bro. I really hope that things change, but I'll be honest with you, after I saw that sales number, I'm not hopeful anymore. So I'm gonna try to not doom too much, but I don't know, man. If they're selling well, why would they change the formula?
Well, they're not selling well enough, I guess, if they're not outselling MK11. I think that should be their first goal. But yeah, obviously we talked about that earlier. Is this your time to go, you think? It's pretty late where you're at, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna go walk the dog with the missus, and then get. I've got an early start tomorrow, and I got another stream tomorrow as well. So yeah, I need to make sure I get some sleep. But I think we've been here for 4.5 hours, so I think we covered most things.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, 4.5 about probably.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, it does seem like a Mike Hollow podcast with the duration, which I'm fine with. I love yapping about MK. It's my favorite thing to do ever.
yeah, no, I would stay for longer, but I have a very, very, very early start. And one thing I've tried to make sure is that I'm not taking my health for granted. So I've got some long streams coming up this week. Need to make sure I'm getting some sleep in between them.
No,
But
yeah, no worries.
yeah, I do appreciate having me on. I did have a lot of fun doing this.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, I would love to have you again sometime in the future. And if you ever have MK talks or anything on your stream, and I'm free, if you want to have me on, it's up to you.
Yeah, yeah,
I know Dave talked about wanting to have like a Tekken talk with you or something. MK would be like more my route. Um, yeah, it was a pleasure to having you on, and I'm glad we can agree on a lot of the things that we did because sometimes me and Dave butt heads like in certain like uh, views we have on the franchise, but it just comes with preferences and some things that are subjective, stuff like that. But
yeah,
it's all for we're trying to just we want our game to be the best it can be and all that. Just any polite, constructive criticism I think is productive for the game.
yeah. No, I 100% agree with you, dude. I'll definitely invite you on whenever we do another Mortal Kombat one.
All right, yeah. If you have any shout outs before you go, like any Twitter handles or any type of other things that you want to talk about before you go.
Not really. I'll just say shout outs to MK Tom Brady. He had his Twitter account hacked, unfortunately, but people have been asking where he's been on my channel because he's like a part of the furniture now, I guess. Um, I should be doing a stream with him this coming week, but I don't know what it's about yet. He did send me a message. I typed back to him. I can't remember. I've forgotten. So yeah, just
Dang, I
shout
wasn't
outs
even aware of
to
that.
Yeah, he had his Twitter account hacked, unfortunately. But I think he's sorting it out. He did tell me to let people know. I let people know on Twitter, but yeah, I guess not everyone knows. Um, but yeah, other than that, yeah, shout outs to my community. I'm gonna talk to them after this a little bit anyway, but always appreciate them. Shout outs to the haters. Gotta love the haters, especially that donut that came into the chat today called Super. I hope he's still around because I'm gonna flame him in a little bit. And that's
Oh
it,
no.
really. That's it.
All right. Well, with that being said, this was the Nexus podcast, and I'm glad to have you on, Mike. And we'll see you guys on the next episode of the Nexus podcast. Thank you, everyone.
All right, bro. Peace out. All right, guys. Well, let me see if I can bring my camera up on here. Webcam activate. There we go. Let's enlarge this. All right, guys. Well, that was not my podcast. I've got your chat. Whoop. I've got your chat over here on my phone. Yeah, sorry that I wasn't interacting with you guys too much. It wasn't my podcast. It was Burrito Voorhees. So I wanted to be respectful to him and make sure that I didn't want to interrupt. But I did see your super chats. I'll read them out now quickly. Mr. Jamie, thank you for the $5. Instead of Chaos Reigns, NRS should have given us either a Conquest type single player mode or a kart racer. I would just rather they did a conquest mode in the next Mortal Kombat game rather than like DLC. I think I'd find that quite irritating if, to be honest with you, just put it in the next Mortal Kombat game. Corvo, thank you for the 40. I don't know what currency that is, but next Mortal Kombat needs to be like MKX but without 50/50s. Yeah, I wouldn't be mad at that. I think a lot of people have been saying make it like MKX. I hear that. Like MKX was very popular. Mike with the Aris camera. Listen, stop getting onto my cameras. My camera's fine. God, I'm sorry. I've been sitting in this position for ages. I'm gonna get up and stretch my legs. Jack, thank you for the €2. I do hate Street Fighter 6. Thanks for the representation, man. Don't know what that's about, but I appreciate the donation. OJ, thank you for the $2. Dave, your line is arbitrary. Everyone's is. Yeah, I hope that that point was made very clear. Like everybody has their line when it comes to power scaling. So, but I think you guys understood what I meant. And Mr. Jamie, thank you for the $5. Still pissed Mick Gordon was rejected from doing the music. His work in KI and Doom was peak. And if Sonic can have heavy, intense music again, why can't MK? Yeah, Sonic music is really good, man. I was listening to the Sonic Colors soundtrack. That is a proper sick soundtrack. But all right, so a couple of things. Firstly, once again, sorry for not interacting with you guys as much today, but it wasn't my podcast. So I wanted to make sure I was showing Dave and Burrito Voorhees as much respect as possible by not reading chat too much. But I tried. I tried. Uh, as for that donut that came in earlier, super saying why would we listen to Tekken cards about Mortal Kombat? Listen, dummy. All you gotta do is go to the section of my YouTube page that says oldest and then scroll through there and then look through the history of my channel. I've been playing Mortal Kombat longer than you've probably been alive, okay? So don't come around here talking shit. Thirdly, I saw you guys saying that you wanted to see the Pokemon channel. We put a video up today with C4. C4 is doing like team breakdown. So the first Pokemon we did was with Emboar. So that's up. There's 2 streams up as well. We're going to do a third one very soon. And third, tomorrow we're doing a follow-up stream to the original D&D stream, the superhero D&D stream that we did. So if you're into D&D and you want to see Chad the Third, C4, and Yaya on here, then we'll be streaming that tomorrow. You saw the C4, yeah, no, the video is very good. C4's definitely got that knowledge when it comes to Pokemon. I'm still learning. I've got a brand new team that I haven't even showed him yet. I just want to battle him and see what he thinks. Super the MK YouTuber? No, not Super the MK YouTuber. Some guy's name in here was Super. But yeah. So we got a bunch of stuff going on the second channel. And what was I gonna say? Yeah, we'll be streaming. So we're gonna be streaming all week next week. Loads and loads of streams, loads of stuff going on. hopefully, I'm gonna say this now because I want it to happen. Jason Elbow versus Deal the Way G. I'm trying my best to get that beef set going for Virtua Fighter. They've been going at each other on Twitter again. Someone broke the agreement. They've been beefing. I don't really know where the beef started. To be honest with you, I don't really care. I just want to get them two on here. I know it'll be super entertaining. They both play Virtua Fighter, so if you're both watching right now, we might as well make it happen. I've tried to get Sophie versus Blackheart, but trying to get Tekken players to play each other is like trying to get the truth out of a politician. It seems impossible right now, which is baffling to me. But I think Deal the Way G versus Jason Montoya might be more likely because they hate each other so much and they both play Virtua Fighter. Jason Elbow has agreed to do it. So I spoke to Jason, he's agreed. D hasn't yet, but I think for the love of the game, D might just agree. So I'm working on that beef set. I'm gonna try and make it happen for you guys. I know everyone loves a good beef set. Well, not everyone. Michael wants to offer to both you and C4. Either of you have access to Scarlet or Violet. I can get you whatever Pokemon you need. Oh, I appreciate that, bro. To be honest with you, my girlfriend's got most Pokemon that are in Pokemon Champions, so I think I'm good. But if I do need any help, then I'll definitely reach out to you and ask you to send me some Pokemon over. But for now, I think I'm okay. Mike and Sophia versus Blackheart is needed, bro. Listen, I begged. You guys saw me on the Tekken talk. I begged Blackheart. I pleaded with him. I said to him, if I'm gonna let you on here to talk to Sophie right now, you have to promise me that you do a beef set. Oh, Blackheart's my boy. He's my brother. I got nothing but love for him, but he lied to me. So he's not in my good books right now because he promised me, Blackheart, if you're watching right now, when I come to Italy, you are not in my good books right now, young man. I'm very pissed off about that. You lied to me. I don't like being lied to. Oh, C4's got Scarlet. Okay. But to be fair, Pokemon Champions is very easy to get Pokemon, and everyone's saying that it's hard to get Pokemon. I ain't had a single problem. And listen, if you're having trouble getting Pokemon, just play Pokemon Go. It's so easy to get Pokemon in Pokemon Go. You put them in Pokemon Home, you transfer them over. So I've got a bunch of Pokemon. But anyways, guys, I'm gonna be doing the stream tomorrow with C4, Yaya, and Chad the Third. That's gonna be a lot of fun. If you don't know what the superhero D&D stuff is, there's the first part of the stream on the channel called the Unconventionals Part 1. You can go and watch that and then come and watch tomorrow's one. It's honestly probably the most fun that I've had on stream in a long time. So appreciate all the donations. I'll continue trying to... Am I in a retirement home? No, I'm not in a fucking retirement. Have you seen a retirement home with JoJo's figurines behind you, bruv? Come on. What are we talking about here? Right, I'm going to go and walk the dog. I'll see you guys very soon. Take care of yourselves. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I think it's 8 p.m. we're starting. 8 p.m. UK time, all right? Peace out.